I want to either put Nelson on the trolley and have Mike push him down here, or put Mike on a trolley and Nelson push him down here. So we can come down the aisle together where you can be delivering one to the other, and I'll be behind you on my bike.
You should just like
We need
carry
an
it out to a
entrance.
bridal style, just like
Looks
right
like
in.
it was the soft open in the first place. With you. Now you have a new idea. I just want to do something so much better. Don't be bored. Just make up your goddamn mind.
Is coffee ready?
I think so. Yeah, it should
Ready.
be.
There's cups down there.
Did you see these?
Go get your floor coffee.
Coffee time. Floor coffee.
Nothing's better than.
Is anybody
floor
watching this?
Oh, yeah, these.
coffee. Yeah, we've got 23 people watching.
Oh, hi, 23 people.
26 now.
Do me a favor.
Oh,
Can you just do it around in the office and tell everyone to take their phones off Wi-Fi? And tell people not to upload or download anything today?
oh, I'm gonna go turn my computer off the internet.
Oh, yeah,
Thanks, Mike.
I'm gonna turn off
So is countdown on? What's going on here? Hello?
No, we're just.
Is the countdown
live.
on?
No, we're live.
Are the mics on?
Yeah. Testing. Check. Testing, mic 2. Check 1, 2.
Kevin says we should say something so people know we're not stupid.
Say something.
Good morning, everyone.
Are we still not getting sound?
No, we're fine.
No, we're good.
Well, likely we should do something. Hey guys, mind focus?
You are.
Excellent.
Is this thing on?
It's on, Mike. I think we're supposed to start now.
Are we starting?
Hey guys, welcome. I'm Kevin. Kevin, the founder of Knifewear. And around here, I got Mike and Naoto. There's Mike. I can see him. We are going to
I'm tall.
we are going to help you all. That's Mike. You stand forward a little bit. There we go.
Look, I'm 6'4".
Look, I'm shorter. This is our garage sale, live event. This is it. We, as you know, at Knifewear, we sell Japanese handmade kitchen knives. Yeah,
Those are exciting.
we sell handmade Japanese kitchen knives, and we have our twice-a-year sale starting today. So it starts in about 8 minutes. And on the sale, we've got the garage sale, and we've got one-of-a-kind knives. We've got blacksmith prizes. We've got new knife lines from different people. We've got special lines from people. We've got new blacksmiths we've not worked with before. Some scratch and dent stuff, and some real door crasher knives, like the Tsunehisa knives.
Oh yeah,
All-
that's such a good deal.
The Tsunehisa knives are already a great deal, but now they're 20% off that great deal. all week. So the garage sale starts today, lasts for a week. I know there's more stuff coming. I know that the Homura and the Gurin, like the knives from Doysan, are going to be arriving for Thursday. So they were a bit late. So once that 240 Gurin gets here,
Oh, what?
I want
those
one.
are pretty sweet.
Big time.
Yeah,
So
garage
those are
sale's
coming.
such a fun time. Yeah.
Oh, and sorry, then we got Nato here.
That's a 225 per length. So just,
It's a
225,
225, not a
yeah.
240. Like
just
I'm
want
out.
to make sure, because people hear, "What's there, 240?"
Well, have
No,
you
it's
ever
actually-
wanted a 210 but made it just a little shorter than a 240? Well, guess what?
You ever
The
thought,
225.
Jesus, 240 is just a little bit long. What I need is a 225 millimeter.
Yeah, it's the
We've got you
Goldilocks.
covered. We've
It's the
got you
Goldilocks of knives.
It is.
This one's
It
too
is.
big. This one's too short.
Listen, we should probably talk about the garage sale survival guide, right? So what really happens at garage sale? We have got a lot of one-of-a-kind knives and a lot of really special knives that have very small quantities, very limited quantities. We're going to look at a few of them here right away. Did you guys gather them up?
Yeah, Naoto's
Okay.
got them.
So we're going to look at a few of them here right away. Now to run us through them. But really what happens, as soon as the bell dings, like we've got, what is it now, 6 minutes left or something. As soon as the website goes live, there's going to be a few knives that just shoot out of here. So Naoto's going to talk about those. If you want one of these really special, one-of-a-kind knives, the best thing to do is go to our website and keep hitting refresh until the sale's live. Grab that knife fast as you can, put it in your checkout bin, and then pay for it. 20 people can have it in their cart, but it's the first person that pays for it that gets it, right? So if you try to pay for it and it won't let you, it's because somebody's already nabbed it. They've already sniped it from you. So if you want one of those one-of-a-kind special, like a special handle or a one-of-a-kind knife or something like that, just get in there and grab it. If you're looking to add on to your order and you want more knives or more things, I get it. I totally get it. Get the really hard to get one first, and then leave a note that says, add this to my next order, because there's a section for a note there. And when you get the next one, for the next few knives, put a note on there that says, hey, please combine with my earlier one. So if you add the note, please combine to my earlier package, we'll ship them together, and you'll get them to the door, boom, right away.
Yeah, if you missed that note, you can always send us a message to hello@knifewear.com. We'll try and do our best to catch all that stuff. And yeah, get it in, get it bought, right?
Yeah.
And then come back.
In case anybody missed it, there's a countdown timer on the bottom.
There's a countdown
Well,
timer.
there's a countdown timer there now. That's good. Look at that. So we have less than 4 minutes.
Yeah.
I wouldn't trust our timer exactly, to be honest. I know we've got a timer.
I checked the clock and I set it to seconds last week. Big brain.
Oh,
Big brain right
Nathan's
here.
telling me technical stuff. I would bet that I bet the sale starts 6 seconds before our counters.
Yeah, it's true. There will be a stream delay.
I
So
think
know
there's
what?
a delay in YouTube and Restream. So the countdown's great, and it's accurate to the second we're talking, but I think there's a delay before you hear us.
One of the best things Nathan said that I think everyone should, if you've got a couple minutes right now, is go into your settings on your computer and confirm all the details in your autofill. Have your credit card autofill ready. Have your shipping address and billing address autofill ready.
Yeah.
That way you will save yourself some time through the checkout. And that might be, honestly, some of this stuff goes in seconds. So so any advantage you can take, I think that's the one.
Yeah.
So
One quick thing to mention about the sale as well. People are always asking us, well, what's the sale price? Well, here's the thing. It's all special order stuff. And with the exception of the Tsunahisa that are on sale, or some of the scratch and dent that are on a much cheaper price, these things aren't regular stock. And to be honest, they're just already sale prices. We didn't bother putting a high price on to lower the price or anything like that. We've just said, this is a really great price for these. Let's go. So they're already discounted. They're already like that. Look, Kevin said good morning, Kevin. Well, good morning, Kevin, to you. Naoto, why don't you run us through some of those special knives
Yeah,
here?
so I was like dying to show these here.
We get the top-down view, Nathan?
sure can. Hold on real quick.
Yeah.
Alrighty. So I've got some of the
Whoa.
one of a kinds. Hi, Nathan.
Hello. Here we go. Boop.
So we got some of the one of a kinds, and also something that we like. A lot of people don't really know about. Say, for example, this particular knife here, made by Matsuzaki-san, This is one of the 2 knives that he made out of the watetsu. It's called the watetsu. The clotting steel is the more traditionally made Japanese steel, very low carbon steel, and it was actually used for the hinge for 200-year-old building. So he took the hinge, forged it, and folded it a few times so you can see. Really nice. Like, it's got a really nice texture on the blade right here. We only have one.
Okay, it's about 1 minute till the sale starts, folks.
1 minute.
Okay, let's.
And that was 6 seconds early, so I should be hopefully right this time.
We also have one from Tasai-san, who is usually a maker of chisels and plane blades. So it's got a very distinctive layer right here. It's beautiful.
All right, now, Tom, you got these much. You got 8 seconds per knife. You got 8 seconds per knife.
So here, it's a Kiski Manaka and hand-folded Damascus. You can actually see them on the...
And staff are not allowed to buy knives until after the first day, and that includes me. And I've never, ever cheated, except I cheated this time, and I already took one.
No, just pop your hand under there.
Yeah. Each one has got...
Okay, 10 seconds.
Okay. And 1...
Oh, troll killer.
9, 8...
Oh, there we go. I think the sale's probably live. There we go. We didn't really get to all of our knives we wanted to feature there before the sale goes. But hey, welcome. It's going.
Welcome.
Hey. Japanese knife sale, garage sale. I hear Tiffany clapping. So that was one person that's excited, which is great. That's super great.
So this guy I was going to talk about. This is a beautiful...
Jesus, that's nice. That's stupid.
Nigara Troll Killer. Go Yoshizawa-san is such a talented blacksmith. He stacks up he stacks from this,
it was insane.
Yeah, it was I don't know.
It's thicker than I've ever seen.
We couldn't really
workshop.
take pictures of it because it's kind of like it is a secret.
Yeah, it was a secret.
Yeah.
But look at a pattern.
Yeah, that's crazy. I'm sure that knife's already out of stock, to be honest. I know it's ridiculous.
The chat is very quiet right now because I think everybody's very
Everybody's
focused.
just buying now.
Yeah.
Saji,
Okay, I'm gonna go with
Rainbow
mine.
Damascus. It's got a copper and brass molded into it.
It's beautiful and very shiny. And we didn't have many of those last time, did we?
No, we didn't. Well, we have quite a few. I'm just focusing on the handle first.
Yeah,
Because
I've always liked this
yeah.
handle, this turquoise.
Yeah, this is the Yukurosaki Senko with the turquoise.
You know, the
handle.
Senkos always feel like you're holding a laser beam to me. They're so thin and so light, but they're so exquisitely balanced.
Well, I mean,
he just makes such great knives.
Senko means flash.
Yeah, that
right?
makes sense. Yeah. I think if you're going to be standing at the head of a table carving something, a Senko Tsuchihiki would be the right thing to use.
This is Nigaro as a custom handle.
Yeah, I like these ones that are half acrylic and half wood.
Yeah,
There you go.
There you go.
Well, I told you I've got a Nigara that's very similar to this, and it's the SG2 steel, and I find that I really like using it all the time. Like I don't feel like I'm using something too delicate. Like I've got some knives that are a little delicate, and I will switch that knife out if I'm just going to be pounding through a bunch of vegetables or something I don't really need that finesse for. I mean, you can finesse with that knife for sure, but
absolutely. Well, the good thing really is that, again, the first couple batches of Nigara were super, super thin. And, we talked to Nigara-san. It's like, human to human conversation. We're like, hey, Nigara, like Yoshizawa-san, it's really, really thin. It's fantastic. But if you can actually make it a little bit more, touch stronger.
Yeah.
And he did.
Yeah. He did. Yeah. From my personal experience, he sure did.
Yeah.
Because I hammer on that knife.
Yeah.
And it's just it's not so thin. Because sometimes you have a knife, you can hear it kind of torquing out on the cutting board, right?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Okay, what else have you got here?
Well, we have.
What are you excited about?
I brought just talk about we need to talk what the Tsunehisas are and
Sure. Let's do that.
I just brought two examples here. Tsunehisa is this knife brand that is really, really well made. and many of them are actually made in like somewhere like in different places, right? But
Yeah.
they're well made, well chosen, mostly really easy to take care of. For example, this Tsunehisa VG10 Tsuchime. It's got a really nice, beautiful Damascus finish on here. Round rosewood handle. It's got Tsuchime. This has like different shapes, like it's on Dokus and stuff like that. It was really good price to begin with, 176. But it's like
Now it's 140 bucks
140
for
bucks.
VG10.
Yeah.
That's beautiful.
It's
So, let's clarify some things. Like, we work with two different types of knife makers. We work with the types of knife makers that are the single artisan, a guy who just does all the forging and hammering in his own factory, maybe has a couple of employees, right? And largely there's these folks who do the process end to end, right? With a few exceptions, right? But we kind of call that handmade. And then we have other groups that we work with that are sort of larger production facilities where they, frankly, from having been there with you, Naoto, like I've seen it's pretty close to being handmade, except for there's sort of like one person responsible for each step of the way. So the Tsunehisa knives, for what they are, I think they're really amazing because they look so good, right? And they're awesome. So
We got a few folks saying Jonathan said managed to snag the Fujimoto and Nishiji Gyuto that I was hoping for.
Right on.
Congrats, Jonathan. I'm guessing that's one of the refurbished ones.
Yeah.
And Curtis Payne, not sure which knife you got, but congrats on getting the one you wanted. Happy garage sale.
I hope he knows which one.
The garage sale gods have blessed you.
I guess this in the question maybe the
Yeah, we just had a couple people. I figured since we're showing off some pretty knives, we might as well talk about this Kobayashi SG2 Petty with the red handle. Can you just put your hand up flat, Naoto? There we go. Ben Sheps and Kuhn were both asking about this guy.
this is just really beautiful blade. Like you met Kobayashi-san. I'm going to actually see him pretty soon as well. But he is he has a really fantastic knife sharpening company, and the way he sharpens is like he sharpens so thin behind the edge, right? Like it's like real razor right here, and he came up with this beautiful. It's a Paka wood red handle, and the shape is this way. Heptagonal handle. It's like 7 sides. Some people call it septagon, but I think it's heptagons.
Yeah, that's a pretty cool handle. My 14-year-old nephew saved up his money. He works at a farmer's market. I remember a fruit stand. He saved up his money to buy that one, and he keeps it in his room. So
I remember
the family's not allowed to use it.
Really?
He brings it out and uses it, and then he hides it.
Oh, I like your nephew. I remember when he was buying that knife, and I remember one of the great things at our stores is there's cutting blocks, and you can test out the knives. We have distinct sample knives, right?
Yeah.
And he was down to a couple of knives, and when he cut with that knife, decision was made instantly.
Yeah.
That's
You can
such a
see
good
his
edge
eyes.
on those
So
knives.
thin.
Let me just pop these.
Hey,
And,
Cooking with Carby got the custom handle Shimo Nakiri.
Oh, sweet.
Congrats. That's a beauty. And Curtis grabbed the Tsunehisa Aogami Super Tsuchime Nakiri as well. That's pretty awesome. A few folks are asking about the draws for the Tinker Tank and the Mini Tank and the Shigefusa. You can still enter that raffle for about another half hour or so. There's a link in the description. And we will be drawing throughout the day. The first draw will be at about 10 a.m. We're going to draw for the tank, and we'll draw one every hour after that. And so if you win, we will announce it, but we will also shoot you an email, and you'll have 24 hours to buy the knife before we draw another name.
Yeah, that's so fun. Like we had to take them off of the wait list because the wait list was somewhere between 50 and 100 years based off of how many people signed up. So turning into a raffle, you win the chance to buy the knife. And so make up your mind. And if you win, pull the trigger, go for it. It'll be yours.
Oh, CGM got the Tasai Deba.
Oh, nice.
Oh, congrats. That's
Congrats.
a beauty.
That is a masterpiece. The Tasai-san again is the plane maker, the chisel maker. His forging technique is just like
This is all you, man. Here's your knife.
we only got one. How he sharpens.
Oh, here.
It's like clearly finished by hand. The bevel.
CGM, are you the person I was talking to on Instagram over the weekend?
And he folds the carbon steel over on this side. You can see. You see. Instead of he folds rolls like just 2 cent like this, he folds the carbon steel to here. He rolls it.
Right, like you can see. I don't know if you're able to see it.
Oh, you can
How
see
it
the color
splits
change.
down
Yeah,
the
yeah, yeah,
spine.
Yeah.
Oh, so cool! Super stoked for you. Do we have a microfiber?
Yeah. It's a beautiful knife.
Congrats.
And I'm hoping to actually Michio Tasai-san, the son of the it's like father and son game right now at the Tasai's workshop. And apparently the son is more keen on trying out a lot of different blades rather than traditional plain blades and chisel blades. So we may actually see more blades coming out of the workshop, and I'm actually pretty excited about it.
That's cool.
Because his Tenmoku series of the it is like Masashi Kuroshi inspiration.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so it's got the like black Damascus that has a texture, and the then they make the they make plain blades. They make plain blades and chisels, so you can actually touch the Damascus and feel them, and it's a black finish, and that's more like a Masashi Kuroshi, right? But I think that's where he got Masashi-san's got an idea from, right?
I don't know if this knife is still available, but holy cow, this thing is so cool. Okay, what is he calling the shape? Hakata? Hakata. Just the way that tip flares at the front, and it's super thin and
Can you
light.
bring that up a little bit, Naoto? Thank you.
Up.
Yeah. Just real quick. The camera's having a little trouble. There we go.
Oh, wow.
Somebody was just having an issue with the with pricing. And they said it looked like the prices had changed. Most of the garage sale prices are marked as is. The Tsunehisa knives are 20% off. If it looks like the price went up, I'm wondering if you're in the USA or somewhere else, because we're in Canada and the exchange rate changes pretty much minute to minute, and so the price very likely could have gone up if you're viewing it in US dollars, just because it's unfortunately the exchange rate changes.
We should also talk about the shipping into other countries, right?
Yeah, well, we ship free over $200 to Canada, or sorry, free over $100 within Canada, and free over $200 within the US. The US dollar is pretty strong compared to the Canadian dollar right now, so now would probably be the time to go for it.
So it is $200 Canadian.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, we ship with expedited, Canada Post expedited in Canada, either UPS or DHL Express to the USA. And we've got the I guess DHL internationally overseas. Yeah.
But also, what about the duties?
Yes.
Right? Duties always show up. There's nothing we can do about duties, but we have a system that will combine the duties in with your purchase. So when it arrives, you don't get a phone call from somebody trying to get more money from you. You shouldn't have to pay that as it crosses the border. That'll be, we pay that on your behalf, essentially, right? So when you do check out, the shipping might seem kind of expensive. If you're international, that's likely because you won't have to pay duties when it arrives. Especially countries like England, they seem to want to charge you a lot for that. Okay, enough of that stuff. Let's talk about more fun things.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, somebody had a valid question, I think, for right now. Aaron was asking if the sale is just for the knives, or are there some other products on sale as well? So before we get to our housekeeping, maybe we can just show off a couple of other cool things.
Yes.
Well, Naoto's got some fun things that he's brought in recently that make for awesome gifts, or just sort of unique things, like some cool little tools. We've been getting these really great little storage containers.
These are great.
They are so good.
Like these storage containers.
Listen, I think they keep vegetables fresh for a super long time because you can wash them, but then you can keep them in there and it will drain, right? But you don't have anything sitting in water. Things like lettuce.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so good.
And it comes with the little plastic silicone lid. Comes with the tray and the strainer. This is fantastic if you're gonna make French fries.
Yeah, well, and great for anything deep fried, right?
Yeah,
If you're
yeah.
making tempura, to pull it out and drain it into that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Like we have two different sizes, this and the larger one.
Well, and you know what this would be good for is fish too.
Oh yeah.
Because when working in restaurant land, you'll always take your fish, you put it in a perforated container, you put it in another container, and then you cover it with a bit of ice, and that really, really keeps it cold and fresh, right? But you want that ice to be able to melt out and drain, so you can drain the pan easily.
Even the
This would be
meat too,
so
right?
good.
Like if you want to actually do the, let's salt them beforehand a little bit, and you keep them
Oh
refrigerated.
yeah.
And you don't want to have like I did a steak the other day. I left them in the fridge for overnight to
you
dry.
just sold that to me.
Yeah, right.
You just totally sold that to me
Yeah.
because I love taking pieces of meat that are going to cook
Yeah.
2 days from now and
But
salting
the
it. Right?
other side gets like kind of mushy, right?
Yeah, yeah,
having
yeah.
it the-
You need the airflow.
Because it
Yeah.
sits in liquid.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks.
Yeah.
Those are awesome.
Can you ring me through?
Listen, I've got some news, guys. I got some news. First order of the sale. Brandon Sweet. Brandon Sweet got an Andrew 210
Oh, that's a
Kuroshu Chimney. I got me super. So congrats there, Brandon Sweet. Second order, Paul Tang in Toronto got the Manaka N240 and the and your knife, the Shirogami 240.
no.
So there we go.
Oh man, amazing.
So he's the end brother then. Your end brother.
Easily, yeah, because him and I have like matching.
Really?
Yeah. So Paul Tang, I don't know if you're watching from Toronto, Ontario, but we've got matching from the same batch, matching 240
That's
Manaka
cool.
and Yutos. That knife. Woo!
You guys can start a little club.
Woo!
Yeah.
That knife.
Okay, here's one of the things that you got. Sometimes Nelson brings in things and I look and I'm like, what are you doing? This little thing. Can we
Hey,
go from the top down here?
yeah, totally. Real quick, Ross Scott was asking, how does one buy online? I am new to this. Well, welcome to the garage sale. We'll give you the details real quick, but click the link in the description to our website for the garage sale page. Basically, all these knives are listed online at knifewear.com.
Yeah, knifewear.com. Is that somewhere on the screen there anywhere? No, Nathan?
It can be in just a sec.
Popped up there just so you know what we're talking about. We
Well, you should know who we are,
we
yeah.
own Japanese
good idea.
knife shops
Yeah.
in Canada. We've got shops in Vancouver, Ottawa, Calgary, and Edmonton. And we're online worldwide.
Yeah, we
I'm
import.
Kevin. I
Yeah.
founded Knifewear.
That's
This
him.
is
That's Mike.
Mike and
Mike.
Naoto,
That's Naoto.
who basically every day make us look great by being smart and well, some of them quite sassy.
Me?
And all the
Not Naoto.
stores.
Not
the
so sassy.
Stores can open. The garage sale is happening in the stores as well. Just don't forget.
That's right.
Yeah, we have 4 stores. Ottawa should be open.
Ottawa's already open.
Ottawa's open, but the Calgary, Edmonton will be opening in about 45 minutes, and the
Hour
Vancouver-
45 minutes.
Oh, right.
Yeah,
We
looking at
all right. We'll see you there.
Oh, yeah.
Dress up to the weather condition.
Wear a tuxedo to buy your first Japanese.
Well, it seems like the right thing to do.
Anyway, we're doing a live broadcast today all about our garage sale. We're going to answer questions about knives. We're going to help you find the right knife. We should probably get some questions, actually. And we just want to make sure you get the right knife. And remember, this sale happens twice a year. And it's special items like blacksmiths that we work with making unique items. There's one-of-a-kind stuff. There's some experiments. There is scratch and dent, although I'm sure those are already gone. They tend the sample knives that we refurbished.
Yeah, they are all gone.
Okay, they're already gone, so I don't talk about those anymore. What else do we have? Oh, we've got these, all the Sunihisa knives we normally carry are all 20% off right now as well. So everything's priced to go because this is all unusual stock for us. And this sale started about 10 years ago when I would go to Japan. I used to go to Japan 2-3 times a year, and I would come back with a box of knives. Like I would literally empty my suitcase. Well,
That can go with systems.
and then, yeah, like I had to buy an extra suitcase to put all the knives in. But now it's kind of grown to a point now we do the garage sale all year round. We buy impulsively as much as we can still, but we also Naoto works behind the scenes here and talks to people and makes special deals. We get unique things all year long for the sale.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
watch
it's really
him.
exciting.
I watch him do the for like impulse buys, and I do the.
And then he
very
fills in the
similar thing.
blanks.
It's your motivation.
Yeah.
Because
So-
sometimes, if left to my own devices, I remember one year I only bought Nikiris basically. And I came in and everybody said, "Where's the sound?" I went, "It's here." And then I opened it up and it was about 50% Nikiri knives and 50% everything else.
You're in Nikiri mode.
I was in Nikiri mode, I suppose. I was excited. So now it's kind of fills in the blanks. Make sure we have prices all over and shapes all over and stuff like that. And if you want to be curious, this is a Nikiri, but maybe we should get to some questions.
Yeah, absolutely. We got a few.
Help people out here.
We got some knives lined up there for you.
Should we just finish talking about the
Yeah, we actually
non-knife stuff?
we in fact were answering a question, weren't we?
Oh my
Sounds good.
goodness, I just forced my way in like I do.
Well, here, let's wrap the rest of those, and then we got questions for you.
Eco, this one thing, it's like a little butter shaver for your cold butter, and then you can spread your butter and it will melt on your toast.
Can we see
my
it?
God, I
It's-
love those.
I thought it was the dumbest thing, but I also now think it's awesome.
We have like
If you put your hand underneath it, the camera will focus. There you go.
this has like super flexible spatula.
That I love that thing.
It's super nice.
I use that a lot at my place. You know, I've got a
Well,
little
you've got a flat top. Yeah,
little
I've
flat top.
rescued. I've rescued a few things that were getting real stuck to the bottom of a pan. With
Oh,
that
yeah,
top.
yeah.
Yeah, that's a
A
savior.
lot of people think this is stupid. The small tong,
I like how you start selling stuff. A lot of people think this is dumb.
because like this, it's like really nice hand size tong.
Yeah.
I use them as like a actual hand.
Yeah, you know what? It's great when you're trying to cut something and it's too hot.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
like
yeah,
I was
yeah.
cutting the steak up.
But
I'm like,
holding a big pair of tongs is
Yeah.
awkward.
Yeah.
Yeah, these are so smart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
now I'm interested.
Well, and if you ever set up a breakfast buffet at your
You know
house, you know?
Mike, I used to be a chef.
Did you?
I did.
I remember.
And I
those.
used to be able to,
Remember those days?
you and I worked together
Yeah,
too
yeah.
much. And I used to be able to pick up things that were hot.
Oh, not anymore.
I can't
Not
anymore.
anymore.
My hands
Yeah.
have got so
No,
wimpy.
no.
It's amazing. Those are a great move.
if you want to win a chopstick challenge, this is one of the cheap, or the not cheap. Sorry, this is
The
a cheat.
cheating. Yeah,
cheating.
it's a cheat way.
Or if you just need to pick up boiled eggs a lot. These are actually really designed for picking up boiled eggs or anything egg shaped that
It's,
you might be
it's
cooking.
actually for they call it the deep frying
For
tong.
deep frying tongs. Yeah.
But yes, egg shaped.
It's perfect for eggs.
Scotch eggs.
Ooh,
See?
deep fried
Eggs.
And
Oh.
this is something new from.
Okay,
the
what is
company.
that? Is that for like the biggest pot of tea ever?
Well, you could.
Oh.
But this here is kind of silly. But when you especially like when you have a small kids, like we have a few employees and coworkers have the small
Yeah.
kids. When they throw those like smaller parts and bits into the dishwasher,
Oh, all of the drink
No.
containers
they
that
just like
children have.
like they go like
All the stuff that gets
yeah.
stuck in the filter?
or the on the bottom.
Yeah.
It's not gross.
Okay, that's a dumb advice that I want. That's okay. Now, so
Yeah.
that's like one of those things. It's like I never needed it until I knew it existed.
Exactly right. Exactly right. So it
That's
flows
like
like this. It flows like
Steve,
this.
this is great.
And it is just a stainless steel.
I wonder if you could put all of your like a whole bunch of spices into something like in a stock, and then sink it in, and when all the spice flavor was up, like if you're making faux broth, right? And then when all the
What if you're
spiciness
making
is
real
right,
broth?
and then you
I think you should. I think you could put a katsu cutlet in there and then like sink it in the deep fryer.
Make
Oh.
tempura
Yeah.
like this shape too.
Yeah.
It's just a stainless steel.
Or
Oh.
when they do all the vegetables together.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
God.
Yeah. Anyways,
Okay,
So,
Leonardo Cia would like
super
to
fun.
see the Manaka 240, and this is a pretty exciting knife. So I think we
Yeah,
should talk
I
about
Oh,
want to
this.
see that Manaka 240. I want to see that Manaka 240 on my knife magnet.
I see this one at my house. Well, no,
so
it's not the
who's
Damascus
this?
This is
Leonardo.
Leonardo Cia.
Leonardo Garcia.
Cia.
Oh, Cia. Here.
Oh,
Look at this beauty here. So Manaka-san, he is the relatively young blacksmith in the blacksmith kind of world language here. He's been doing this for about almost 20 years now, I believe. He forge welds every single knife, even the stainless steel line, in-house. So this one here, Shirogami number 2, with the soft iron or very soft steel on the outside. It's got really beautiful, like this, like line between the core steel and out, like this soft steel is like really nice.
just aesthetically, it's great. It feels beautiful in my hand. Well, you know how I feel about Monaco Sans
Yeah,
knives.
yeah.
I've got,
Yeah, you
I just got a
few.
second one.
Yeah.
And yeah, I
And-
basically shop every time we get a shipment of his knives. I shop and I pick them all up and I choose the one that I want.
That's so nice.
It's gonna really.
Just real quick, we've had a couple of folks who we didn't get to their questions, so they've asked it again. I'm super happy that you're so excited about the sale. We're just kind of working our way through the questions, so if you ask a question, we will definitely get to it. Don't stress. It might just take us a little while.
So here, I was just like focusing on how measuring the spine thickness. It's like 3.7 at the heel, and it tapers it down to 1.85.
1.8. Oh,
It's like really nice.
really nice taper. And it just makes the front of the knife so much lighter and easier to handle.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
he's
it's
such a great blacksmith.
Yeah.
If you've been listening to a voice, that's that's Nathan. If there's just a voice from the ether, usually telling us to do stuff, that's Nathan. He's behind the cameras. He's also answering your questions. He's also putting questions up. Is there another question there?
There sure is, Kevin. So K86 Wall was asking about left-handed bevels, and I'm guessing that means single bevels. And so, or if they can special order, but we do have a couple of lefty single bevels, if I'm not mistaken, right now, Tom?
Yeah.
And this is, what is this?
Tsunehisa.
K86 bowl. Bowl? My glasses are really dirty. I can't read that.
K86 Wall.
So this one here is branded under Tsunehisa. It's really well made left-handed deba, and since it's a Tsunehisa, it's a really great price tag on right now. Left-handed deba, left-handed single bevels are a little bit rare. Most of regular knives like Gyutos, Nakiris, Santokus, all of them are ambidextrous, except one knife maker, who makes the weird single bevel.
Oh.
Nakiri.
Well, actually, if you're going to mention that, I'm going to bring one over.
Yeah. But yeah, we are hoping and expecting some of the left-handed Yanagiba pretty soon as well. So stay tuned on those. But this is something that, we mentioned. Most, like 99% of Nakiris are double bevel, the ambidextrous. This Suzuki-san's knife has the bevel right here, and the back is like very weirdly flat. This, and also it has a little rip, or he calls the ear of the knife. This one here will release the food like no one.
I've stolen this. I need this. Thank you.
So it released the food so good. Like this one's fantastic. Awesome. Next.
Okay, so we had a question from, here we go, GB, about, can we talk about, that's the Enju, right?
Yeah.
Can you talk about the Tsunehisa ZA18 Enju 180 Santoku? Any idea how tall how tall the spine is? Maybe how thick the spine is? And maybe we'll measure the height at the heel too?
Okay. Sounds good.
So GB, if you're listening, this is for you.
So GB, this is Tsunehisa ZA18 Enju. ZA18 is fantastic steel. It's like a VG10 stainless steel. I'm going to measure it for you. It's got beautiful Damascus to it too. Just gonna measure the spine thickness, and it's really thin. At this heel here, it's a 1.8. It's really thin. And millimeter. 1 point. Yeah, it's not the inches. You don't want a kitchen knife with that effective spine.
No,
maybe.
It's
Yeah.
axe.
So here, the height of the blade at this here is 42. Oh no, 7. Yeah, 47. Yeah,
Yeah, about 47 millimeters.
47 millimeters. So it has enough height, like the clearance for my fingers. Probably yours too.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's like a standard size.
Yeah.
It's like a standard size Santoku here.
Yeah.
So enough room for me to cut with it.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to bang my fingers. And look at that pattern. Like that is just bananas. It's so beautiful.
Yeah. And yeah, it's like 180, 158
It's
right now.
150.
It's yeah.
Okay. I always think like that for 198 is the regular price. 20% off. It's $158, and I just think that is a stellar knife.
Can you bring that up
at
towards the
the
camera a little bit,
original
Nato?
price.
That
There we
has
go.
got Christmas present written all over.
Yeah. Because if you want to give a gift, I always say that, right? You want something that fits your budget, looks stunning when you open the box. Everybody just gasps.
I agree. It's
and,
got a
and
lot
it
of
has to be easy to take care of. Meaning,
Yeah.
some of our knives can be a bit fragile. Some of our knives can be a bit like think about Ferraris. You don't drive them in the ditch.
Mm-hmm.
And our knives are a bit like that. You got to take care of some of them a little bit too much. Some of them can rust because they're made with carbon steel.
I would take a Ferrari as a Christmas present, though. I'll be honest. Just to anyone who's buying me Christmas gifts, I'll take a Ferrari.
Which one?
Any of them.
I saw a shooting brake one the other day
Oh yeah.
that I thought I could, if I was going to have a Ferrari,
Oh yeah.
get the kind that says shooting brake because then it's a hatchback, right?
Yeah.
Or a sedan or
Wagon.
a wagon.
Yeah.
What do they call them? Not a sedan. They call them an estate.
Oh, an estate car. Yeah,
It's an
sure.
estate.
Yeah.
So we can throw all of our rifles in the back and go shooting as we do.
As we
Right.
do. As we do.
We're always off.
All
shooting.
right, Nato, Uncle Greg wants to know, is your
Uncle
shirt for
Greg. Hi,
sale?
Uncle Greg.
It was so funny.
Now, how much
Three
for
of
that
us
shirt?
just- Which one?
How much for your shirt? Uncle Greg wants to know. He wants to buy your shirt.
Oh,
$400. $400 you get an outdoor shirt.
Sure, yeah.
$400
Yeah.
you get an outdoor shirt.
Well, I think we should.
If you wore it.
I think that's the opening bid.
Yeah.
To be honest.
Opening bids.
Opening bid $400.
Taking opening bids.
Starting at
$400.
$400. $400. Have we got $400? Have we got $450? Have we got a $450?
All right, real quick, we got to tell who we are.
Oh, good
I'm
idea.
Kevin. I founded Knifewear. This is Mike and Naoto. They make us look good every day. We have started our twice annual garage sale. The garage sale at Knifewear is become a bit of a big thing, a bit crazy time, but it's one-of-a-kind knives. It's blacksmith experiments. It's knives from new blacksmiths or blacksmiths we don't normally carry. It's some sale price items, some one-of-a-kinds. It's lots of different things, and everything's priced to go, especially the Sunahisas, which are a normal inventory, but they're down 20% now. So that's great. I think they're already great price to begin with. So just in time for Christmas, Sunahisa knives, all 20% off. So the sale runs a week. It starts every day in our stores today. So the stores open 10 o'clock local time. We've got stores in Edmonton, Ottawa, Calgary, and Vancouver. We're in the warehouse right now in Calgary, and we're just going to do a live show. We're going to answer your questions, help you find the right knives, and hopefully entertain you with some demos.
Speaking of which, yeah, we got some great demos coming up today.
Look at that. So there's another
Some
thing. At
schedule.
9:15, we're going to do knife maintenance with Mike. How to buy gifts at 10:15 with me. So I'll tell you all how to buy
I
gifts for
love
Christmas.
the old school TV guide.
Yeah.
graphic.
Yeah.
It just makes me so happy.
Who,
Hey,
somebody's
listen.
making tamagoyaki. Does anybody know what that is?
The guy who's allergic to eggs is going to make tamagoyaki.
He's not allergic to eggs. He's just allergic to the egg whites.
Oh,
Don't get so dramatic.
You drove your Nissan Pedantic here.
And we've got knife skills at 12:15 with me. They give me the easy jobs. Mike's going to break down a chicken with a Hanasuki. And at 2:15, we're doing traditional Japanese knife skills.
Apparently me.
And Naoto's going to show us that because he's the most traditional
Apparently,
Japanese.
me. That doesn't sound like you're excited. Listen, there was something that we haven't brought up yet. I don't think is that the inventory that's in the retail stores today is not available to be bought online.
Oh,
That-
right. That's
that
important
be-
to know. That's
That
important to
becomes
know.
available tomorrow. We've learned some lessons as we've done this, and that was one of them. It's really annoying when someone online buys a knife and you have to take it out of someone's hand in the store. I would even say rude. So day one's such a hustle. It's so busy and we're running like crazy. So to just avoid any of that stuff, we have online inventory that's available and we have store inventory that's available. They're separate. Tomorrow morning you can buy everything that's available.
Yeah, so I think around 7 p.m. when all the stores are closed
tonight.
today.
Okay, so that means you can go into the store and see stuff that you wouldn't have seen this morning.
Yeah.
On
But if you're
on the
shopping
computer.
online and you missed out, maybe there might be some cool knives
Yeah,
out
well,
later.
yeah, tonight. So at about 7, our time? So about 7 p.m. night Mountain time.
Yeah.
More or less. A bunch of new knives that were really cool that you hadn't seen on the website yet.
Yeah.
Will be
Yeah, and a couple of
Also-
folks, I'll just address them. A couple of folks were asking about that. Greeno 237, because normally it lists what stores the products are in stock in, but today that's not the case because we're not doing pickup in store. So we can just ship that to you, or you can come visit the store, and there's lots of great stuff there. If you're looking for a particular knife, and you're in a particular city, I can tell you which knife is in which city if you want. And Colin was asking about, just ordered the Anru Hamono Kurochi Damascus Gyuto 240. Congrats. And showing that it was available in Ottawa, but there wasn't an option for pickup. And again, that's just because of how we do things.
It's not in
promotion.
Ottawa. That's why.
It's
Yeah.
not in Ottawa. It's actually in our warehouse.
It's going to ship from right behind us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we'll ship it to you. If you want, we can ship it to the
Yeah.
Ottawa store. You can pick it up from the store there, and then you can look at other stuff that's there.
Yeah.
Because one of the things to remember is the stores all have their retired knives too. They have their own sample knives that they polish up and sell. So still, it's a great reason to head down to the shop this morning.
Well, and there's each store has a whole stack of one of a kind,
Yeah.
special edition stuff that. Well,
We try and
for
make
people that come and buy in stores.
we
well.
try
So
and make it fun
we're
for
trying to make
everybody
it
here.
fun and fair
At
for
least
everybody.
one store's got the, we have the troll killer. You hear
Ooh.
one of the stores got a Gyuto.
Oh, I hope that store
No
starts with a
kidding.
V because I know somebody out in V land that wants one. That's Vancouver.
And you can see Nolan and Thiago in the background there picking orders. That's because they are already shipping out knives that people have ordered. So if you made your order first thing this morning, these guys are going to box it up, check it for you, and ship it out. So packages will be
Classic fashion,
leaving later
They
today.
decided to dress up in Hawaiian shirts because
That's
that
one of
seems
the
like the
reasons why
right
I
thing to
meant-
do when it's minus 15 and
Well, I
snowing.
mean, this is not the Hawaiian shirt, but yes. That's
The-
why I got a
the
little
spirit
on
is
here.
there.
It was
That's
minus
big Hawaii.
15 and snowing. I didn't ride my bike today. Mike picked me up.
You're welcome. Yeah.
Colin got a knife online and is going to go check out what's in store, and I highly recommend that.
That's a smart move, Ike.
Yeah.
If you're in a town that's got a knifewear, buy online, and then go straight to the store and see what you missed.
Yeah, totally.
See what else you can get.
Yeah.
I
It's a
get
good
it.
day. It's a good day.
I get it.
Well, let's bang off a few more of those questions.
Yeah.
Let's get some. Let's
Yeah.
do some quick questions.
So Timmy
by the
Treetop
way,
was.
So hold on, Nathan.
Yeah.
Everybody, there's three of us here, but when you hear Nathan talking, you don't see him, and we're not ventriloquists.
It's
He's
Mike.
behind the cameras. He's what are we gonna call him today? He's our director.
The friendly giant.
He's just
Look
a,
up.
he's just a mean person that tells us what to do, but he's going to answer all your questions too. So are you typing some answers as well to questions?
Yeah, it's the ones that are easy to answer, I'm just putting in chat. So if you ask a question, I might answer it in chat. If you're asking to see a knife or something like that, then pop it in chat. Timmy
Perfect.
Treetop was asking about those beanies. That's toques for us Canadians. Are they on sale? Let's talk about these bad boys.
Beanies. Mike, you talk about toques. You
A
need
beanie,
them
like-
more than I do.
A break and enter. I like this fella. It's like the Sumanagashi too. Oh, well, we're going to show them here. So these toques are awesome. This is we're getting these made in Calgary. There's this great company here that's they actually make the material, right? So we buy the yarn and then they yarn it together. I think that's what it's called, right?
Yeah,
They yarn it together, and
They spin some yarns.
So they can do whatever they want. So our graphics guy Mason, who's been working really hard at figuring out how to design these, has made this guy, which is like a Sumanagashi toque, like a Damascus toque. We've got this is, I think he was calling it the kimono. Oh, right. So you can recognize this from the packaging of the. I believe this is the 4,000 grit stone or
Well,
the
it's-
1,000.
I think
It's-
220.
The 220 grit
Yeah.
stone package.
I
Yeah.
don't know.
Well, it's part of the 4,000, and it's so. I think he's kind of put two stone packages
Oh.
together.
And then we've got the our classic Oni, but with the snowflake. Because what's a toque if you don't have a snowflake toque, right?
A beanie.
It's a beanie. Yeah.
And
then
mine says Knifewear.
Yeah, we got the Supreme.
Supreme, the Knifewear Supreme.
you know what? They're nice wool.
They're
They're
warm actually,
they're nice and thick.
and they don't pop off. They actually fit.
Yeah.
I like them because they actually are. They do what they're meant to do.
Yeah.
Trust us. We like to ski, especially this guy,
I do. Yeah.
and we spend a lot of time outdoors. I spend a lot of time on my bike in the winter outdoors, which is not smart, but it's fun and ice fishing. So we like a good toque.
Well, and these ones, Mason was telling me, because of the way the design and how much more the wool is required, the ones that have more design are actually really quite thick and fluffy, and that one's a little bit lighter.
What? This one's the light one.
That's the light one.
Sweet.
Feel those? They're crazy. They're so nice. Yeah, they're
CB
super
says,
fun.
I have to go already, but I'd like to say you all are the best, and I got my first Hanasuki. I like how
Oh,
you say.
got a more attack?
I like how you say first Hanasuki. But yeah, thank you so much, CB. Thanks for everybody that's tuning in today. We're going to be here for 7.5 more
That's
hours.
a good outlook on life. Your first Hanasuki.
First Hanasuki.
Well,
is the
congrats on
best.
getting that
I
guy.
love that.
Yeah.
I love that. Questions. Let's
Yep.
set up some questions.
Well, MRK just says, I've always found killing trolls to be pointless, and am therefore looking for a troll killer Nakiri. Does such a thing exist?
I am too. MRK, you loyal watcher, MRK.
Yeah.
And a troll killer Nakiri.
Well, then
I've
you
never
could
seen
make
one, but we can
make
ask.
salad for trolls, right?
Right. Custom EDC Knives is asking, do you sell any size or sheaths for 8-inch chef's knives?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'll grab some.
Oh, yes.
Oh,
Right here.
look at
They've
that.
arrived.
Whoa, you're doing the thing.
I'm going to go grab one of them.
These are pretty cool. There's Artisan Revere. This is a custom leather saya, nicely made. Nice thick I think welt is what we call that in the middle. You can see the tapered opening here. This is the top. So this is actually for the spine of the blade here. Being nice and narrow, the more you put your knife in it, the more the leather breaks in and custom fits to your knife. I like the craftsmanship on these is nicely done. I like that they fit basically any Santoku we carry. I also like that it's leather. So if you got a touch of moisture around, the leather will absorb it. So I think these are really awesome. And then depending on the knife that you've got, specifically, these are good for masakagis, right?
Let's try something like this, right? The Saji 210. Yeah, I think it's gonna fit. Like
So
if you have a like say Saji with wall handle or something very similar like Kurosaki maybe 210.
Yeah.
That probably fits there too.
Yeah. What kind of wood is this one?
It's a whole wood.
This is hoe. So this is that hoe or magnolia.
What'd you call me?
A lot of knife handles are made out of that as well. And so we've got the little pin would go in there, and of course we're going to send it to you with the pin. There's a nice little wood saya. They don't always fit every knife because they're usually designed to fit one knife in particular.
Exactly, right?
And sometimes they don't work if you've got a Western handle, right?
Yeah, where the pin is hard to
So sometimes the blade will fit, but where the tang sits, yeah, this will be a good example. So if you see, the pin would go into the blade there. But nonetheless, it'd still cover your knife for you.
You could still actually drill it if there's like
Yeah, you could re-drill the spot there.
Yeah.
Okay, I hope that answers your question about the sayas.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's get to the next one there. John May is asking, can I drop my knives off for sharpening today? Absolutely,
Yeah.
you can, John. We'll see you at the store soon. Logan the best just said, just bought that Suzuki Uchi Hamono Nakiri. Congrats, that's an awesome knife. Trevor Rickards is asking, can we see the Zakuri A2 Kurochi Gyuto 240 millimeter? They're saying that 9 times fast.
Oh, this feels nice. There's a nice sort of the spine. It starts to flare up towards the spine as you're gripping the knife. It feels really comfortable in your hand that way. It gives the blade a nice strong feeling too. I find when you've got a thicker spine, the knife feels more rigid, but it tapers down towards the edge really nicely. Kurochi finish. Yeah, I mean, we've got a bit of a oil slick kind of finish to it here, which is beautiful. This is blue carbon number 2, right?
Yes.
And that's a nice steel. I got a number of knives personally in that type of steel. Holds an edge. Wow, that is nice and sharp. You know what? This is a $200 Gyuto with blue carbon steel that's hand hammered. You're hard to go wrong here, except for if you expect it to be stainless steel. And we'll talk a whole bunch more about taking care of carbon steel knives. I have a little session on that, I think in about 45 minutes or so.
Yeah, 10:15, about half an hour.
Yeah.
Okay, Trevor Pinicky just said, I already bought 7 knives this year. My wife is looking at me funny. Now that I know about this, it's a goal for next year. And Trevor had also asked how often we do the sale. We do the garage sale twice a year. Often, not always, but often it's around our trips to Japan. And so we usually do it in May. There's a long weekend in Canada, so it's around then. And we do it in November, usually the second week in November. So, yeah. Okay, Jerome is asking, can you please make a quick comparison of the Gyuto 210 SG2 from Yoshimi Kato Damascus, and Kurosaki Shizuku. And I think we totally forgot to grab those knives. So Naoto, maybe you can grab those for us. Mike, you want to give us a quick lowdown of what's going on today? Oh, no, you got them. We're
Today,
good.
we've got a garage sale. This is a twice annual event we here have at Knifewear. You can go to knifewear.com. If you're just tuning in, you don't know who we are. We've been selling Japanese kitchen knives for about 13 years. Most of us have a strong kitchen background, and what our job is to help you find the knife that's going to be the best for you. There are so many details, there are so many stats and facts and rumors and knowledge out there you can find about Japanese knives. And sometimes you might find it hard to wade through those details to make a decision. And you can always reach out to us where we help you get the right thing for you.
Wade through the malarkey, we say.
Wade through the malarkey. Yeah, that's exactly what we say.
Mike, this coffee I'm drinking?
Yep, put some hair in your chest, eh? Yep.
Shooting temperature.
Oh, is it shooting temperature?
Shooting temperature.
Yeah, it's not quite warm enough.
So we got these knives in a question right here.
Oh.
Compared to these two knives. One for Yoshimi Kato SG2 Black Damascus. This is stunning. Yeah.
You know,
That's
I've got
so
two
nice.
of those right
Yeah.
now. So I've
I'm
got
just gonna
two
so we can see
240s
them better
of those,
here.
right?
Yeah.
I've got an early
You have a
prototype.
240 of that?
I got an early prototype that he made,
Oh.
and then I've got one with those really fancy handles like this.
So this is beautiful Damascus R2, super thin. It's like the signature is like this thin, right? And the other one is this.
I'm going to be honest with you. Is they're so close. They're so hard because they're so close. Either one of them will make you happy.
It's not a bad choice in there.
There's
No.
not a bad choice. Now, let's talk about the what do you think the main differences are between these two?
The main difference, like it's the same steel,
Same
right?
steel.
Yeah.
But it's
we're
the
talking,
same steel.
We're talking looks and craftsmanship now.
And I was looking at some of the height, the blade height or depth here. The Kurosaki has tiny bit taller blade right here. So if you're looking for a little bit more knuckle clearance, this definitely wins it a little bit.
Yeah.
Also, it has a little bit more thicker part
Thicker
right
spine.
here
Yeah.
on the spine. So when you hold it, it feels like you have a
Can I hold
Feels
it?
Yeah.
like it's got more integrity. It feels
Yeah,
like you're holding more.
exactly.
Oh,
right?
Yeah.
Whereas the Kato, and I can speak from experience.
Yeah.
That Kato
It's-
knife feels like a scalpel.
yeah,
Like it's so
really
thin
thin.
and so light.
Yeah.
So Naoto's talking about how it flares out here. I was just saying the same thing about that Zakuri. That's a nice little fine touch that just, if you're holding the knife for a long
How you
time,
doing? Do you want to switch
that
off?
will actually is when you're going to start to notice it.
So
Yeah, this
you've got a
is
demo in half
this is
an hour.
definitely has a
They're doing
thinner
Q&A
feel
right
to it,
now.
more precise kind of feel. Do you want to weigh them?
Yeah.
Get it a different sort of thing.
Here's the thing.
Those-
Without weighing them, I would say the Kato is lighter.
Yeah, but I won't be surprised if they're the same size. Same
Curious
weight.
if they're very similar.
160,
Suzuki is 160 grams.
150.
So yeah.
Here's the thing. In my hand, that Kato knife feels way lighter. But I can't tell the difference between 8 grams on a knife.
Oh yeah, no,
Like,
right?
But so it's the way it's balanced
Yeah.
is what gives the impression of lightness,
Yeah.
which is fascinating.
And sort of the thinness. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think if you're looking for a knife that's going to have a really finessed kind of feel, then the Yoshimi Kato. And if you want something that's going to be a little bit more all round, feel a little bit more robust, then I would go with the Shizuku. Performance wise, you're going to see very very similar performance.
Yeah.
Okay. Hopefully that answers your question. And the price isn't even different enough.
No.
They're like a $20 price
But
difference.
here, I'll tell you what. I don't have one of the Shizukus from Kurosaki, but I have 2 of the same knife from Kato. I have 2 240s of that line. with
Well
2
then,
different handles.
well then, it depends on what you're adding to your
Because
collection
that's
too,
what
I guess, right?
That's what I like. I like thin Damascus knives.
So, director told us to talk about these well knives.
Well,
Whale
shall
knives.
we talk about them then?
Oh, no.
Let's see if we can identify them. That's a sperm whale.
That's a
You guys-
humpback whale. That's a blue whale, and that's a pin whale.
There's a mink. There's a mink.
I was going to say it's a minke. It's a minke or a pilot whale, I think.
Oh, I have no idea what they are.
Yeah,
I just
I
said
have no
whale
idea.
names.
Here, but these are great. It's a small utilitarian knives. Like these, it's got like blades, interesting shape. A lot of people do get them for their crafty, things, cutting papers.
Oh, they're crafty. They're fun. They're fun for kids, right? Yeah, it's a great way to teach some nice safety.
Yeah.
Great little craft tools for sure.
Steak knives.
Steak knives.
Yeah.
Super fun steak knives.
And they used to be $67, but
They're on sale. Yeah.
The prices are down. It's great though. It's got the really cute shapes, and they're not they are not silly. They are functional. Like
Oh yeah, they're no joke.
Yeah,
They're a real knife, right? And
Yeah.
it's real. Like
Exactly.
they're steel that's clad, right?
Yeah.
It's that San Mai steel,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
It's like that Fuji Higo knife.
Yeah.
I bought one of those things, man. It's white carbon steel, but I shave wood with that thing. I
Yeah,
bet
yeah.
you'd be able to feather
Oh,
stick
yeah.
with one of these for
Oh
sure.
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah, tough. So fun little thing,
Fun little
treat for somebody. Maybe if your husband's bought 7 knives this year, but you want to get him a fun little Christmas present, that's a good one.
Stocking stuffers.
Yeah, keep it wrapped up if you put it in your sock though. That would hurt.
Yikes.
This guy, someone asking for Kikumori Rin.
Yes, we had a question for the
These are
Sakai
cool.
Kikomori
Yeah.
Kikuzuki Rin. That was from Crystal's Kitchen. Thanks for the question, Crystal.
Crystal's Kitchen. Here is Sakai Kikumori Kikuzuki Rin. This is the new addition to their series called Kikuzuki. Kiku is chrysanthemum. Suki is the moon. Do you see
Oh, so there's a chrysanthemum moon stamped on the blade.
right
I was wondering what that was.
Yeah,
Yeah.
And,
I think these knives they have that really nice traditional look to them. I really love a knife that's just got the magnolia handle with the black collar. And they don't, but they're really clean. Like the finish on them is really nice.
look how straight this line here.
Yeah.
And this Nashiji, this is the very new things that the Sakai knife makers have started doing. Because we haven't really
No
seen
surprise
anything.
that this knife is from Sakai with how like the perfectionist
Yeah.
level they have.
I like detail touch too, though. Like, look how it's slanted right here,
A little extra room for your
Yeah,
finger to
yeah,
tuck
yeah.
in. Yeah,
right?
yeah,
Is the
It's good.
spine polished as well?
Yeah, it's got the little
yeah.
beveled and polished.
Now,
and-
white number 2 steel, one of the things I like about it is when I sharpen it, I swear to God, it is the sharpest thing around for 1,000 kilometers. It is such a nice material to sharpen. This steel does rust and tarnish, and you want that tarnish. I know some people run into a problem where they think that they'll do a really good job taking care of their carbon steel knife, and in their mind, they think that means every time I use it, I will scrub the patina off as it develops. Don't do that. Develop the patina. You want that. It looks like water spots. Some people think it looks dirty and is off-putting. If that's your thoughts, then get stainless steel. But lean into it. These carbon steel knives are so sharp. They're so nice to use.
Yeah.
I think this is a lovely knife.
And then it's like forged by this super fantastic black Tanaka-san.
Yeah, we went to his workshop.
Yeah.
That was awesome. It was a bit of mayhem, but it was awesome.
I love
Is
how
someone picking that one up?
Well, Crystal's Kitchen's looking into it.
Crystal's Kitchen?
Yeah, go for it.
Crystal's
Oh,
Kitchen.
and we apologize that we didn't get a picture of that, but sometimes these things arrive very last second.
Yeah.
So,
Oh yeah.
I had one quick question. I was peeking over Sky's shoulder in our producer's office there about questions, and I saw somebody asking if we are opening a Knifewear Quebec anytime soon.
there.
I think it's good to mention right now. We've got stores
I can do
in
them
Calgary, Edmonton, Ottawa, and Vancouver. It's all in Canada. You just don't know. We're opening a Toronto store in the spring. We were supposed to open in the spring of 2020, but then something happened. The world changed, and we didn't do that. So we're doing that now for 2023. And he was asking about the Quebec store. We don't have plans for a Quebec store yet, but keep tuning, right? Stay tuned. I really like going to Montreal.
there's
So
definitely plans
there
for
would be-
more Montreal
there would
pop-ups.
yes, definitely Montreal pop-ups, but it would be silly for us to not have a shop in Montreal. So
Mhm.
there you go.
And
Just give me some time. I haven't got there yet.
Crystal, we actually did take photos of those knives. We just, I guess, missed putting them on the website, and so they'll be up in a matter of minutes
Oh, perfect.
for the Sakai Kikumori Rin series.
Yeah, it came in last minute and we scrambled. So the picture's there. and we just need to.
Well, thanks
Yeah.
for saying something there, Crystal.
Yeah.
Yeah, like sometimes garage sale gets like that.
Yeah, it's hectic. Yeah.
Listen, Mike, I have a surprise for us, guys. Do you like this?
Oh, I
So-
saw those earlier.
Oh.
So maybe we can get the top-down view of this.
Yeah.
So from my little private collection of stickers, I've got these little stickers of Anthony Bourdain, who us chefs all know and love. And you can't see it, but it's a clear sticker. And right here, it just says chef. So if you put that on something, it'll say chef in white right there, and then have Bourdain's face. We just made these. It's the anniversary of his death recently, and it just kind of gets me thinking about Anthony Bourdain and how he really did do a big deal for our industry of chefs. And just miss the guy. So we didn't put knifewear on them. They're not gross in any way. They're just a little commemorative. But I made 100 of them, and I've got 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Well, Mike's got them.
Oh,
So I've got 10. Okay, now just go. I've got 8 of these to give away. And what did you say, Nathan? If somebody buys a combo of the Knife Nerd Guide to Japanese Kitchen Knives, which is a book
Oh,
I
and
read a
the
couple
and the
years ago,
ramen shirt.
and a ramen shirt.
Mm.
So I'll go hunt those down, but I'll show you. We've got the ramen shirts on the website. We've got the shirts with the big ramen bowl on them, and we've got the Knife Nerd book. So if anybody buys a combo of the book and the shirt, we'll give you one of these Bourdain stickers, and you can use it as a bookmark and then stick it on your favorite thing. I stuck one on my favorite folding bike. It looks rad.
oh yeah, sweet, good
And
idea.
now my folding bike's called Chef.
I'd put it on my favorite coffee mug.
My bikes usually have names like the big black one, and then the single speed black one, and names like that.
Tell us where you get the
folding one's
inspiration
called-
for these names.
The
It's
folding
quite
one, the
interesting.
folding one's called Chef because it has a chef sticker on it.
Oh yeah, that
We're
makes
going to
sense.
go grab a book and the shirt. Show you if you buy the shirt and the book together. If you want, I'll sign it. If you don't want, I won't sign it. And we'll give you one of these limited edition Bourdain stickers that are kind of a secret nobody knows about except
you.
me. They're in my secret stash in my office.
Just wanted to talk a little bit
Right
about
back.
the chef's notebook. It kind of reminded me of
Mm-hmm.
the chef's cook's notebook. We created this notebook for mainly chefs. You know, like it has the places that you can
It's sort of a notebook designed for a kitchen.
for
right?
the chefs and people working in the industry. There are a lot of useful things, but we always like Anthony Bourdain reminded me really
Yeah, the
hard-
mental health
hardship,
side
yeah.
of things. Yeah.
So
yeah.
we actually did put the section on the mental health support. So for those who needs those mental health support, there's a whole bunch of resources right here.
Yeah, I think just normalizing that talking about it is a healthy, normal thing to do.
Yeah.
Will take people a long way.
So that's
Yeah. Let me talk about this while we wait for Kevin.
Yeah.
This is a bit of a passion project for me, and it comes from working with a lady who always had the best, most organized notebook. And whenever she bought a notebook, the first thing that she would do was, this is too white, and I can't show you anything. So what the book is designed for cooks. We've got a table of contents that is about the charts and the reference stuff in the back. So instead of just having the how many teaspoons in a tablespoon and how many milliliters in a cup, there's stuff about produce seasonality, a guide to tasting aromatics, some spice blends, some stuff about textures, some ratios, some formulas. But the best thing is there's a blank table of contents in the book, and every page is numbered. So when you put in a new recipe for your red pepper romesco or something, you can then put it in the table of contents. And then when you're trying to find a recipe in your handmade notebook, it's easier to find.
All right, here we go. I've come back. I found the ramen shirts.
Oh, the one that was down there.
Yeah, well, I didn't do that. I found the ramen shirts and then the book. You buy those together, you get the limited edition Bourdain sticker. Cool, huh?
That's great.
Now we'll go tell the people that are packing the orders.
Yeah, good idea.
Good idea.
That would be an awesome Christmas present for a chef in your life. No one's not gonna like that.
No. Yeah, those stickers are awesome. Yeah.
Okay, what else do we got? I see a law-handled Denka over here.
Yeah, let's do a few more questions, and then we got some news. So we've got a question from K86 Wall. Looking at Takamura-san's knives, do you get new ones often? I've seen his red handle Santoku on the site for a while now. Does he do wall handles?
So here's a good question, and I don't have any Takamura-san's knife right here.
That is okay. We can just talk about him.
Okay, well, the Takamura-san does a little bit of a limited run, or what he did like last year was the limited run Nakiri with Y handle. That was so rare. That was the first time we've seen him making the Y handle knives. He may do it again. He may not. This is another new addition to his kind of collection. VS1 with the Chromax, the Takamura Chromax with Petty. We had the Santoku for a very long time. Hadn't seen the Petty for the longest time, but now he makes a few. And we actually saw a 210 Yuto. He just ran it like probably limited run and stopped.
Yeah.
That was fantastic knife as well. So we can't really speak for him because he does fun stuff and he likes to do.
The answer to your question directly is rarely does he make wah handles.
Mm-hmm.
And when he does, we will try to buy everything from him we possibly can.
Yeah.
And if we do get them, we are quite excited about them. And you will definitely see us blasted on things like social media, Nathan's mail outs, which you should subscribe to because they're actually awesome. And very interesting. We were looking at the results because it will tell you how many people actually open the emails. We have an incredibly high open rate, which to me means the people who get them actually like reading them. I like reading them. I get them all the time. I think Nathan does such a great job at really shining a light on what's important and what's new and what's exciting without making it too boring and dumb.
I think we should mention the raffle last time because we cutoff time is like.
Yeah, I think the raffle's cut off now. But if you entered the Tank in Shigefusa raffle over the past week, we will be announcing the winners. We'll be drawing them starting at 10 a.m. today.
10 a.m. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, let's do a few more questions here. Grapefruit was just asking who won the draw. We will be drawing later today. And 86 Quell says, thank you so much. Good to know. Would you recommend, this is David, would you recommend the Tsunehisa VG10 Nickel Damascus Kiritsuke 210 millimeter for a daily driver?
Totally.
Yeah.
Totally would.
Easy.
Yeah.
This is really good, though. Again, it's really well made, super cool looking, beautiful Damascus too. VG10 is like really good daily driver steel. Like, it won't rust. It holds the edge pretty good. It is nice and thin. Oh, it's actually really nicely tapered.
It's nicely tapered, but it's nice and thin behind the edge.
Yeah.
When we say thin behind the edge, we mean this little section here. Just behind the edge. But it gets wider up here, which gives your knife a bit of that sort of rigidity or torsional strength.
Yeah. And I guess if I have to talk about a little bit downside to this knife, which it is a little bit more flatter level. Like this edge profile here is a little bit more flatter.
Like there's less of a curve.
Exactly.
Yeah, I was actually just going to say something really similar about it.
Yeah.
I have a few Kiritsuke, and I have that tip. Something you have to be aware of, if you chop by lifting the heel and rocking the knife forwards, that motion, you'll probably change how you cut a little bit, keeping the knife edge a little bit more parallel to your cutting surface. Because if you bring the heel of the knife up and start cutting down without that curve at the tip, you stick. I'll show you. When you're cutting, as you come down, you can stick the tip into your cutting board, and as you follow through with the weight, sometimes you can knock that tip off. So you need to come down on a bit of a lower angle and then roll through like that. I hope that helps.
Okay.
Daily driver.
Yeah.
Do it.
Next one, we've got, here we go. Digger Black 123 looking for a 165 tall petty. Currently using a 150 Kato and breaking down 20 fillets every week, looking for a longer and heavier knife to do the job. I couldn't find any 165 petties, so I just grabbed some 150s. But do we have any 165?
165 is very rare shape.
Yeah, that's an
You may
extremely
have
rare
to,
size.
If you're talking about tenderloin, beef tenderloin, is that the fillet
Oh,
you're talking about?
fillets maybe? Yeah.
Yeah.
That would make
Filet
sense.
mignon, yeah.
Yeah, as opposed to fish fillets
Yeah.
or chick fillets.
What is there something else you'd recommend? Like maybe a small gyuto? Do we have any 180 gyutos?
Yeah, and is it the portioning process or is it the cleaning of the sinew process?
Yeah.
because there's definitely a few options for that. I like if it's the cleaning of sinew and stuff, something thin and pointy is really nice for that. Do you know what would be good? What I think is a really good knife that I often use for breaking down meat is that Miraroshi. But I bet we don't have this. Now we're doing that thing we do, is we kind of run around and look for stuff for you.
And
I mean, this. I want to know more about what kind of fillet and what kind of process.
well,
Like if you're
Digger Black,
portioning
if you can specify a little more, and we can definitely find you the right knife, we can come back to it. Well, let's move on then, and I'm sure they'll give us a little more info there shortly. Mark asked, already picked up a Moritaka Hanasuki, thinking I want a bunka next. Which should I consider under 400? And I grabbed some bunkas there for you.
Some bunkas. Mike, you want to talk about them a little bit?
Yeah, totally. Oh, nice. Okay.
Yeah, so this is for you, Mark.
Okay. You got a Moritaka Hanasuki. You were thinking of bunka. Under 400.
And I didn't know if that was 400 Canadian or American, so I grabbed one that was just over 400 Canadian.
Yeah. Okay. So this is a beautiful Sakai Kikumori. I believe it's made by Tanaka.
Yeah.
And this is a lot of finesse, this knife. It's got a very nice long tapered bevel. It's very thin. It's white carbon steel, a lot of core. Beautiful sharpening job as it gets really nice and thin up towards the tip. This is a very beautiful finesse knife with that fine polish. You'll see a patina develop over the whole blade. This will be like a leather jacket breaking in. This is going to be a beautiful knife. Yeah, as far as the curve on the edge goes, yeah, pretty nice. Nice finish. It's got more of a stump kind of a snub nosed
Sawed off.
kind of tip there. Now, I really like the Monakas. They are a little bit more robust feeling, although this one's not heavy by any stretch of the means. I like the way he tapers the blade down towards the edge here. Right? Beautiful hammered finish with the Kurochi. That hammer, those hammer marks really are great because that does create little air pockets as you're cutting through food. So if you're cutting through something dense and heavy, it doesn't stick, right? Because it breaks the surface tension. Both of those are nice octagonal handles. Both white tube, white carbon steel. Now we have a couple other things here. Now we looked at this guy, which is the Kikuzuki. Again, this is out of Sakai. Really beautiful fit and finish. A little bit shorter from the from the spine to the edge, but a nice weight to it, which means to me that the blade's a little bit thicker and a very solid, nice little knife. This, to me, is this is a little bit more finesse than that. Now, if you want a really good deal, this is the Hatsukoburo Kumokage. This is a straight up blue number 2 with a bit of Kurochi finish. It's got a bit of a lacquer on it. And then we've got a little bit of Damascus steel along the bevel. Nice knife. Blue steel holds an edge pretty well too. But if you want something that's going to be ridiculous, super fine, super finesse, thin, but crazy hard, crazy high performance steel, this guy is HAP 40. HAP 40 is a type of steel that's really, really hard. And very, very long wear on it, so it's not going to dull very quickly. It does mean the sharpening can be a bit challenging. If you're already sharpening your own knives, Mark, you just need to get a really nice fine stone and just spend a little bit more time sharpening it to pop that edge up. Because when you touch it, it should be scary. These knives are also very cool. This is the Gecko, and at the spine. So what it effectively is make the knife taller without making the blade bigger, because it drops it down from the handle, bringing it closer to your cutting board. I like it. It's got this really nice curve here at the choil. When you're cutting, your hand will sit in that spot, so it will pull you right on top of that balance point of the knife, right? And it's going to feel really good. Super thin, really finely polished. Half 40 steel is incredible edge retention. So if it was me and I had $400, I would be in here at the Sakai Kikumori Asagiri. The Asagiri is very cool looking. And then we've got the Hap 40 Gecko, Gekko, or the Manaka, Manaka, Shirogami 2. Either of those bunkers would be my choice if I had $400.
Okay, well, that's all the time we have for questions for now, except I did want to get back to Digger Black's question. Breaking down a beef tenderloin. Mike, could you grab a knife that you would use for trimming and portioning maybe? And Naoto, could you... Sorry, I was on mute there. We're just going to follow up on that tenderloin knife question. Mike's looking for a knife there. Naoto, can you tell us a little bit about the garage sale today? And if folks are just tuning in, how they can shop the knives they're seeing.
Awesome. Well, welcome to the Knifewear Garage Sale live stream. We're doing this for probably another 6 hours or so. Knifewear Garage Sale, we do it twice a year. We often go to Japan and see those blacksmiths and knife makers, and they may sometimes have the some prototypes. They've been trying out some of the new stuff. Also, we have really great retired demos as well as the sale items. I started on the Monday today at 8 a.m. We just started about an hour ago. All the stores, we have stores in Calgary, Vancouver, Edmonton, and Ottawa. All those stores will open or have opened at 10 a.m. Their local time. They have their own specials, and the local. They have the inventories that's safe from selling online. We do have online. We do have online stores, as you've seen. There is a link in description, or just simply type knifewear.com. Knifewear as knife KNIFEWEAR.com. Go to those website and click on the garage sale, and you'll be able to see all those inventories in that section there.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Like Naoto mentioned, we are live all day long, and we got some demos for you. So coming up in about 5 minutes here, we have knife maintenance at 10:15. We've got how to buy the perfect gift. We've got Tamago Yaki demo at 11:15. Naoto's going to be teaching us how to make a Japanese omelet. At 12:15, we've got knife skills basics. A Hanasuki demo from Mike at 1:15. We've got traditional Japanese knife skills with Naoto at 2:15, Donabe cooking at 3:15, and we'll be done at about 4 p.m. Mountain Time today. Mike, you've got some knives for our friend there.
Yep.
This is for Digger Black 123, looking for a knife for breaking down beef tenderloin.
So you kind of have two jobs as you're breaking down beef tenderloin. You got to get in and you got to get the tip underneath of the sinew, clean a bit of sinew off, and then you're going to cut it into portions. So if you're going to go with a shorter knife, then you probably want something taller for that portioning job. I think that was part of what you'd asked in the first place. So we've got a couple things here. This is a beautiful petty from Yaoji. It's nice and thin. It's got some hammer marks on it here. It's also this beautiful Damascus steel. But the height of that will allow you to drive through as you're chopping or cutting through the steak nicely. However, we do have a couple of other options. So we could look at the petty road, but I'd also think that you might want to just consider going with something like this sort of 240 style of slicer. It's not so long that it's unwieldy, and you can pull your hand up here on it, and you can use it to get in and underneath the sinew nicely to clean it. But also, when you go to cut the steak or the portions, you're going to have a longer edge to draw through the food, which will eliminate you from having to saw back and forth. And as you likely know, when you're doing the sawing back and forth, you can risk having more of an uneven thickness of your steak. So I really think the Tsujihiki, this is a Moritaka Aogami Super Kurochi finished carbon steel slicer, $330. I think this would be great. It is carbon steel. However, when you're cutting meat, I never really find it's that big of a deal. Meat's just not the same acidic stuff like tomatoes and onions are. So they're really easy to manage. And often when you're cutting meat, you're not in the heat of the moment. You're really focused on what you're doing. So I would really suggest something like that, a 240 slicer. But if you want to look more at the petties, I'll run down what I've got here. So this is a Kato VG10 petty. this is a really robust knife. This would definitely withstand a tough kitchen. It's got a pocket wood handle, which is basically wood and plastic together. So it's kind of mixed together. And it's got a really long handle. So I find that you can get up on the blade here, and you've got a short little blade, but also with that long handle, you can pull your hand back further. So for example, if you're doing a job where you're trying to slice the tenderloin, you can kind of pull back on the handle and get a little bit more range, making the knife feel like it's longer. Now, this is something I really like too. I really like the feel of this knife. I also really like a big 150 petty. It's like having a small chef's knife. And it's a stainless steel cladding on Aogami Super, or sorry, Aogami number 2. So really great performance with less sort of worry about rust because of the stainless cladding. I also think they just look super cool. Again, I'm a fan of this sort of unassuming look of a knife. Something that's super good deal. We've got this Aogami Super with that stainless cladding. So just like that knife I just showed you, but this is one of the Tsunehisas. So this knife's $132. It's definitely a little bit skinnier. So that's going to really excel when you're trying to do any sort of the butchery part where you're cleaning sinew, or if you ever get into taking bones out of something. That skinnier blade's great for going around curves. And then again, just to chuck in here, I really love, just really into these Manakas. I really like the way they're made, the grind, everything about them is a beautiful knife. So this is the Manaka Shirogami 150 petty. Sorry, that's a 135 petty.
There's something like.
But it's nice and tall.
Sorry, Mike. Does something like this work for
Oh,
the?
yeah. What do we call this?
This one is the Honesuki Maru.
Yeah.
Some people call it the Hankotsu. Some people call it the Sakabone. Things like that. But
So the thing with this knife is that it's a single bevel, right? So we only have it ground down on this one side, flat on the back. What that means is when you're cutting with it, you can get very, very fine as you're cleaning the sinew. So the edge is going to run flat against it. It does mean that it doesn't cut. When it cuts, there's unequal amounts of pressure on either side, so it pulls a little bit. I don't think that'd be a big deal on a tenderloin, though. It's a soft material. You just have to angle the knife a little bit as you started the cut. This would be excellent, actually. Good idea. So this is a white carbon steel blade. It is a single bevel, so it's a little bit of a different thing to work with in terms of honing and sharpening. It is fully white carbon steel, so when you do sharpen it, it'll be a freaking laser beam.
So it is a Sakai Takayuki Honesuki Maru. You know why they have different names? We call it Honesuki Maru because it's Maru means brown. That makes it a little bit easier. Some people call it Hankotsu. Some people call it the Sakabone. We used to call it Sakabone.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, what that means is that it's a short form of the Osaka style. Osaka style Honesuki, Sakabone, or the Saka can be actually read as the.
I think it's called that for two reasons. One, Japan. Two, humans love naming stuff.
And Japanese loves to actually shorten stuff too. Like when they name stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Stuff, so.
You have so many words to say, right? Okay.
Awesome.
What's next?
Next up, Mike, you're showing us how to clean home, store.
Yeah, it's the
Knife.
first demo time.
Yeah, first demo here. We've
All
got
right.
a little cutting board full of stuff right over to your left there.
So the station, we are like this is our first live stream that we're trying something a little bit different. So every hour we'll have some
Can I have something to
demonstrations.
cut?
You may.
Thank you.
Oh.
Demonstrations every hour. This hour we're going to show you how to maintain and take care of your knives. Right?
Well, specifically, this is about carbon steel. And we always find when we're doing these demos that we start talking and we're telling you what to do and what not to do. So we figured sometimes, maybe we ought to show you how to do some of this stuff. So there was once a cup of water in here. So this is a knife that's got stainless steel cladding. And in the core, we've got carbon steel. So what we did, this is one of the knives that we use for demonstrations and chopping and sharpening and stuff. I'll hold it steady there. So you can see the core steel's exposed, right? And it started to rust because we cut some stuff on Friday and we let the knife sit like this, just for this purpose. So if you have a carbon steel knife, this will happen, right? And it happens from using the knife. And it's really easy to deal with. You can just take something like a bit of water and a scrubby, and you can just rub the rust off, right? It's pretty easy. One of the big things to do is when you see the rust is to not freak out. It's, don't put it back in the drawer and think you need to make a special trip down to the store for us to deal with it, because you actually want to get it off as soon as possible. You want to keep it from continuing to develop. So I've used the scrubby here, and you know what? It's got most of it, but it did sit over the weekend, so the rust is kind of set in, right? So it's not quite cleaned off yet. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use this stuff. This stuff is called Barkeeper's Friend. As you can see, it's something that we use a lot here. We've got a jar on hand. It's great for cleaning anything that's made out of steel. It's a really good thing just to have around. So what I do is I take a little bit of the powder and I add a little bit of water to it, right? And make a little bit of a paste. That was too much.
Do you think you could push the cutting board?
And you just take it and you put some on the edge of the knife, right? And then it's sort of abrasive, but it's also got an enzyme in it that will help break down the rust. It's an enzyme from rhubarb, by the way. Now, I've got it cleaned up, and that was it, right? Done. So now you'd want to clean and wash the knife because that's not particularly good stuff for you. And I've got the rust removed.
What? I use rhubarb all the time. Why didn't anybody tell me this?
So this is cleaned the patina off the knife as well. So when you get a carbon steel knife, especially one that's fully covered in that iron or steel, that the whole thing can rust, you'll develop a patina. And I often try to say that you earn your patina, because when you first get the knife, that reaction will happen very quickly. But the patina forms on the knife. And honestly, it looks like water spots. And from my experience of selling these things to customers, the times that you explain it really clearly to somebody and they come back with the knife and they're still not happy, it's because they want the knife to stay shiny and clean every day. And that's not really what's going to happen, because if you try and scrub that patina off every day, it will come back every time you use the knife. So you lean into it, you go with it, you let that patina develop, and over time that reaction slows down as that patina or an iron oxide layer develops on the steel. And then when you use the knife, it's very simple. And I got a little apple here just to give you a quick little demo of what you're going to do, right? You take your knife and then you cut the food, right? So you've cut your onions, whatever you're cutting. Now, I've got this acidic liquid from the food on the blade of the knife, right? So I'm holding it here, right? Instead of the knife staying wet, instead of me putting the knife down, walking away and doing something else, I have a dry cloth, right? And I take the dry cloth and I wipe that liquid off the blade, right? Getting most of that liquid off the blade is all you really need to do. Now you put the knife down, run around, saute the stuff in the frying pan, wash a dish, get something else out of the fridge, think about what you're doing. And you just keep a nice dry cloth around. Now, when you wash the knife at the end of your cooking, take the knife, wash it by hand. I always wash my knives first because they're the most important thing. I wash it, I rinse it in hot water, and the hot water gets the steel hot. And then I let it sit and dry. And I'll wipe it dry to make sure there's no liquid on it. I put it on a knife magnet, and I don't have any problems. But you really want to make sure all the water's off. And sometimes if you have a cloth, you'll find that the cloth actually doesn't absorb water. So even though you're wiping it dry, you need to look at the blade. And if you still see water on the knife, you need to get that water off, all right? Or else as the water dries and evaporates, it will cause that rusting to happen. Now, there's a few other things. A blade guard is a nice thing to store your knife if you keep your knife in a drawer. Now, if you put your knife, that's a carbon steel blade, into a blade guard and it's got water on it, the water will just spread out very evenly across the knife. I think we actually recently made a rust video, and that will show you a very good example of a knife that sat in a blade guard for a very long time with a bit of water. But basically, again, really make sure the knife is really, really dry. Now, if you live in a more humid climate, I'm here in Alberta where it's quite dry. I never really worry about oiling the blade of my knife, except if I'm going to put them away for a really long time, and then I will. If you live in somewhere that's a bit more humid, you might want to consider oiling your knives on occasion, especially if you're not going to use them for a little bit. But frankly, the more you use a carbon steel knife, the more patina you develop, the less you worry about it. Now, if you do get a little bit of rust and you scrub it off with your barkeeper's friend, you will remove that patina and start over again. Just like if you stand there and take your carbon steel knife and cut a whole bunch of lemons, that acidity will pull the patina off the knife and you'll kind of start over again. So yeah, it's good to have a couple of different types of knives, like having some stainless knives for some certain purposes, carbon steel for others. Like I just mentioned, talking about cutting a fillet, I think a carbon steel knife is perfect for when you're doing something like carving or butchering meat, because you just don't have the water content or the acidity, and you're also really focused on what you're doing at the time. So it's really easy to maintain, and you definitely don't see as much rust going on, right? So that's kind of the lowdown with carbon steel. If you think it's going to look dirty and gross and you think those water spots are unsightly, stay away from carbon steel. If you're cool with the knife developing this patina, it kind of ends up looking gray and cloudy. But to me, it's kind of like your denim jeans breaking in or something. If you're into that, for sure, you're good. And the reason we like having carbon steel is because it's so bloody sharp. It's so nice to sharpen, and it's very easy to pull an edge back on it. And by that, I mean, when you're going to hone your knife with something like a honing rod here, it's really nice. Okay, it's even nice for the blacksmiths to work with, and it's just a little less expensive. So let me demo how you can use this honing rod. Now, this is a thing that you use to keep an edge on your knife. I like to say that this is like putting gas in your car. It's something that you do, and it's something you do on a regular basis. You might want to get into sharpening your knife using an abrasive stone, or you can bring them back to us. And to me, that's more like getting an oil change for your car. Now, this is pretty straightforward to use. I stand this up on a cloth so it doesn't slide around. I don't hold it upright and swing it around because I can't see the angle that I'm doing. Maybe just leave it on this shot. I'll just lift it up.
Okay.
So I've got this guard here on this honing rod. I actually use that to set the angle because we discovered that if you put your knife on here, which way? This way. You see, I'm on the long side of the oval here. That sets my blade at about 15 degrees. I don't need to go out any further than that. I'm going to try and get the angle here. Yeah, like that. You see how slight that is? If I'm going to hone my knife out here, I will dull it. And often we do find folks who are coming back, it's their first Japanese knife. They're really doing their best to take care of it. They're making sure to hone it all the time. We find that, frankly, sometimes people start out and they're bringing their knife out to a really steep angle like this, and they're just dulling their knife instead of sharpening it or honing it. So all I'm doing is a downwards slicing motion. So that, the knife is going to go down and it's going to go back at the same time. I'm going to hold it at about 15 degrees. I don't need a lot of pressure. I don't need to swing it around like some crazy maniac. Don't show off and look cool. Make really good food and let the food show off. I think that's the way you want to do it.
Gordon Ramsay says you're supposed to do it like you're playing the drums.
Sure. Maybe not. Maybe not. So what you need to do is do it carefully. You do it at a consistent angle. You try and cover the whole length of the blade. You might have a steel that came with your old knife set. Those are not the greatest. However, they're not the worst. The worst is the diamond rod. The diamond rod is really abrasive like a sharpening stone. It will wear off steel very quickly. And it's funny, the first time you use it, it just blazes through tomatoes. And you think, wow, life is so amazing. This is so good. But in no time, your knife is dull as a hoe. And you have worn away steel unevenly. And it's just, you're actually taking a lot of life off your knife. So a honing rod's a great way to maintain the sharpness. Getting us to sharpen it or learning how to sharpen yourself is a great way to rebuild that edge when it comes time.
So how is that knife feeling now, Mike?
It feels good.
Because this is our like demo knife that we just absolutely like use and abuse. Like I've been rubbing this one sideways on a honing rod and like dousing it with salt water to get it to rust for the last weekend.
Yeah, I mean, it's good.
Yeah, and this is just absolutely a testament to carbon steel. Like you can really bring an edge back from a lot with just a ceramic honing rod.
Yeah, I agree, you know, and it's so important because the question is often, how often do I need to use it? I've spoken to customers who've brought 2 or 3 knives in, they've owned for 5 years, they've never had them sharpened, and they're still actually sharp. Not amazing, but still sharp. And it's because they hone the knife well every time they use it. I would say those people are in a category that's classified in a way that's like they're a very particular type of person. But I think if you're a normal person, you've got to cut something like a tomato or a pepper that's got that skin on it, and it just doesn't bite through. That's when you want to use it, and you kind of think, oh, I bought that stick from those guys. How do I do that again? If you're unsure how you do it, we definitely have videos on our channel here about how to do that. But it's just a quick and easy swipe down each side. You don't need to do it for a long time. It's not going to make it better. Just a few passes, and it should pop that edge back up into a nice crisp edge that'll cut through that food.
Awesome. We've got a question from Mario here. He's asking, should I use the thicker or thinner side of the guard on my rod as a guide?
Okay, Mario, that depends. If you're talking about a Japanese knife, so this is an oval, right? If you put it up against one side, it will create a finer angle, right? So if I put it up against the long side, so if I'm calling this the long side, I put it underneath the long side, and I bring the spine of the knife out just until it comes to that side. So I guess we could call it the thinner side, because the thinner side is going to give you a finer angle. That's about 15 degrees. Now, if you're talking about your German knife or your European knife, if you put it on the shorter, skinnier side there, you're going to get a bigger angle. That's about 22 degrees. So that's going to be perfect for a German knife or a knife that you sharpen to a 22-degree angle. Basically, what you want to try and do is mirror the edge, what it was sharpened at.
Awesome.
And you don't need to use a lot of force. You don't need to be pushing it so hard that it's bending the blade. If you think about what sharpness is it's incredibly thin. You know, most Japanese knives, you could just bend them with your 2 hands. It doesn't take a lot of
Right after
pressure
this,
to
we'll
affect
smash
that
right
edge.
back into
It's so thin, it's so fine.
questions.
Just brush
And the
it,
first
try
one
to
is gonna
focus on
be
getting a
the
nice
Telethon
consistent
guy.
angle the whole way. Okay, how are we doing?
All right.
Is that knife care stuff?
That was knife care
You know
stuff.
what? I'm gonna rub this apple on this side of the knife that I just cleaned off.
We'll see how long it takes to
And we'll
rust.
see what happens. Maybe we'll check back in here and see how long it takes. What time is it? 9:30.
It is 9:30. We are due for some Q&A.
Leave that there.
Well, thanks, and it was great. I think we're gonna do this type of demonstration every hour. Next, we're gonna roll the little old TV program, guys, really quick.
Old TV program?
TV program.
Yes.
Just like because you guys made it such a beautiful TV program. We have to show it.
Oh gosh.
The audience here.
Let's see.
As often as we should. There's one right here. Overlay.
I'm looking for it.
Yeah. So every hour we'll do the demonstrations. Like my kids, the knife maintenance, will have the
There we go.
gift guide, how to buy a knives by Kevin. 11:15, I'll be making tamagoyaki, which is the Japanese rolled omelet. Knife skills basic, Onisuki demo, traditional knife skills, and donate cooking. That may be our dinner.
Why didn't we do the tamagoyaki first? Because I'm hungry, and that would make a great little breakfast. Because tamagoyaki is so good.
That's a good lunch.
It's a lunch? All right.
Yeah. So stay tuned on that, and let's come back to the good old Q&A. And I know.
All right, fire us some questions. What do we got
All
here?
right.
People are very patient.
Yes.
Very patient.
So a while back,
That's
Kevin
a tall bunka.
Kevin was asking us to show off some tall boys.
That is a tall boy.
What? Let me move this around. The tallest boy there is.
This is the Sekai Takayuki tall boy, tall bunka. This is white carbon steel number 2, which is exactly what I would want this knife made out of. It's got this awesome sort of bevel on the tip here. It's such a solid knife. It tapers really nicely from about here down to the edge. So you get that real nice thinness, but it's nice to have it not too thin. You need that support behind that thin edge because you have so much weight. You just got the mass behind the knife here, right?
They come in the 2 different type of handles. One's the plastic, the U handle, and there's another they kind of started making. They call it cord, I think. But it's, different style of the handle. You need to choose them on the how to check the front page.
You can choose the head. Yeah. So the red one is the slightly darker one here. You know what? These knives, if you were cutting cabbages, these would fly through. And it's because you've got more mass, you've got a bigger piece of steel, you just pick it up, put it down, and it just keeps drowning. Sometimes you cut something big and heavy like a squash, and your knife goes in about a ½ centimeter, and then you have to lean on it and push on it. This, you just add a little bit of force, and the knife just slides right through.
I think these are kind of sitting in the same spot, and probably we can mention something like that, maybe, because it's basically a very similar function, right?
Yeah, the Sekai Takayukis are that tall bunka style, right? Which is a kind of a new shape in a way, kind of a unique thing, kind of similar to the tank, right? Now we've got these guys that are more considered that chukabocho, right? Where it's more like that Chinese style of Cleveland. Right?
Before we move right on to those guys, while we were still on the tall bunka, Trevor here was wondering if this is a good general purpose and veggie choice.
It is like chopping, like you say back here.
No problem.
Like as Mike said, cutting up the cabbage for slaw, things like that. It comes really, really handy. It is a little bit big for doing like very small jobs. I wouldn't do this. I wouldn't use this to do the daikon rotational peeling with.
Yeah,
it's just too tall.
Some of the really fine finesse jobs, you might find that it's a bit bulky. So say if you're trying to finely shaved garlic or something like that. But if you're chopping most of the vegetables you can buy at a Canadian grocery store, yeah, you can do it for sure.
Yeah.
And the thing when you've got a tall blade like this is it's going to track and you'll cut nice and straight. If you've got a really thin, skinny blade, it's easier to go around curves. So if you think about those kind of jobs, so if you're going to say try and hollow out a pepper so you can stuff it, this is a terrible knife for that job. But if you're going to just chop that pepper into julienne and a bunch of other stuff and then stir fry it, yeah, you could. You know what? You can make this knife do a lot of stuff. You might need to figure out a couple techniques. However, yeah, this is you could do everything with this.
Yeah, absolutely.
Awesome. Thanks for the question, Trevor.
Well, on the same page again, like these are like it's very similar to the tall bunkas, right? It's more square, but he does the same thing. It's tall, so that there's no you don't have to worry about your knuckle bumping on the cutting board.
Not at all. Yeah.
Not at all. The Moritaka makes the Chinese cleaver or they're nakiri as well, very flat as well. So when you're cutting the chives and green onions, cabbages or slaw, there's no chance those veggies comes out as a accordion. Like accordion veggies, like when you cut a whole bunch of stuff and you pick it up and they stick together.
Mm-hmm.
This will definitely going to prevent that from happening. Except if that happens consistently with the flat knives, check your cutting board. Sometimes cutting boards work.
True. Yeah. The other thing you can do with any other knife you've ever owned is when you cut with it and it's got that curve on the edge, is you just roll that edge along the cutting surface,
Yeah,
and you
yeah,
cut through all the time.
Yeah, absolutely. Right.
I feel like that's a minute little issue. Now, this is a really cool one. Who makes this one? This is VG10 stainless steel.
It's a stuff like that right here. It's not the.
It says VG10. So it's not VG10,
Yeah.
but it's $195, and it's got that really distinct short handle that is really the traditional handle from the Chinese style cleaver, right? So this one's pretty thin. I don't know if I'd really want to be banging through chicken bones and stuff with this, but yeah, this would be
Because it's
this
not
would be great.
VG10, it's actually a little bit more softer stainless steel, like molybdenum and vanadium.
All right.
So it's a little bit more stronger. Again,
Sure.
I wouldn't cut into the really thick part of the chicken bones.
Yeah,
But
maybe if
the-
it's been roasted.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But it's pretty tough. This is pretty tough.
it's a pretty tough one.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's
good. That's
pretty
good to know.
And it's not
Because
like,
this super blue carbon steel one would not
Oh, no.
be described as super
yeah,
tough, right?
this one here, like cutting through the little bit joints and stuff like that. This will do pretty good. Yeah.
While we're on these, Lauren was asking, what do we think of the Moritaga Ishime Mega Nakiri? And maybe like kind of compare and contrast the one we've got out versus the Ishime.
Yeah, they're pretty similar. The Ishime texture is really nice. I like it. I feel like it's one of the best textures for breaking up that surface tension. Now, this is their normal Karochi finish. You'll only find the Ishime finish from our store. Kevin is actually the first customer of the Moritagas outside of Japan. And so he asked them once if they would put that finish on the knife. And it's because it's a great finish. The reason it's not normally seen is that's the finish they use on their outdoor knives. These guys will make anything. And
It is shorter.
yeah,
It's
so let's take a
that's
look.
180 mil, and the Mega Nakiri is 165 millimeters.
It's a little shorter. I would say it's pretty much the same height. The bevels are the same. The overall geometry of the blade is the same, right? I think feels a little bit. Well, let's see how much they weigh. They feel very similar in weight, despite being the same or different lengths. So that's 271, and the Tukabocho is 300.
So it's like
So it's like
it's probably
1
like
ounce
a
lighter.
balancing, yeah,
Yeah.
balancing aspect probably makes it this little bit heavier than this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The thing I always find when you've got a longer knife in this sort of Nakiri or the rectangular shape is you always have more steel up the front. And I feel with the longer ones, you've got a little bit more to chop with. However, this Mega Nakiri definitely has a lot of steel there. So I wouldn't even say that's a huge. You know what? I would make your decision. They're both Aogami Super.
No, the number two.
So Aogami Super does hold an edge a little longer, has a bit of chromium in it, so it doesn't oxidize or rust quite as easily as the blue number 2.
They both do.
They both do, right? But it's like it's not even that big of a deal,
No,
right?
it's like that will hold it a little bit longer because the
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Not that.
I would go by which one you think looks cooler.
Yeah.
So the answer
it's
is you
such
need
a difficult
both.
decision to make, which means it's you're not really going to go wrong.
Awesome. So moving right around, got another one from Lauren. She was asking, what would you do? Buy one Fujiwara Denka Santoku or same price set of 3 knives from the garage sale? We've got one right over there if we want to show it off.
Well, that's a hard question.
I think I'd just go the Denka because I have a Mabaroshi Santoku and I use it pretty much exclusively for like almost everything I do.
Yeah, I mean,
Same. My Denka is like 80%
Right.
of the knife that I use.
Yeah, I would
you
say
could
just
get
go hard.
one Denka and use it for a very long time to get pretty much everything. A Denka, like a Santoku and an Akiri, being the same length, will essentially do the same work. So I would get this Denka Santoku now, use it until you start running into problems where you can't figure out the answer. You can't. Once you start finding the limitations of this knife, then you start thinking, you know, maybe a little petty would be good, or maybe a big slicer would be good. And that depends on the type of cooking, the things you cut, right? How you like using a knife. And a lot of people are kind of a little bit more minimalist where they just want to get one really good item. And this Denka Santoku would definitely fall into that category. Yeah, that's it. Get the Denka.
That's usually the final answer. Yeah, just get the Denka. Alrighty. Next up, we've got Bran Hartwell. So they picked up a Homura Gurren 150 Petty and a Manaka Shirogami Bunka. Excited to receive and use.
Yeah, right on.
That's a great one.
Wow. Yep.
Oh,
Yep.
you
Yep.
did pick that up.
Yep.
Homura
Yep.
Gurren Bunka.
That, both of those are so amazing. This Gurren Petty is super cool. It is a very solid petty.
Made very well forged by Itsuo Doi-san and the Mitsuo Yamutsuka-san, the Yamutsuka family, the sharpeners. It's really good. Often the trendy trend of the knife making right now is to make the blade as thin as possible, which is good. It cuts through the veggies and things really, really easy. But those guys, they do make them so that it's not super, super thin. Still super thin behind the edge, so that cuts really good. But it's not overly thin, so that it's not as fragile. It's very practical knife and practical sharpening. Yeah, and that's what the Matsuka-san was telling us about too. It's a balance in between the how.
Can everybody hear us again?
How about now?
We've been fighting the internet all day, so.
New March. New merchandise.
I think we're good.
Good. Yeah, new merchandise. So we have few new merchandises. We have a ramen short that Kevin just showed you 30 minutes ago. It's already 30 minutes ago. These we love making some fun merchandise with our designer Mason. He does a really, really great job. But these are new merchandise. One, kawaii, but Philly. This is the blowfish or the pufferfish. Blowfish, pufferfish.
You want to switch the camera?
Write it down.
How are we sounding now? Thanks for standing by, everyone.
Oh, we can hear ourselves.
Hey.
Okay, good. Here. Switch back to the top.
It wouldn't be a night for a live stream if something technical didn't go wrong.
Here is a sure. This I love this design. I never looked really good on the kawaii but the t-shirt. I think it's just the like those design. It didn't really fit me. This kawaii will be only short. It's fantastic. I wear them pretty regularly. I am going to actually bring these. I'm going to Japan pretty soon. I'm going to bring these for the those guys in Japan, the blacksmith and knife makers, and the show them off. Like I would really hope.
Yeah, I'm excited to see them in these shirts.
Wear them, and because it's it's the winter is coming in Japan as well.
Yeah,
and those guys need a little bit longer sleeve shorts to work, right? So that will be good.
The only thing that would make this shirt cooler is if there were like a bunch of spark burns in the sleeve.
Yeah, right. Like
Right?
it's little holes, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I just want to show off some of these guys
Yeah, that's what.
that I can't believe we still have in stock because I was expecting these to go right away, and I'm kind of blown away. This is a Yoshimune Nakiri. This guy is handmade from high carbon steel. I think Shirogami, right, Nato?
Yeah, white carbon steel.
Yeah.
Number 2 with the stainless glass.
It's got like a horn collar on the handle. It's $157 Canadian. It's like stupidly
Hand-made,
inexpensive.
hand-forged knife like that with the carbon steel core stainless jacket on the other side. It's a deal. It is made really well as well. I've seen his knives with the more polished finish, but his Kurochi is cookie style.
And if you're looking for an entry point to try carbon steel, this might be a good choice. It is going to rust pretty quickly, but it's a little thicker.
It's a stainless steel.
Oh, right. Yeah, same spot. So only the edge is going to rust there. And the blade is a little thicker than your average carbon steel knife. And so it's going to be a little bit tougher while still being super sharp. And then these guys, the Mutsumi Hinora, are just stunning. Really simple, elegant Kurochi there. Really clean Kurochi finish. Really just crisp and perfect. Really nice Katsumi finish along the edge. Just like perfection.
Yep.
And then olive wood handle, which I'm always a fan of. It's just such a gorgeous grain color.
These are so pretty. Like I was really excited to see these come in, and he's come so far as a blacksmith too.
Yeah, he's great. Like, it's every single knife that he makes is just really in perfection, right? How much the core is exposed, how like ambidextrous, so the perfectly sharpened from both, like evenly sharpened from both ends. There's no overexposure of the core. This line, the shinogi line, is pretty nice and straight, and it's pretty. It's like he's good. He's very good.
And then I just wanted to show off some penny knives because this is, if there's one question we get like all the time during the garage sale, it's, hey, I need a penny knife. It's maybe not the first knife people buy, and so often when a sale comes around, they're looking for to grow their collection a little bit and fill in some holes. I didn't get my first penny knife until like last year, and so I understand how you can fall behind. It doesn't seem like a functional knife that you're going to use every single day, but my penny knife after my Denka Gyuto is pretty much my most used knife in my kitchen now. So I just picked a few of my favorites. This guy I picked because it's super sexy, stunning Damascus finish. This is I gotta double check. Oh, it's from Saji, of course it's from Saji. Just really, he makes incredible blades. He's a hunting knife maker, and so often his kitchen knives have slightly unorthodox shapes and sizes. And so this petty is a little bit tall, so you can actually grip up on it and almost use it like a really tiny chef's knife. This guy is a new line from one of our favorites, Makoto Kurosaki-san, and just like stunning Damascus there. Looks like bubbles in the ocean, and really shiny there.
Bubbles in the ocean. I love that you're getting poetic on us.
Oh, thank you. About as poetic as I get. And then this green kind of collar on the handle there. This is called the Kodama because it's named after the forest spirits in Japan. I'm probably gonna mess up the story, but well, the Kodama.
Yeah, Kodama it means tree spirit. That's why it's got the little story about tree spirit.
Oh, he includes a little story.
I think so.
Oh my god,
Maybe
maybe.
they must. But the
Maybe I
tree
got it.
spirit. But Kodama also means a echo, like echoes are back, right?
Right.
When you like yell at mountain, you hear, yeah.
Oh, so that's the explanation. So there's
Yeah.
like spirits
That's what it's like,
talking back to you.
back.
Oh,
Yeah, yeah.
cool.
And Kodama is also the name of the first Shinkansen.
Oh.
They wanted to make it like the speed of sound.
Oh,
Right?
very
So,
cool.
yeah.
That's awesome. Okay, this bad boy is Sakaki Komori, right? Right, the Asagiri series. Yeah, these are stunning. Really nice, kind of clean Megaki finish on there. If you like a more clean, sort of minimalist aesthetic, this guy is pretty beautiful. Really, really nice taper down the edge there. Like the spine's a little on the thicker side, but it tapers down beautifully towards the edge. I just love this kind of Kirotsuke petty shape. It's unusual for a petty knife. If you have larger hands like me, it's big enough that you could use it in your hand for like cutting potatoes and stuff, which is how I use my petty knife a lot of the time. But it's long enough and flat enough that you can use it for a little bit of slicing, like carving up a chicken breast on your cutting board. So I'm a big fan of that guy. This guy's cheap and cheerful. If you're looking for a bit of a beater, if you're a professional, you're on a tight budget for gift shopping this year, this Pro M, is a really clean looking knife. It's a little bit unassuming, but it's an absolute wonder. It's going to be crazy sharp. It's got a really nice thin edge. The steel's a little softer, so it's a little tougher. Maybe a good knife to get your mom or your grandma or somebody who's a little tougher on their knives. Maybe you might get up to the dishwasher. Shouldn't. And it's 79 Canadian, so it's a really great deal for a really great little utility knife. I would get this for the person that uses a utility knife for everything, basically. And then I picked a little guy because we often don't get petty knives this short for the garage sale. They're not super common during the rest of the year, anyways. And so I was delighted to see it. I think this guy is 70 mil. This is the smallest petty knife I think we've ever had. This is from Aru Homono. It's Aogami Super, so really, really hard steel, really great edge retention, especially because you're not going to use it on the cutting board so much as you're going to use it in your hand. And so this guy would stay sharp for years and years and years and years. You probably sharpen it like a couple times a decade. It can rust, but Aogami Super rusts pretty slowly. And so it's not really what I would call high maintenance knife. It's clad in a layer of stainless steel, and so only that very edge is capable of rusting. So it's a beauty. It's got a pretty chunky handle for such a small blade, but that just gives you a nice counterbalance. So when you're using your hand, it's not hard on your hands. You're not going to get tired out by gripping this thing for 20 minutes. Cool. Those are my petties.
Fantastic.
I was looking at some of the stuff and something that we should mention.
Oh yeah, do we still have some of those?
Yeah. If someone's looking at the sales section, not sure what the deal is. We have on the sales section there is one. It's called the Masakage Shimo 150 mil petty second. I know.
Do you?
I know. But these are regular Masakage Shimos. Never been used. It's brand new, but it has got.
How's the internet?
They're listed as second because they
Ellie just said that
Can you?
she just did a speed test.
So you can see a little bit of like dents on this toilet part, and nothing wrong with it. It's just the aesthetic. But we decided to sell it. So there are 20% off right now from the regular price. They are listed on the discounted section. There is a discounted section on our website right now, including all the utilities and some odd knives like these, as well
It's
as something like
Maybe the internet hasn't put its winter tires on yet. But
Drum roll, please.
maybe we actually need like
as well as something like
Oh yeah, this
these
guy's
guys,
exciting.
the carving set.
This is a great thing to pick up for Christmas. Like if you need a Christmas present for your dad, get this.
Yeah. The VG2 stainless steel is pretty easy to take care of. It's really nice and thin. Beautiful micarta handle. The reason why we're doing that discount is that we're just getting the new line, right? New different handle. So
Please take a look closer, just because
I thought we were trying to just like
Yeah, and I actually really like this mic too. It's super pretty. And that's
this,
the carving fork.
the carbon fork is one of the best that
This thing's beefy. It's a monster.
I think they made the shape quite nice too.
Yeah. I think the way it's tapered back here, you can angle that out, and then you wouldn't really run your knife into
Yeah,
this.
exactly.
Because I've chipped a Yanagiba on a
yeah.
carving fork before, and I think with this guy, the knife kind of just slide off.
Because I've seen some Japanese knife makers make the forks that's like just a straight. Like this is more traditional, it's European, British.
It's solid.
Style.
Like that is solid enough. You could pick up an entire prime rib with it. Yeah.
Anyway, so these are 20% off from
That's 20% off?
Yeah.
Oh wow, that's a real traditional carving set. Like it comes in a box,
Yeah.
right? Like it's got the carving thing. It's the right length of knife. It's beautiful. You put all that work into roasting a turkey. Hey, what's this? Is this one of the Shimos?
Apologies for the audio issues. Apologies for the audio issues we've been having, folks. We had better microphones, and they broke right before we started using them. Rode made a firmware update, and they made their microphones not work. So we've been battling a little bit, but we appreciate your patience.
I thought it was because the internet didn't get its snow tires on yet.
I wish.
Okay, let's take a look. We got this little Shimo here. You did?
Yeah.
Oh, well then, it goes that way. What's next?
Next.
Yeah. Well, why don't you tell us a little bit about what's going on today?
Well, we're having a garage sale, and we do this twice a year. And what it is rare, cool, fancy, one-of-a-kind type things, and also super great deals. So one of the super great deals we have this time around are the Sunahisa knives, which you've seen around. We've marked them down 20%. The rest of the stuff, when we bring it back, we just don't mark it up like a crazy amount. So that's kind of where the sale is. I mean, we could mark it up more and then put a slash through the price and play all those games, but it's not our style. Now, we also have a few things going on today. This sale exists here on knifewear.com. You can also go down to our stores. We have a shop in Vancouver, Edmonton, Calgary, and Ottawa. And so the sale starts at 10 a.m. at each of those stores. So everything should be open now except Vancouver, another hour to go there. And all the stuff that's in the store is exclusive inventory to the store until tonight, when it will then become active online. That's because it's awkward to try and do it in the store and online and sell the stuff that someone's holding. No garages. I'm sorry, Uncle Greg. We can sell you a garage later. I'll make you one out of Lego. How about that? But, yeah, it's a little bit of a euphemistic term for a sale here in Canada. We love our good garage sales. It just means we got some sweet deals. Now, there are no used frying pans or old rotting furniture. What else do we have going on today?
Well,
We've got
it's
some demos.
We have some demos. Like every hour, I think 15 minutes after an hour, we have demos. So 15 after 10, we'll have the How to Buy a Gift Knife by Kevin. 11:15, we'll have the Kamagoyaki Roll Japanese Omelette Making Demo. Knife Skills Basics on 12:15. And 1:15, we have Honesuki Demo by the Mike, he's a culinary.
Well, Hanasukis are a great knife for butchering a chicken, and often we talk about them here on this garage sale. And I always feel like I'm doing the air guitar version of butchering a chicken. Like you can do this, and you can like move it around. So yeah.
Oh, you're not actually using any rolled chicken?
Well, no, I'm actually going to use a real chicken this time. We normally don't, right?
Right.
So we recently just did a rusty knife demo.
Yeah, how to do the maintenance. So if you wanna, if you're gonna watch those, tune back in, I guess, right? Tune back into the tower and see how we do it.
or just watch all day long if you're crazy
Just,
like us.
stream them all day long as well.
Okay, you know what time it is?
What time is it?
It's a very exciting time. So
Time now.
we got some super rare knives in. We got in some Tinker Tanks and a Shigefusa and a mini tank.
Is that
Yeah,
time?
and we
We're
had a
drawing
raffle
winner.
because
Our
those
first
knives are
winner
really
for
hard
the
to get.
raffle.
Yes.
So
Raffle for the
So we are
Live.
drawing one starting now. We are drawing one knife every hour. And so we are going to draw a random number for this very tank. So what we'll do is we'll draw a name, and then we will email that person an invoice, and they will have 24 hours to buy it. So Mike, I'm going to pass you this, and under the camera, just give it a sec to focus. You are going to hit generate, and you're going to give us a number, and then you're going to pass the phone back to me. Ready?
Can we
No, just yeah, there you go.
generators generate?
Okay, the first winner is number 295 on the list. Let me see. There were 439 entries.
Who is 295? Who's 295?
295. Let me check. I'm going to have to guess their name based on their email address because I don't want to read out their email and dox them. Okay, well, that is Box Dinme. You are the winner.
Box, Dimmy?
Yeah.
Well, I hope you're watching. Hit us up in the comments.
Sorry, did I miss this?
Yeah.
The first tank.
The first tank has been drawn for number 295.
There you go. Number 295 can you have 24 hours to pay for that tank?
Yep.
And if not, it's going to go back.
We will email you an invoice in a few minutes here.
Yeah. And then we'll send it to you. Boom.
Super cool.
Congrats.
You need sticky notes?
That would be Jonathan that won that.
Jonathan, congrats.
Did we hear from him? Is he watching?
We don't know.
We should probably change. He won the ability to buy it.
That's right.
Yeah.
What's next on the list, guys?
Well, it's time for you pretty soon here to talk about gift knives in a few minutes here.
Any time you like that, I can do that.
Yeah.
We have some questions.
I was just going to say, we do have a few questions that we should get to. Mario was asking, I got my first Japanese knife, a Fujimoto Nishiji Nakiri at your Ottawa store this summer, and I absolutely love it. What should be my next one? Would use for cutting boneless chicken as well as onions and probably other things.
Oh, I want to eat with you. I want chicken and onions. I can think of 20 different ways right away to make that taste delicious.
You know, chicken and onions, like, they're great. Squeeze a lemon on top of the end, you pretty much got everything you need, right? I would say a Gyuto. If you got a Nishiji Nakiri, I would aim for something a little bit longer. A Santoku is nice to have, but I think if you're building up a collection, adding a Santoku, which is similar purpose, next to a Nakiri, before you get a big knife, would be a little overkill.
Yeah. You do like 210 like these guys there.
210 millimeters is about 8 inches. That's a chef's knife. A 240 mil chef's knife is a big one. That's about a 10-inch knife. You can make a 242 pretty much everything you want. You go to cooking school, that's what you get. You spend a bunch of time in a restaurant, that's what you use. And a bigger knife allows you to cut through things like onions a little bit easier because you've just got a longer edge, got a bit more mass, and that knife just floats through. You don't end up in that spot where you need to shove the knife through the rest of the way.
Yeah. So we got some examples here. It really depends on how you like to hold the knife. Like 210, you know, is like basic chef's knife, 8.5 inches inside, right?
Well, you've got a Fujimoto Nishiji, so you already are familiar with the combination of stainless cladding on a carbon steel core, which fits in here. This is an Anru, I believe, right?
Ikeda-san, Anru Hamono. So the Ikeda-san is the blacksmith, the head of the Anru Hamono. Anru Hamono is the company that he basically inherited from his great uncle, Shige Anru. Now, young Ikeda-san is like doing all jobs right now. It's beautiful. It's pretty nice, handmade, hand-forged, way with the Aogami number 2 stainless steel cladding. Something like this, very similar to Fujimoto.
Yep.
Right in terms of, it's actually out of the super.
So $375, and if you like that one, it is called the Anru AS Kuro Tsuchime. Gyuto is the shape.
something like this. You know, if you're looking for something a lot easier to take care of, was very budget friendly, something like this is great. It's one of the Tsunehisa sale item, the 210 regular price and
Wow.
$168.
That's crazy. That's
210
really good price.
millimeters with the Gainsound stainless steel. It's got really more traditional European style handle on them as well. So it's got a little bit more thicker grip. This is the focus on this.
If you lower this without lowering
There we go.
So this is beauty as well, right? It's really easy to take care of.
That's a great knife. I'm a big fan of those ones.
Like if you're feeling fancy, there's the Saji. Sansa makes it beautiful. This is Rainbow Damascus. It's got the brass and copper poured into it. So it's got a little bit of yellow, red, super thin. It's the VG10 core, so you don't have to worry too much about rust either. Oh, Mike just slipped.
Well, I figured I'd slide something in here that was made out of some powdered stainless steel. We didn't have one at that point. And I think at this price range, this is a really, really, really good deal of a knife.
So yeah, hopefully that answers your question. The Mario.
Awesome. We've got a couple more here. Rob Campbell, realtor apparently, is looking for a new Hanasuki and didn't see any. So I picked out some of the ones that we have for the garage sale for you there.
So from the garage sale, we actually have super nice Hanasukis, especially some pretty exclusive to us as well. So I think Moritaka-san makes one of the best Hanasukis, period. The shape of the blade, its thickness, the beveling, it's all here. And this we usually have them on different steel, but this is their signature Aogami Super or Super Blue Carbon steel with the signature Ishime. I'm just trying to focus on Ishime.
Maybe bring it towards me a little bit there. Then you can just bring it up or down slightly, and that will probably help. Or not. Camera's working overtime today.
Yeah, is it getting super hot? Should we just like open the
No,
door?
I think it's fine.
Put an ice pack on it.
There we go.
There you go. Oh, okay. So
Just
this
don't
is
try so hard. Apparently.
this is great deal. This is the Hanasuki. Super blue carbon steel, stainless. No stainless, but it's got really beautiful Tsuchime pattern on it. And we do have the very similar one without the Tsuchime pattern. It's functionally the same, but it's the Tsuchime of the what you call Ishime. The hammer pattern is a bit cooler.
Maybe just try moving those guys on the bottom out of the way. It might help it focus a little more. There we go. Well, there's your problem.
So this is the 277. The AS version was 295. If you're looking for something a little bit more like budget-friendly stainless steel, Seki Kanetsugu Pro M series, this is actually pretty nice as well. It's more like focus on the traditional European style handle. ASA, it's fantastic stainless steel. It's not overly hard.
These are awesome.
This is really well made.
These are awesome knives. I really like these.
It is more like single bevel. Right hand bevel too. We do have the more traditional single bevel Hanasukis like Sakai Takayuki. So these are Garasuki 180 millimeters. We do have a 150 millimeter Hanasuki as well. The single bevel. It's great for fish as well. So as the Hanasuki Maru. This shape is great. You could hold it this way, like a ninja style, but you can hold it like this and
Yeah, if you're cutting a hanging carcass, that's going to be really awesome with that kind of grip.
Yeah, like instead of doing this. Yeah. Anyways, that's great Konosuke selection there.
Cool. Well, we got one more before we move on to Kevin with his gift suggestions. Lucas was just wondering, any updates on the Raijin order? I'm guessing they're just inquiring about the Kurosaki Raijin series.
Oh, we're keeping an eye on the Raijin. I think
Cool.
it might have been special.
Oh, okay. Sounds good. Yeah, just shoot us an email, hello@knifewear.com if it's a question about a special order, and we'll get that sorted out for you.
Yeah.
Okay, so next up, it is, Christmas is around the corner. It's currently November 7th. Might be a little early for some folks, but I like to start my gift shopping a little early because it helps people, just helps me get ahead and I don't feel stressed out around the holidays and I can relax and enjoy more eggnog. So Kevin here is going to help us pick out the best knives to give as gifts. He's got some great advice on picking a knife and some specific suggestions as well.
Nathan, I'd just like to say that when you're interrupting my Wordle moment,
Your Wordle.
the word today is not mouth.
It's not mouth.
That's all I can guarantee
Okay.
you. It's not mouth.
If anybody knows the Wordle word of the day,
Don't tell me.
Don't tell
I'm still
Kevin.
working on it, but you've interrupted me. Hey, welcome. I'm Kevin at Knifewear. I'm the founder and CEO or something like that. Anyway, you're watching our live streams of the garage sale. Twice a year we have this sale where we have special one-of-a-kind knives. We've got special knives from blacksmiths we don't know. We've got unique items from other blacksmiths. We've got real door crasher price stuff. And for example, this year we have all the Tsunehisa knives that are normal stock for us are all 20% off. So that sale is online this week and also in the stores in Calgary, Ottawa, Edmonton, and Vancouver. So as soon as the stores open in those towns, which they should be open everywhere except Vancouver now, the sale starts at shops. We have most of the inventory or many of the knives online. There is still some unique knives that aren't available online in the stores. So there's really good stuff. If you wanted to see everything, look online first, then go to your local store and see what's there.
yeah, we try to make it fair for people shopping both online and in store.
Exactly. We want to make it fair for everyone so they've got the same chances to get to your stuff. I got very excited. I heard a loud sound. I just have to look away. So this is our live thing. Yes, we've got Japanese kitchen knife stores across Canada, and today we're having a big sale. It starts today. It goes all week. There are some knives that didn't arrive on time, as they always do every year. So we're having another broadcast on Thursday to make sure we see all of the rest of the knives that arrive late. And I know that there's one knife that I really want arriving. It's a 225 millimeter Durin by Dorset, a 55 millimeter Durin Utah that I'm really truly after. So that's coming out Thursday for sure. But right now we're talking about Christmas. Christmas coming up, and I love Christmas. It's fun. I like the songs and the fact that I go to eat lots of cookies for breakfast. And I like all of the snow and the cold. We're in Canada, and it's a proper Christmas day today. I love cookies. So cookies, Mike? Did you make any? All right. Well, anyway, I was just going to say, it snowed today. It felt like Christmas. Mike picked me up. It was nice. I wasn't riding my bike. It was too snow. And without winter tires, we drove sideways a little bit. Something was good. Mike's very safe. It's very safe, which is nice. Well, we're talking about Christmas and how to choose a knife for somebody as a gift. Because I know that this can be a challenging thing, especially, a lot of people think knives are very personal. They want to hold it, they want to touch it, they want to look at it. But I think there's some really no-nonsense ways to win at gift giving for knives. I think what you really want to think about is make sure you buy a knife that they're going to love. Something that's going to look better than anything else they've ever seen, which is great because we specialize in that. We only buy knives we love, and there's bunch of things like shit. Mike and I worked together in 2 or 3 kitchens previously.
Oh, yeah.
2 anyway.
Yeah, for sure.
And I think what you need to think about when you're buying a gift is when somebody opens the box. Because all of our knives, for example, come in a box like this. Let's get this beautiful little box with the knife in it. It's in here. And you open it up. And you want the person to see, when they see the knife for the first time, to look at it and go, holy bananas, that's beautiful. I wanted to say that because they need it. And then they haven't even used it yet, and they're already happy. So here we go. If you want to focus down on this camera here, Nathan, you
Yeah.
can see some of the knives that Mike has left with us. So I think things to remember when you're giving a knife as a gift, you want knives that are stainless steel, which means they're easy to take care of. You want knives that are beautiful, so when they open the box, they go, wow. And you want something that fits your budget. And we've got stuff from everywhere here. Like if we start here, this is a knife.
What? Really?
This is a parry. That's not how to handle knives. Luckily, I didn't get it. This is a parry knife. It's called. What's the name of it on the website? It's not Pro-Am, is it?
Oh, one sec. Pro-Am is in the title. I believe that's the Seki Kansune, but I'll double check.
Pro-Am. Anyway, Mike's a huge fan of these. I'm a huge fan of these. These are great knives. As I would say, if you're looking for someone getting into kitchen knives, this is $79 for this little parry knife.
Seki Kanetsugu.
Seki Kanetsugu Pro-Am. So if you're looking for someone that's getting into Japanese knives, it's a great starter knife. It doesn't break the bank, and it looks cool, and it's going to work like crazy, do every job you need. But it's easy to care for as well. Like it's a great starter knife, great if you're a professional chef. I know that I worked in restaurants for years and years and years, and I always had a couple of flashy knives, but I always had a few knives that were that didn't look super flashy, so they wouldn't get stolen. Or you've always got someone that you don't want to use your knives, and they want to use your knives, so just give them that one. So it's not too dear, which is great. So here we go. This here is a Nikiri from Camel-san in Tokyo. This is his VG10 stainless steel Damascus. That's the layers you see. They call it Damascus steel or Sumagashi. You can see the layers are beautiful. And because the knife is stainless steel in this handle, I've actually got this knife at home. This handle is packer wood, so you can actually. Okay, don't put knives in the dishwasher. But I've tested a lot of the knives we sell by doing just that. And I've sent mine through the dishwasher a number of times, and it looks great still because that packer wood handle is indestructible. This here is a VS1 Santoku. So VS1 is the steel. Now, VS1 is mostly stainless, isn't it?
Yeah. It's I like to call it semi-stainless.
Yeah, like if you can. Like this, Nathan?
Yeah, sure. Let me try pushing those knife boxes off to the side.
All right, the camera's having a hard time focusing here. Nathan, can you do
Beauty.
that? How's that? Can we see
Yep.
the knife now? There we go. So it's mostly stainless. You'd have to work hard to make this knife rust. Look at the hammer pattern, the Tsuchimi pattern, which means hammered. That's all that texture there. Looks cool and helps food all the way from the knife. So sometimes, when you're cutting and food sticks to the knife, just by breaking up the surface area like that, by leaving hammer marks in, is helpful. Now, I don't say leaving hammer marks in. These are put in after the knife has been hammered to give it a nice look. So a Western handle, so it doesn't feel too unusual. And it's again a packer handle, so it's indestructible. And for $185, I think that's a great gift. More gifts here. This one is one of the Tsunehisa.
That's one of the 20% off knives.
Tsunehisa Tsuchime ASS, which means the core is Argon Super, which is a carbon steel, and the S in the name is stainless.
Just put it right as a problem.
Meaning, I'm doing this all wrong, Nathan.
It's okay.
My hand is there to help the camera focus.
There we go.
There we go.
Beautiful.
There's the blade in focus now. So you see again the Tsuchime pattern. This is a hand-forged knife from Tsunehisa, and at $245 regular, $196. So I always think these knives are a super great deal anyway, and the fact that Tsunehisa are 20% off now is unbelievable. It's miraculous. So there you go. That is a real winner of the knife. Looks the biz. I love the cherry and red packer wood handle. So here we go. Let's see if I can.
There we go. Beautiful. You're a pro.
This is a knife made with SG2 powdered steel from Kobayashi. Oh, it's my buddy Kobayashi. So Kobayashi-san is a knife sharpener in Seki. So he buys blades that have been stamped out of really great materials like SG2 powder steel. It's a stainless steel. It's going to stay sharp for super, super long time. The screen still says Camo Damascus Material.
Oh, it says Kobayashi SG2 for mine.
Anyway, it's the Kobayashi SG2, $319. And Kobayashi-san and I and Mike, beside me here, we had a fun day in Seki together, hiding from a typhoon that was coming. So we spent the evening in a gyoza bar, eating gyoza and drinking sake.
It's the best thing to do at that
the
time.
Weirdest gyoza bar I've ever been in my life.
Yeah.
There you go. You can sometimes escape a typhoon.
His knives
By
are so
eating.
sharp.
So here, this knife here, VG2. So very similar still to VG10, but not quite as sharp. So it won't stay sharp quite as long as VG10 knives. It's $156 from Kanetsugu. I believe this one's called the VG2 Santoku. So again, you see the hammer. Oh, it's called this Kanetsugu Heptagon because, I don't know if you can see it, the handle here, it's hard to see, is a heptagon shape. Heptagon meaning 7 sides.
Well, it's cool. That ridge right at the bottom just sort of tucks into the groove in your fingers.
Right.
It's a really
It
nice
actually-
feel.
I remember the first time I saw these knives, and I thought, man, that handle's too weird. It's not going to feel good at all. And I was just wrong.
Right.
I was just wrong.
Exactly the same
I was
thing. I was
just
like,
wrong.
oh, they forgot to do the last part of the handle. This is weird.
No, I'm a fan of these handles now. $156 for gift. Awesome.
That really fits
awesome.
the bill too, right? It's got the cool look to it. You're gonna open it up, you're gonna be super jazzed to see it.
Ooh.
These blow my mind always. So this again is another Tsuhisa knife. Again, all the Tsuhisa knives are 20% off this week. Off from already good price. So normally it's $298, now it's $238. It's AUS 10, which is again another stainless steel knife. It's going to stay sharp longer than most knives you've ever used. And it's got the red packerwood handle. And you guys don't know this, but I do. I'm a sucker for red handles on knives.
Hey, that's something I do.
If you can put a red handle on a knife or a pink handle, I'm all over it.
I've also noticed you're a sucker for red cars.
I like red cars too.
I think you like the red race car factor of the handle.
Do like red cars, but I like black bicycles. So who knows what
right.
this means?
That's cool.
This is a wild Damascus pattern that I've only seen on these knives. Look at that. Like, that's wild. You pick that up, you win. You give this somebody a gift, you win. Period. That's a Santoku. It can do everything. This, I know exactly what this is. This is from Makoto Kurosaki. So you, Kurosaki, you might be familiar with on our website. Really great handmade knife maker. Great black. This is his brother, who's most known for sharpening and sickle making, but also makes some great knives. And this Damascus pattern, now it's when I have talked about how to make the Damascus on this part of the knife, but not here. We've talked about it. We've not come up with a real decision on how he's doing this. I have no idea how he stripped this pattern out of this. Do you know about this, Mike?
I was looking
Mike,
at them
you
very
were-
closely at the spine, and you can see another 2 layers. Not on all of them.
Well, here, Mike,
There's like
you tell me about that because this is actually the theory that Naoto had.
I was looking
Basically, it made a sandwich, right? And 2 outer layers of Damascus steel. And then they've got 2 inner layers that are some kind of soft stainless steel, and then there's a core right in the center.
Yeah, no, if you look at it just the right light, you can see there's a line there, and there's a
Yeah, I
line
can
there,
see them.
and it's 5 layers of steel.
Well, plus one for Damascus. But yeah,
Yeah, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then the layers of Damascus, yeah.
so that's a cool knife. I've never seen a knife like that before. That look is wild.
Well, and it's very cool. The other thing is most of the time when you feel that line where the core steel's exposed down here, that core steel is exposed, you don't usually feel that line. You can feel that line. It's great. It's just such a unique knife. Oh, and the VG10W steel is interesting too. They've added the tungsten to the VG10, which makes it apparently something like 25% tougher and harder. So like VG10 better is what I think.
And I know I'm a huge fan of VG10 steel. VG10 steel looked, worked great. It was a steel that was actually made by Taka for Specialty Steels for. I know that there's some real knife nerds out there that say, oh, it's just VG10. You can get much harder steel. Yeah, VG10 is a great steel. I like it. It's really tough to chip. You get blazing sharp. It's stainless. It's easy to care for. I love it.
So unsurprisingly, those Kodamas have sold out everywhere.
Yeah.
They're gone.
Kodamas are all gone.
Yeah.
As we've been saying, some of them are, stores everywhere.
Yeah, there's one left in Vancouver
Yeah. Well, that's Vancouver, so
for the next 10 hours or 8 hours.
Well, and you were looking at those sort of great gift knives there, but I thought, there's probably a few people out there this year who are really good.
Oh my
So-
God. Then show us these. If you selected these. You
right?
selected these as knives you want.
Yeah, you know what I have actually.
Well, why don't you
I
step
didn't-
in here and
I
tell us
didn't
about
really
these knives?
think that way, but of course I chose the ones I like.
Over here.
Listen, I really like this. We see this shape come through the garage sale sometimes.
Oh,
And
I
I bet
know
you
that. That's Saji.
that's a Saji. And he uses this R2 steel, which is just such an excellent steel for getting a really ridiculous edge on a knife. Okay, so I'll show it to you here. So we've got this nickel Damascus, so it's got sort of the gray clouds with that real shiny nickel in the layer there. The R2 is the powdered stainless steel in the core, which is just like a scalpel. But I really like the shape of the blade. It's like a short Muto.
These blade shapes I find really inspiring. I think I look at that and go, oh, why did you know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. And it feels like it's you're now for sale.
I think we're good.
All right.
All right, here we're back.
We're back.
Now,
Thanks for your
this
patience, everyone.
is-
The value of live TV. When the sun goes, the sun goes.
Yeah, right. So take a look at this guy. This is layers of copper and brass shot through the stainless cladding. This is VG10 stainless steel in the core, and it's this beautiful 3-tone Damascus steel on the outside on an Akiri with this beautiful little rosewood handle, right? Right? Take a look. So this is a $500 knife, but this thing is absolutely gorgeous. And sometimes you've got a really nice
If you
kitchen.
get in there and look, you can see those layers of copper and brass in there. He calls this rainbow Damascus, and it's so cool.
Yeah.
It is so cool. And our buddy Chris Hockey.
You know what? I think you told me once that when you're standing there carving, you ought to look, real proud.
Yeah.
You're at the head of the table. You spent hours making some dinner, and the last thing you're going to do is slice a bunch of meat for people, whether it's a turkey or a roast or something. I think this knife would look just spectacular. Look at that. It's this cool turquoise handle. It's that SG2 steel, very similar to the R2 we were just looking at. So laser beam type steel with this Senko and this like real sparky looking hammering mark on
Yeah,
the
he's
blade.
made special hammers. That's how Chris often gets these really crazy patterns. He makes special hammers just to give it a different shape, kind of.
Right? And I like this here.
Saki's a younger blacksmith who's just killing. He actually started his work at Knifewear when he was 16.
Really? Yeah, well, he's a quick learner, that guy.
He was one of the fastest ones to kind of graduate to master blacksmith skills. I'm going to try and change that. Do that. I did that all by myself.
You did that?
Not with my mind.
You're good.
All by
Thanks,
yourself. You're so welcome. I'm here to help.
You guys are like reading each other's minds.
Welcome. If you just joined us, you don't know who we are. I'm Kevin. This is Mike. We're at Knifewear Warehouse. Talking about the garage sale that starts today. The garage sale focuses on non-standard stuff. So we have knives from blacksmiths we know, making special knives for garage sale like those Saji knives we just looked at. We've got blacksmith one of a kind stuff. Blacksmith prototypes.
Yeah.
We've got stuff from blacksmiths we don't normally deal with. We've got some real door pressure price things. And we're here to answer your questions to help you find a knife, because I know if you don't have one in your store, if you don't have one of our stores near you, which by the way, we are in Vancouver, Ottawa, Calgary, and Edmonton. Toronto's coming soon. So I know that we're not in Toronto yet, but we'll be there soon. If you don't have one of our stores near you, you can come here and ask us questions, and we will answer your questions as best we can and give you the opportunity to hold the knife virtually. That's what we're going to try to do. We're trying to give you that the feeling that you know what you're buying and you're home.
You know what? Japanese knives are incredible tools. Any one of them is great. But there's so many differences.
We've only not bought patents.
We start with not buying patents. That's right. Yeah.
We just buy stuff that we actually quite love. So if we just buy stuff we love, then we're not going to have any patents.
Well, and we figured what we ought to do, since we know so much about them and how to use them, like both being a couple ex-chefs, we've got lots of people that are on our team here who work in restaurants that have had a lot of time with knives. They understand how they work, and they've learned more specifically how these Japanese knives work. So what we do is help you get the right knife for you, right? And in this case, leading up to Christmas, we just went through some stuff about how to buy a knife as a gift because they're amazing gifts. And it's so cool. I love when people, they buy these knives in the summer, they give them out as wedding presents. We see people come back to get the knife sharpened, and almost invariably they lean in and say, this was the best gift we've ever
Yeah, so if you want to win gift giving,
win gift giving, get a knife.
Get a beautiful one.
And if you don't like cooking dinner, put knives out there in the world to your friends, and you'll get more invites.
So if you don't like cooking dinner, just get yourself a nice knife and you'll probably like it.
Yeah, you know what? If you like cooking, it makes it
just
better.
kind of takes the suck out of things. Listen, somebody's out here a question about knives that are
All right.
stainless steel.
This is John Howard, and he was looking for a new kitchen knife for Christmas, and he was.
John Howard says, "Hey, knife guys, I'm looking for a new kitchen knife for Christmas." Sorry, I just interrupted you horribly.
Yeah.
I'm leaning towards a 150 or 180 millimeter bunk up, $125, $135 range. So he wants a carbon steel knife. So carbon steel would be the cutting edge knife, and then he wants the stainless steel slapped on the outside of it to reduce the chances of rusting, right? This carbon steel can rust. The reason we love carbon steel is that it stays sharp longer than it's huge. The reason we don't like stainless steel so much is it can rust.
You gotta chase it.
So this is the smart way. Think about it like the stainless steel being the bread on the sandwich, and the carbon steel being the bologna. The red one protects the bologna, and all the little bit of bologna things out of your sandwich.
What you really want is the bologna. The bologna is the important part, right?
Yeah, but the bread protects
It holds it all together.
all together.
Right.
And that's what we got some Japanese knives for. So you were looking for knives?
Well, this is the only one that really fits in some of the ways. So this is not stainless clad, but it is that 130 carbon steel core and the bunk up. But you know what? I brought over a couple of others here, right? So I'll give you two, $136, and it's a bunk up. I'm gonna go take a look for a couple other things. These are Santoku, which are very similar to them, but they are carbon steel core with the stainless cladding.
So this is the shape you're looking for, the bunk up. Now in the sale, we don't seem to have any carbon core with stainless steel bunkas available anymore. So this one's carbon steel core with carbon steel inside. This here is a Santoku with Algami Super steel and stainless on the outside. It's normally 172, it's 137. This Western handle on it. And if you're looking for a knife that isn't basically the same as a bunker, the difference between this and a bunker, hold these side by side. The bunker, this one here, has got a cooler tip on it, but essentially the profile of the blade is the same. It's just a cool tip of this one's missing its center. Similar tips. We've got two more, Mike. Okay, so maybe you. Oh, they're exactly what you need.
This,
Please, Mike.
this I didn't
I'll pass
realize.
over to you.
Okay, so this is another of the Sunahisas. So it's super smoking deal at $148. Stainless cladding, carbon steel core. This is a very nice, right? Beautiful. Nice and thin, gonna cut very beautifully. However, I did find something over there that I thought was just pure carbon steel, but I didn't realize it actually has stainless cladding. Now it's $157, which is a little bit more than the price you're talking about, but maybe you're in the States. But I would also say maybe you want to bump up. Because I didn't realize this was stainless clad. Look at how cool this knife is. That Kurochi finish is so hot, right? And look at the texture on it. Oh yeah. Okay, camera's got it there. Now the core is the white carbon steel. The white carbon steel I love. It does tarnish a bit faster than the blue steel, but I love sharpening it. It gets so sharp, so fast. And this again, it's a Santoku, like Kevin just said though. Pretty much the same purpose as a bunka with that curve on the tip there. Same sort of edge profile. Right? Bada bing, bada boom.
Something
Now,
you
this,
said, Mike, that we need to talk about. All the prices on our website that we're talking about, all the prices we're talking about are Canadian dollars. Okay? When we go on a website, if you're from a different country, and you go on our website, you will see the price in your currency. So
That's
if you're
right.
joining us from the States, and we say a knife is $157, we need Canadian dollars. When you go on the website, it will be cheaper because you get a live rate.
yeah.
That is the rate.
Yeah, the computer knows where you are, so it changes the price for you.
Yeah.
And you look in the top upper right-hand corner or in the settings on a cell phone, you can go and switch it to a different currency if you really want. Of course, if you're using a VPN, you should know that already. But yeah, that Yoshimune, honestly, John, I would really suggest that one. I think it's such a super nice knife that at $157. Yeah, and knowing that it's stainless,
Hammered by a master.
knowing that it's stainless, now that has totally made my list. I hope there's a 240. I'm after a 240U for this sale.
All right. This knife was passed to me here.
Yes.
Shohei. I don't know why this knife
Nice.
was passed to me.
Because I'm popping up on the screen. Arth was asking, he didn't know if we'd talked about this, but he wanted to see the Funuyuki that we've got. And it is a great knife.
Well, here we go. This is a Funyaki. Now it's is around the corner. Maybe you can help me with this. Because I only know the shape of Funyaki from a few makers, and I think it's a regional shape. Like I only know it from Telethon, and then from the Island.
So I remember now saying that it's often a shape used by fishermen.
I was going to say, I've
Yeah.
heard this is a fish fillet knife. Maybe Nelson can come here, shed some light on this.
So if anyone can't hear me, I'm just gonna shut from here so that
Yeah, sure.
okay. This guy's like
No, we want to hear you.
so Joash, he's great black. He's pretty young. It's really rustic. He was born and raised in Hokkaido and all the way down to South Okinawa Island for the university. He wanted to become black. So he traveled all around and settled down in the Shikoku. Yes, you're right. And he is based out of the Kochi Shikoku, and he makes this traditional shape. Funa or fune means fish. Yuki is to go with. Oh, so traditionally, fishermen bring this knife on the boat and do everything with it, from gutting and make it a sashimi. They make like little lunch, right, with these knives, right?
Oh, wait, so that is your do everything knife.
Yeah, but it's
That's
actually
great.
it's got a more traditional carve like a deba
Yeah.
blade, right?
And I've noticed the way he's forged it. The spine's quite fat.
Yeah.
But then it tapers very quickly.
Although
Which gives it more structure. So
Yeah,
it won't
absolutely.
bend so easily and
Absolutely.
like that.
although it is called Nayuki, I wouldn't use this to like fish with.
Well,
It's-
that's like, you'd have to really know what you're doing.
yeah, it is pretty creepy.
You would have to know where every bone is.
Yeah.
And not hit it.
I'll do like sardine, like small fish like that, but the not like big fish, like sea bream.
Oh, the
Yeah.
sea bream.
Sea
Or
bream,
those
they're
rockfish that you and I
rockfish.
caught out of
Yeah,
those.
yeah, those ones.
That would destroy that.
But that's a multifunctional knife. I think it's great, and the price is fantastic. 130 something.
But yeah, for a handmade, a hand hammered knife, forget about it. Hi, is there some more questions?
Absolutely. All right. So we had a question from Hodorific about the Tosa whale knives, which should be right in front of you there.
Terrific.
Hodorific. Yeah, it's quite a name, eh?
I believe Hodorif's been watching our live shows for a long time.
Just
These
a little bit.
are the whale knives. Now, listen, I don't even know what steel they are. We've had these for years. I'm going to get all of them out here.
And Hodorific was a little worried about the carbon steel getting left out. And I have to say, like, with the high fat percentage of most cheeses, you don't need to worry about
Are you
it
gonna
quite
use
as
these for
much.
Cheese knife?
Yes.
Oh, that's
yeah,
smart.
yeah.
Yeah. So they are carbon steel. So carbon steel can rust if you let it. I'm holding all of them upside down. Now I'm going to hold them all right side up.
There you go.
There we go. Carbon steel can rust if you're not careful. But if you're using it for cheese board, what the knife needs to rust is water, air, and time. Now, a cheese board, there's not enough water in cheese to cut it, so it's really rusty very quickly. If you were cutting lemons or tomatoes, that's a different story. But for a cheese board, I think these are great. Look how cute they are. So they're normally $67, but for the next week they're $45. Because we bought a ton of them. I think this is a great stocking stuffer. And I know somebody, I believe Mike does too, but I know there's at least one person that's using a set of these as steak knives for their house,
Oh, I think that's such a fun idea.
which is awesome. I love these knives. They're just fun. They're just fun. If you have if you have somebody on your list that likes neat knives or likes charcuterie or anything like that, that'd be great. And for Hodorific, I think it's perfect for you.
A little graphic.
Yeah, you don't have to wipe it down after every cracker. Because the cheese, like I said, is not got enough moisture in it to really.
I want to show you something. So at 9:15, we did a bit of a demo on carbon steel knives, and I cleaned. You can see on this side. That's what it looked like this morning. We started by tarnishing this knife and rusting it up on Friday, and let it sit over the weekend. Right? And I took the barkeeper's friend and cleaned it off, and then I just left some. I cut an apple. And in fact, I've been adding a little bit of water to it because it's dried up so quickly. So that was at 9:30. It's now 10:45. Right? I'm showing you the tip you could see. That's basically all the rust that's appeared since then. Right? So it's going kind of slow. You definitely have some time to be able to get it. If you just wash it and dry it, put it away. It's not gonna rust too badly.
They didn't change to our faces, so I can just do puppet shows before you.
Oh, I see.
They can follow me back.
All
right.
right.
So, someone has asked about the Makoto SG2 Sakura, and I've got one right here to show you. All right, Mike. Here we go. Let's take a look. Beautiful, nice, clean. I do like the kind of recurve we have here. I like that because when I'm holding it, I can tuck my finger right in against the choil, and it feels good. I mean, this Santoku is beautiful.
And while we've got it out, will you talk a little bit about SG2? Because we were having a little discussion in the chat there about stainless petties, and somebody had heard of VG10, but not SG2.
Yeah, SG2 is something that's called powdered stainless steel. So a long, long time ago, they made steel by putting iron and carbon together, and it got hardened, and they found out they could make it sharp, but it would rust. And so, frankly, not that long ago, like maybe 100 and something years, they started making stainless steel where they added some other elements to it, where you could still have something that was hard and sharp, but not rust. And truthfully, that stainless steel at first was never really as good at being sharp as that old carbon steel. However, there was this idea of like, how can we make something that's stainless that can be as great at being sharp as the carbon steel? Now, what they did is they invented this stuff called powdered stainless steel. They, I don't exactly know the way to do it, so you might correct me if I'm wrong, but they take all the elements of the steel, they turn it into a powder form, they put it in a container, and they heat it just below a molten temperature, and then they pressurize it, which causes these elements to bond together in a way that gives you a really, really, really fine structure to the steel, which gets you to a place where you can put an edge on it that's going to be and you still end up with a steel that doesn't rust. So where is that important? Well, I'd say that's probably really important for people like surgeons who are using it for surgery and for things you want to still be alive. Whereas when we've got kitchen knives here, that's not always as big of an issue. But the thing I like about that powdered stainless steel is you get an excellent sharp edge. It retains that edge really, 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 really well, and your knife never rusts. And the thing that I've come to understand from working with customers and knives is it's also how the knife looks. When you've got a carbon steel knife that's brand new and shiny like this, it's not going to stay that way forever. What's going to happen is it will get kind of gray and cloudy over time. When you've got a stainless steel knife like this, it will stay nice and shiny and bright like this all of the time. So if that look pleases you, I understand, like I totally get it. And if that's the situation, go for stainless steel. But if you want ultimate sharpness, go for powdered stainless steel. So SG2, R2, SRS 13, SRS 15. What other powdered steel types do you have? HAP 40. HAP 40 is a ridiculous stainless steel. Sure. Powdered steel. Semi-stainless powder.
Awesome.
There's so many kinds of steel. Like people have PhDs in steel. It's pretty cool. So, Mike, I hope that got you where you were going with that knife. It's a beautiful knife. It's simple. It's not dressed up with all kinds of accoutrement. It's just a really nicely put together knife.
Awesome. We've got a couple kind of discussion questions that were in the queue here. First one's from Rob. He's got a whole bunch of knives and was wondering how many knives you've got, Mike.
How many knives do I have?
I've seen your collection, and it's like several bins worth of knives after like the 3 magnets on his wall.
So I got 3 magnets on my wall that are the long, like 15-inch long magnets, and they're all full. I think there's something like 20-ish, 25-ish on my wall that I use on a regular basis. I do, however, every year or so, I'll take my knives down, I'll clean them all up, and I'll basically reset. So I'll take all my other knives out, I'll bring them all up, and I'll go through the whole collection and decide what I'm going to add to the wall or take away. There's a couple things that never leave. My 240 Murataka Gyuto, that will never leave the wall. My Yuki Kobunka, that's always on the wall. And then I move things around. I have a Fujiwara Nishiji Santoku. I swear is one of the sharpest things I own. I recently tuned up my Takamura Akaguhen 210 Gyuto. I'm really enjoying that thing. I think the next time I bring it out, I'm going to pull out my Mizaki Santoku again. But in total, I'm probably pushing 40-ish knives right now. Right? And that's the Japanese ones. I probably had 20-something knives from my professional career before I really fell into Japanese knives. So.
Awesome. All right, moving right along. Michael was wondering if a saya should be used when using a knife roll.
Totally.
Yeah.
You always need some kind of cover on your knife in a knife roll because it'll bang together or it'll go through the back. I started, my first knife roll was one of those whip roll canvas knife rolls, but you slid the blade into the slot. But I only had Victorinox knives and I was never really in danger of cutting through. I would never do that with my Japanese knife now. not only is it so much sharper, but the angle of the edge is so much finer that it would really cut through the bag really easily. So I'm really always putting a edge guard on my knives. And a saya, either leather or denim or plastic, whichever would help to keep it from cutting through your knife bag.
All right. And then, Naoto, while you're here, Lucas was wondering if there were any updates on the Raijin order that Kevin was talking about in the previous stream. Any idea on that? Yeah.
Do they have any on order?
Probably Kevin has.
Yeah, Kevin likes to order stuff off Instagram. He sees pictures pop up. He's like, "Yeah, send us a bunch of those." Kevin's currently riding his bike.
We won't know until it actually gets shipped. So,
yeah, that's the thing is we once things get together and get shipped, then we get a notice that says, "Hey, this stuff's coming," and then we'll put it on the website. Do we have Raijins? Can we sign up to our back in stock list for Raijins?
I don't know what's right.
Yeah, if you go to our website, if Raijins are there, you can probably sign up to the back in stock list. We do get those enough that it's worth having one back in stock. Yo, Shacho, do you know about a Kurosaki Raijin? When those might be coming? Did you place an order for those?
I may have ordered some secretly.
Secretly. Yeah, we figured.
There's some coming. I don't know. You know how it is.
Yeah.
Okay. There are some coming.
Stay tuned.
On a day.
That's kind of what makes Japanese lives fun. You never know.
Oh my goodness, they're already asking. Those one today's are amateurs. Like it might be.
All right.
Oh, definitely.
Things
definitely.
don't move. Things don't move that fast. Yeah. It might be months. It might be 2 months or
Maybe
maybe
it's
12
less.
months. Like who knows? Who knows? Yes, I've ordered some.
Oh, maybe
Yes,
Kurosaki-san
they're
is
happening.
watching. He's going to send them to us right away.
That'd be nice. The problem is he doesn't have any, right? So you'll have to make some.
Oh, yeah,
You have to put it in the file, and then you'll gather all the orders from Raijin together, and then say, okay, now I can make 30 of these, 30 of these, 30 of these, 60 of these. And then there's all the processes, and then there's the then eventually they end up here. So nothing moves fast.
All right. Speaking
But
of things
that
that
also means when they do arrive, grab them as soon as you can.
Speaking of grabbing things as soon as you can, John May was giving us a PSA. The Troll Killers might be sold out online, but there is one still in the Calgary store. So if that's one of those that you're still jonesing for, maybe like hop on down there. Hop on a plane if you're somewhere far away.
Surprise, that's the one I want.
Oh no.
That's too close to home. You can get it.
You better get on your big bicycle.
But I can go there as soon as they open.
Just don't forget to hop across the street to get the thank you card to give to your wife when you go home. Thank you for still loving me despite all of these knives at home.
A lot of knives. Yes, you know, got a lot of knives at home. I've got boxes of knives here and there. So I think at the point now that the new knives show up, she has no idea.
It's hard to notice, hey?
It's hard. Like it's such a problem. And I think now I'm to the point where she just goes, "Well, it's not another bicycle." Thank God. Or speaker cable.
Do you know what
She
I
found
really
out
like?
how much speaker cable costs one day.
Oh dear. You're not supposed to let her know.
I didn't let her know. She's found it. Speaker cable can be very expensive.
All right, we have a quick logistics question from a little while ago. Edwin was asking about a petty that we were holding that now is listed as sold out. So maybe we can go back into kind of the logistics of garage sale and what we're here to do today.
Sorry, who? Okay, hi Edwin. I need some more answers. It says a penny that we were holding. Who was holding the penny?
This was a while back, but there's a couple that are sold out now.
Yeah, so
Yeah, I don't know. If we were like, if you talk to somebody where they keep you on the side for you special, I don't know. If you weren't, if you just had it in your cart, and when you went to check out, it wasn't there anymore, that's because somebody had already bought it. So if there's only one of something left, 75 people can put it in their cart. Okay? But the first person to buy it is the one that owns it. If that makes sense. That's how the software works. So if you're after something that's like one at a time, there's just very few, just come buy it. Go buy it as fast as you can. Write a note that says, please add this to my other orders, and then come back and make another order, and then you can get your shipping combined.
So the knife is sold out, and can we order it since we clearly have it? Well, we could possibly get it for you. Yeah, that's a great question. The best thing is to tell us which knife it is specifically, and
send an email.
Send us an email at hello@knifewear.com.
Yeah.
If you're on the website, you just hit the little speech bubble. I mean, there's a good chance. Like everything with Japanese knives, all things come and go. But yeah, let us know specifically, and we can try and do our best for you.
Awesome.
The camera copy might get in my low stance, so you don't look so taller.
Listen, we're here today. We're at the garage sale. Today is the first day of the garage sale. November 7th. It's going to run right until the 13th of November. And here we are. We're in the thick of it. And it's going to run through the whole week, so you can come back online and see more stuff. There will be more stuff added to the website starting, I think we said about 7 o'clock
About
tonight.
7 p.m. Mountain Time.
And that's because the stuff that is in store is kept as exclusive to the stores on the first day to avoid any crossovers. And so if you're in a town, Edmonton, Ottawa, Vancouver, or Calgary, you can head to the shop now and see what they've got. It's not available online, but it'll be there this evening. We might even have some chickens arriving this week that were meant to come early, but
For sure, we have some shipments coming this week.
things don't always go as planned.
I know the Durin knives from Joy Santa Claus.
Oh, yeah,
Not all of
that's
them.
right.
We've already got some of them.
Yeah,
It's some are still
some more
coming.
Durins will come in.
So, if you don't know, I'm Kevin from Knifewear. This is Mike. Nacho back there, getting some of his famous Nacho Speed Juice.
We look like we're on the cover.
Percolator.
It's like could be
Percolator coffee.
It's like the back cover of a boy band.
This is our indie boy band one. Nacho's just fresh off of his solo album called Aloha Days.
That's a great album name.
It is a good one, isn't it? Anyway, we're Knifewear. Knifewear, we sell Japanese handmade kitchen knives and chef-curated items, things that burnt-out chefs like. We are having our garage sale right now, as you know. It's going to be online at www.knifewear.com. I suppose I don't have to say www anymore, but there we go. Knifewear.com.
Sorry, https://
Okay, Nathan, imagine I'm making you a rude hand gesture right now. Imagine it.
Got it.
There you go. The voice you hear is like a disembodied voice. We're not ventriloquists. It's Nathan. He's behind the camera. He's answering your questions. He's telling us questions we should answer. And he's also just being mean to us. So that's nothing new. And XXX 20.fun says hot girls here. Hot girls here. I'm right here. XXX 20.fun. Right here. Hot girls. That's, I don't know what's going on.
Oh, Al Woodworks, welcome back, pal. Yeah, next draw should be coming up soon.
Okay,
I think the next draw comes up now.
I want to say we have stores first. I've told about online.
Oh, there's
we
a
have
store.
stores.
Where? There's
Yeah.
4 stores. 5 stores?
5 stores.
5 stores.
It's 5. There's 2 in Calgary, Alberta, 1 in Vancouver, 1 in Edmonton, and 1 in the nation's capital of Ottawa.
Mm-hmm.
If it hasn't been shut down by truckers yet, it's still there, I think. So head off to one of those stores.
Is that too soon?
The investigation.
Let us know in the
trucker
comments
thing
if that was
is
too soon.
funny. The investigation thing is funny. It's funny. It's funny. It's funny.
Okay, you guys want to draw the winner of the mini tank
Okay,
raffle?
Let's talk about what this draw is.
Let's grab this
It's not
bad
the
boy.
winner of the knife, it's the winner of the I'll just keep talking because I don't know when we're going to be able to.
Here, you can pretend to come back.
We will tell you.
Yeah, we're good. Let us know in the comments if we're good. Sorry, folks.
Okay, I understand we have we're having glitchy.
I promise we tested all of this, but Rode decided to debut new software on Friday, which is why half our mics aren't working, and the mics that do work only work most of the time.
Nathan
I don't think Nathan sounds upset by this at all.
Nathan's actually 130 years old.
I'm only mildly perturbed.
Technology is very new for him, and he doesn't even know what it is.
I think
Thank God he's in charge of all.
one might say it's grinding his gears.
I tried shoveling more coal in the back of the computer, but it didn't work.
No, I'm expecting you to come back with better puns than me. You're a punster.
I'm not.
Hey, how much does a chimney cost? Well, nothing. It's on the house.
Oh my God! That goes in there with the. Do you hear Mike's afraid of elevators?
No.
He takes steps to avoid them.
Oh no, our
Let's just
microphones
turn this-
are broken again. You're gonna have to
Let's
stop
just
telling
turn
terrible
this into
jokes.
dad jokes for the
Yeah,
next
I mean,
4 hours of
we
dad
could draw
jokes.
for this night, but you know what? Forget it. Let's just do some more dad jokes.
Okay, so back to the situation. We've got some knives that are super rare. We get so few of them in a year, and people have signed up on a waiting list. And for example, for these tank knives from Tinker, our waiting list went from 250 people last year to over 500 this year. We only get 5 or 10 of them per year. So we were looking at a 50-year waiting list for this knife, which is impossible. So what we did is we took all those names that were on the waiting list, plus anybody who was who added their name to the list in the last month or last month.
Yeah.
Right? We're going to draw a name at random, and that person has the ability to buy these knives. We're trying it out for new. We'll see. I think it's a fair way to do it. So we've already drawn for the first knife, so now we've drawn a name for the second knife here. And this one's an interesting one, because this is not the typical tank. This is what she was calling the mini tank. So let's look at this. Oh, and the reason it's got an elastic band
And
and
box.
paper and this is because Shiba's new idea for this brand is called, he calls it Tinker, because he found out that somebody that tinkers, like makes things in their backyard. So he wants to make this look like a rustic knife that somebody made in their backyard. Somebody that's not a professional. But then, of course, he's one of the best knife sharpeners around.
Yeah.
Kitasan's forging them, who's one of the best blacksmiths we know. So they're just a top quality knife. So it's a really rustic
They're just
knife.
bananas. They're so sweet.
But he's done things like mirror polish the edge and the choil. So
Yeah.
he's just done things to make them really nice. But he wraps them in this newspaper and packing tape and everything. So let's have a look. This is a mini, what do they call this? It's called Baby Tank?
Baby tank.
Baby Tank.
I don't know what
Baby
this is
tank, do 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 do, baby tank.
Oh, huge.
God, baby tank, do 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 do. Oh, look at that handle. I love it. I love the dark and the light.
Yeah, you see, this is my favorite handle.
Would you classify this as a knife striptease?
This is a knife strip tease.
Dun, 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 dun.
There we go. There you go. So some lucky person. I like this. I don't know what that is, but there you go. Baby tank. Look how
One of
little it
one.
is. Look at how little it is on my hand. It's basically the best paring cleaver going. It's called a paring cleaver. So it's
Oh,
a
celery.
very cute little mini tank. You can see it was made on 18th May 2022, and this is one of one. So this is a series of one. $540 for this one, and we've got a name Tron.
You ready to draw?
Okay, sure.
Okay, I'm gonna pass you my phone.
Okay, here we
Same
go.
as
again.
before. Okay, we can see it. Hit generate whenever you're ready.
Generators.
Drum roll.
Generate.
Okay, the winner is number 227. Let's look up who that is.
That was shockingly close to the first number.
Well, it is random. Okay, 227, and then I'm gonna have to look up the person's name. So standing by. I know this is all very
Person online 227.
looks like it's Jonathan Crutchley.
Jonathan Crutchley. If you're watching us, give us a shout. This is your knife, dude. We're going to send you an invoice, and you've got 24 hours. If you pay for it in 24 hours, perfect. It's yours. We'll ship it right to you. You should get it in a few days. If for some reason you you've decided to enter this, but you don't want it in the end, we will find a different way, a fair way to find a buyer for this. So I think the fair way for this knife, since I don't have one of these, is that if you don't feel like buying it, I am happy
Well,
to pay $540 for this.
I
myself.
think it looks like our
So
man
there you
Uncle
go.
Greg here is ready to arm wrestle somebody for it.
Uncle Greg? Well, I don't know Uncle Greg, but you can come over to my house. I'll let you borrow my knife if. What was the name of our winner again?
Jonathan Crutchley.
Jonathan Crutchley. Congratulations. We're going to send you that invoice right now, and you pay for that guy, and we'll ship it off to you Toronto. Congratulations. That's great. I still don't have one of these little guys.
Lucky
And
duck.
I want one.
Okay.
Hey, Al Woodwork says he'll trade Jonathan a cutting board for one of those knives.
Oh, wow. There we go.
Ooh,
We got a little back channel action going on here.
Okay, well, congrats to Jonathan.
Back channel. All right. What do we got now? I know we have a few minutes before we've got a Naoto Tamago Yaki demo.
Mm-hmm.
I know that's
Tamago
happening
Yaki.
because I see a Tamago Yaki pen and reshowed, a cassette conro as we call them in Japanese.
Well, here, let's just
What
do
do we
the
got?
intro that somebody wrote us a script here. So I can say Tamago Yaki demo is coming up here in another 5 minutes from Naoto, the Mozart of eggs.
Which is such a great term.
The Mozart of eggs. Naoto's also really into to be pedantic, it's Albert, it's the whites. But he's going to make us a gauntlet anyway in his favorite Tamago Yaki pan. He's getting it ready here, so it looks like we have 5 minutes to kill. Is there any questions we can just knock off? Is there a speed
Oh,
round?
I bet there are.
Mike, here's my speed round.
Okay,
That's
Rosander Love is asking, can you show Andrew Hamono AS/S Algami Super Stainless Kurochi Tsuchime Wagyu To 210 millimeter. Ooh, it's a tongue twister.
that one we've shown a number of times. People love that.
Did we forget to unstar that
yeah,
one?
for good reason, because Ikeda's a crazy good blacksmith. I mean, he took over from Andrew several years ago at this point, and well, there you go. That's it right there. You know what? It looks the business. It works. It works. Everything you want it to.
Yeah,
Right?
it's a
Nice
sexy knife.
hammer texture on the outside of the blade. Kurochi finish. Yeah. All right. What else do you
There
want
we
to know?
go. You know what? The fit, the finish, it's a rustic blade. Feels great in my hand, though. It looks the biz. I love
was
the
just gonna say,
Kurochi and the hammer look. Like visually, I think it's great. It's
It's every bit what you want from a Japanese knife.
you know what it feels like? It feels like my first. I had a Masakage Shimo. It was a prototype.
Oh,
And you know how much I love that knife.
is so nice.
Every handmade knife's a little bit different, right? They've all got a different feel about them, a different look, and a different whatever. That one for me, whatever that Masakage Shimo prototype on mine, is just the knife for me. And this one has the same feel. It's smaller, it's 210 millimeter. But I love the feel of this knife. It just feels like a knife that's ready to go. Like I could do stuff with it. It's not too heavy that it would be demanding. It's not too light that it feels like a feather. I just think this
And a
is a nice.
210 Gyuto.
210's
can
great.
do everything you need.
It's a great size for home. Right? Like as a restaurant chef, I'm looking for a 240.
Yeah,
or
just
270
bigger, some more
generally.
weight. Yeah.
But at home, I have a bunch of 210.
Okay, what's our next question? On the lightning
Okay.
round, 2.5 minutes before
Okay.
now.
Okay, well, I tell you what, how about we have a word from our sponsors?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. We've got sponsors. Let's see what they got to say.
Okay,
Roll it, Jim.
Jim, all right.
You look like a Jim.
All right, Jim. Oh, there-
Are you the kind of man that burns his fingies getting crispy bacon out of a hot pan? Are you the type of man that struggles to cradle his infant child while preparing dinner for his family? Do your manly bare mitts get stuck trying to get Pringles out of a can? Why do they put them chips in that can anyway? I never really understood. Isn't that can for tennis balls? Well, partner, you need King Tong, the only tweezers designed by men for men. With these stainless steel culinary tweezers, you can now get bacon out of a pan burn free. You can get your favorite chips out of a tennis ball can. You can hammer nails into the wall. You can even prepare dinner while cradling your infant child. King Tong, manly man tweezers for men, or women, or non-binary people, I don't really care. And we're back.
Okay, we got everything set up here for Naoto. By everything, I mean, I don't know what else he needs. Perfect. You're up, buddy.
Awesome. Here.
So we are going to be making tamagoyaki here, and by we I mean Naoto. Naoto, can you tell us a little bit about tamagoyaki?
So tamagoyaki is this tamago means egg, yaki means fry. So it's an omelet. Japanese use this tamagoyaki. Tamagoyaki could mean a little bit like raw. It is a broad part terminology saying it is the fried egg. But in this specific case today, we're making this rolled omelet. Specifically, it's called dashimaki. Dashi means a broth. I made a broth earlier with the kelp and the water here. You can make a lot of different ways of making dashi. It's like you could use a lot of bonito flakes and stuff like that as well. I make it a little bit more simple. You can buy the dried kelp at probably any of the Asian grocery store. I'm using 3 eggs, lighter soy sauce, and salt. Pretty simple. What I'm going to make, and signature, the frying pan, this square. What I'm going to do is making it roll that is like this squarish shape. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually ask someone to crack egg for me because
I can do one-handed cracking.
As someone mentioned, I'm allergic to actually eggs. And
Right.
I have to.
So you don't want to get
wash
hives
my
today?
hands, yeah.
Okay, so if you want to crack an egg one-handed, hold it like that, and then just hit it on a flat surface. You don't want to hit it on a sharp edge because it's going to break right through. Just tap it. That's just on the table, and then you just kind of pinch with your thumb going up, like so. All right, let's do 2 more. Sometimes you get the egg on the counter, and not the clean before, and then you throw the eggshell on the floor. There's a reason you're doing this demo, Malcolm. All right.
So I'm using the 3 egg today instead of 2. You could do a few more, but usually like 2 or 3 is pretty standard. Then I add a little full of the dashi in the bowl.
Do you have a ratio of
Dash of soy.
how much dashi to egg put in?
No. Dash of soy, 1 spoonful, 1 ladleful. It's good. Dash of soy sauce, and probably 2-3 pinches of salt. There. And Japanese actually use they don't actually use whisk when they do this. Often they just whisk it with the chopsticks like this. You don't want to over mix with the whisk to make it, all the bubbles come out. It's just really.
You do want to try and break down the egg enough that it's a pretty uniform texture.
Yeah. So I have this. Heat it up quite nice. When you're making the egg, though, right? You wanna. And I oil with the paper towel. And really key is to use enough oil, right? Enough oil to cover a whole pan.
Don't chintz out on the wet.
So when I do this, what I would do is from here, I'm just gonna pour one layer, and right, and you roll from this towards you. And I'm not that good at it, so I'm gonna actually cheat using this wooden structure. This is really designed to do this, right? So you can roll. Once you got all the way to here, move this away. Then you do another round of oiling. Because it is a carbon steel frying pan. There is no coating on it. So I'm going to make sure there's enough. Then you pour another. And here's a little bit of key. You lift this part up a little bit to tuck it together.
I've worked with this group of people for a long time, and I've never seen us stand around and be so quiet.
Yeah.
Naoto, you've got us mesmerized here. I've never used that tool. I've always tried to do it with chopsticks, and then end up with a rubber spatula, and then end up swearing.
Yeah,
And then you have scrambled eggs for breakfast.
This tool, like I've been trying to practice this.
I
and
know.
I love making these. And that tool is absolutely key. Almost more so than the pan.
Well, I had those at your place recently. Is that the tool you use?
Yeah.
Ah, you didn't tell me.
I also like to use the Hasegawa sushi mat to tighten it up.
Oh, yeah.
But these pans are really nice, and seasoning them over time just makes it better and better.
I'm such a shit seasoning.
Yeah. See, it's like literally one stick, right?
So is there a history to this now? Did it originate from something culturally significant or?
What would it be?
Yeah.
I think eggs are pretty,
It originated from people eating eggs?
yeah, eggs are eating pretty.
Crazy.
A very valid question. And Naoto here has got so much knowledge about the history of Japan. Sometimes I like to call him Professor Naoto.
Yeah.
And if there's someone who's going to know the story about the tamagoyaki,
I think it would be Naoto, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
good.
This is one of those, dishes really popular in Japan for especially the lunch, the kids' lunch.
Mm.
They always have the.
So is it normally eaten at warm or cold or?
Warm at the restaurant, and especially when they are making a bento box.
Yeah.
Definitely not the warmest, right?
Yeah.
So you could eat them the kids in school. I'm not sure about the kids here, but they don't have the refrigerator, right?
Yeah, right.
So, do you try to get a bit of color on the egg and then roll it up? Or is that just sort of personal preference?
That's a personal preference. A lot of people.
I went to a French style of cooking school, so getting color on your eggs is
No, right?
It's
Right.
a sin.
I've never understood that thing. I know some French food has color. You get color on food, but it's never made sense to me.
Yeah.
Why would you want a soup where everything's white? Why wouldn't you just make the onions brown so they taste better?
Yeah. Rules. Silly rules. You don't have to follow them.
I learned a lot of cool things at cooking school, but some of it I was like, really?
Yeah.
Uncle Greg is asking, is there going to be a draw for the tamagoyaki? Are we going to have a tamagoyaki raffle?
Yes, we have a raffle. So you can bid on this
egg.
Yeah. We'll put it in a box and we will mail it to you.
We'll pack it up in some bubble wrap.
Yeah, you don't want it to get broken.
Yeah.
Yeah. You want your tamagoyaki to ship in
Okay, now tell
pristine
me
condition.
about. We were talking about this on our trip in Japan about the quantity of sugar, because I know often you'll get these, especially if it's the one that's on top of sushi, like on the nigiri.
Yeah.
Sometimes you get them in. I find them awfully sweet.
Right.
And is that the same in every region that they always put sugar in?
No, because I didn't put any
You
sugar.
didn't put any sugar. I noticed that. Yeah.
It's really regional, and also the personal preference.
Yeah.
Some household they like to put the sugar. I'm never eating one, but my wife likes without one.
I just love the fact that you're so good at making all of these things, and you do it purely for your wife, and you don't even eat them yourself. I think your wife's a lucky lady. You're a gem now, so you're a gem. You just love cooking. I know that.
Yeah. More. Yeah, it's like really personal purpose and regional to but when you put the sugar in, you can definitely add the sugar into this omelet.
Mhm.
That will add that can make it a little bit easier to form as well, right? So adding sugar burns easier.
So I know all the. Oh, there I am. I know all the knife nerds are going to ask how many layers are in this omelet.
This is
Have you guys been
97.
counting?
this is one of the things that we really like about this is it's kind of like the Damascus of omelets, right? So you can take this, cut it in half, fold it up again.
Okay, that's the clickbait thumbnail for YouTube.
Oh,
Damascus omelet ? Exclamation mark.
that's amazing. Maybe we need a Damascus pan.
If you go to Japan and those places that specialize in this type of omelet, they do such a great job by flipping it, right?
Hmm.
I'm not that pro at it,
You're telling me you don't do this all day long for a living?
right? Those guys are crazy. I don't know if you've ever seen those people do.
I have. I distinctly remember standing watching a lady at a restaurant in Niigata.
Right? They do like this.
Yeah.
But, again, I'm not that.
I think she was confused as to why I was watching her make an omelet. Like it was something fantastic. It was something she does every day.
I mean, the Tsukiji market, they have this place that's really specialized in this type of omelet. And, yeah, right. So the color just like this.
Okay, so this is that Prince Kogyo pan, right?
Yes.
We have the pan, right?
Yes,
We
it is
sell the
the
pans.
Prince Kogyo pan.
We sell the little spatula thing too.
Specialized, I
We even
thought
sell-
we were waiting on the.
Okay, they'll be coming in soon. Yeah, and we even sell that cassette conro, which is like just one of those little side burner things. But to be honest,
It's got little corn.
these little side burners are the best.
Mike, you gonna eat some?
Am I gonna eat some?
I
Yeah.
had it on the plate.
What? You can't cut it on a plate.
It's a sin. It's a sin that the.
This is how you know we're not good at running these things because I don't have anything to eat it with.
Oh,
You want me to eat it with the cutting board?
No, just eat with your hands. Just have it.
Want me to grab some chopsticks for you guys?
Looks like I use this. But I know that knife is a test knife.
Oh,
I'm so glad we sell knives and you used the spoon to cut something.
I see you played knifey spoony before.
you see the layers. I don't think they need something.
Can you show us a cross section under the camera?
You know what? You put much more liquid in it than I do,
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's pretty soft, right?
and it makes it very soft. It's quite hot.
Even use that palm.
Focus.
Oh,
He's
Focus.
oh my god.
Focus. It's not focusing. Now do it's delicious.
Okay, good.
It's got lots of little layers in it.
Wow.
And
It's like an
retains
onion.
more Moisture, and I think the
Wow.
ladle full of the dashi was. It was not
I'm going home to make these.
Yeah.
I'm going to use more dashi.
not too bad for the person who can't eat egg, right?
Yeah, that's amazing. Good work.
If anybody has questions about Japanese omelets, pop them in the comments. Otherwise, we'll start getting back to regular questions about knives.
Yes.
Stay tuned for Yeah. Pale yellow against white is tough for that camera. I think it's tough for any camera. But stay tuned till later today because we have Knife Skills Basics with Kevin at 12:15. We have a Hanasuki chicken butchering demo at 1:15 with Mike. We have traditional Japanese knife skills with Naoto at 2:15, and some donabe cooking, some Japanese hot pot at 3:50. So stay tuned.
Where on the schedule is the point where we order pizza?
Well, there's Chinese food on the way.
There's Chinese food on the way.
Yeah.
That's even more exciting than pizza.
Awesome. Any questions? Stimulating questions.
Absolutely. Uncle Greg says it's not a Knifewear live stream until it's gone off the rails a little.
Hey, what are you trying to say? We went off the rails?
Yeah. Edwin Fang was asking, I don't know, did we answer this one already? The Sunehi Sapeti you were holding that's under the discount section.
we did.
Yeah, we did talk about that. Okay.
Knifewear.com. Any questions, send them there.
Yeah.
Track it down.
Can we please show off the Seki Kanetsugu Zu and Kiritsuke? If you have more questions about knives, now is the time to ask them. Or any of the other stuff in the sale. Just pop them in the comments.
Here it is. This is fantastic. Seki Kanetsugu is just a knife company out of a city of Seki that is famous for knife making, right? Like 70%, they produce 70% quantity-wise knives in Japan, in the town. They make a lot of knives, right? This company, though, they elevated the level of the craftsmanship and also the sharpening. So this is made by the SG2 stainless steel. It has really got nice taper right here. It's like very beautifully tapers it down towards the edge. Pretty thin behind the edge, like a lot of people say. It's got the. Some people find though, the this handle is a little bit.
That's not what he's doing.
Some people find that this handle is with the too skinny. So just so you know, it is a little bit skinnier handle than the other. But it's beautiful like the Telethon handle. I don't mind this like this.
I agree with Timmy Treetop. I think these knives are absolute stunners. They're so nice. Everything about them. And having used them and come with them, they are laser beams. Also, let's not discount the fact that it comes in this beautiful traditional wood box, which really just steps up the gift factor. Like Kevin was saying, it's nice when you give someone a gift and they open it and it's just beautiful. This coming in this even beautiful, and then you can wrap it in a tentative, right?
Yeah. For the
Like this. We should probably show these up. Here, quick. Let's just do that.
So this is furoshiki. This is like one of those like wraps or the things that you can use it for so many different purposes and ways, right? This 100 centimeters or meter fabric, you can make it put bag as well.
Yeah, they're
right?
so multi-purpose.
And you can definitely use this for a wrapping. Like it's pretty simple, right? You can just like set your knife on, wrap.
Well, the cool thing is, this is a gift wrap that can be used in different ways, and then it can be reused. And well, that's one of the downsides I always find at Christmas is the bags and bags of paper that have been used once and thrown away for no purpose.
Yeah, exactly. And this is like, again, we made a video of how to use the furoshiki, and there's like millions of ways. Like you can wrap this, you can use this to again make it a shopping bag.
Yeah, you can even use it as an apron.
Yeah.
But wait, there's more.
Right? For $29.
And you can make it
Infinite
really
gift wrapping.
super cool way to wrap the bottles. So we didn't cover that, right?
Yeah. Hold on. Yeah, so we've got a video from about a year back. I think we put it out in December of 2021. So if you go on our channel after this today, or if you're looking for a little break from the live stream, you can go just to our regular uploaded videos. And from December last year, we've got a video with Naoto about how to make a bag with a furoshiki, how to wrap gifts, I think 2 different ways, and how to wrap up bottles to like carry a couple bottles of wine to a friend's house or something. It's pretty cool. Yeah.
All right, what next?
Yeah. So,
More questions?
well, Uncle Greg just said these demos are a great addition and good idea. Thank you very much.
Thanks, buddy.
Yeah.
We appreciate that.
We just,
I'm glad you noticed. We tried to make it a little bit
Yeah.
more entertaining.
Usually, once the questions run out, it gets a little boring and we're just rambling. And some people enjoy that, but we thought we'd make it entertaining for more people. And Coco Fiasco said, 9 a.m. by 12:30 ship. You guys are speed demons. Can we get a hand for the folks in the warehouse? Yeah. Tiffany, Brenda, Thiago, and Nolan are champions. They are back there shipping your knives. You've probably seen them in the background a little bit today, gathering knives. They started at 8 this morning, pretty much as soon as the order started rolling in. So if you ordered this morning, your package should ship out today. It might take a little while. It'll probably go on a pallet because we might have a few of them. But yeah, we really appreciate all that.
Yep.
And Luke says, you guys are like shamans for fellow nerds out here. Well, I'm glad we could join you, guide you on your knife spirit quest.
What else do you want to know, folks? How thick it is, how heavy
Well,
it is?
for people in Calgary, a little while ago, we had an update from John May saying, update from the Calgary store about notable knives. In addition to the Troll Killer Gyuto, there is some Rainbow Damascus, 2 Moritaka Ishime Hanasukis left, and Homura Gurin Yanagiba in 3 shapes. So thank you so much for your on-the-ground reporting there, John. That's very much appreciated. And I just want to say a quick thank you to everybody that has ordered for all of your support today. It's you folks that let us keep doing these kinds of things, and yeah, it's a lot of fun.
Now, Anto, I'm going to get you to double check, but I think this Hatsukokoro Ginyo, the Tsuchime Damascus, the ones that are made by Yaoji, I think those are particularly exciting. And I'm just wondering if there's any left in stock, because if there are, I want to talk about them, because I think they are very nice. Ginyo, Ginyo. So,
Oh, yeah. Oh, my God, these are stunning.
Years ago, we had a knife made by this guy named Yaoji, this blacksmith, and it was really cool. It was this single bevel Gyuto and white carbon steel, but it was really, really thin, and that was it. You never really saw many knives from him after that, but Naoto's found us these ones through Hatsukokoro, and I'm super excited about it. Okay, first of all, let me pull them up so you can get a closer look. Now, there is a very, very intricate Damascus pattern on here.
Oh, my
You
God.
can start to see, as I'm moving it in the light, you can start to see the hammer marks on the face of the blade here.
Yeah, it's not the unevenness. It is actually the hammer patterns that's been pounded into the blade purposefully.
Well, tell us more about that purpose.
Well, it does. Given the texture, it's great to have for the food release, right, on the blade as well. It's really weird. A lot of times, when you see the hammer patterns like this Goma, you don't see the Damascus pattern inside the tsuchime.
No.
Right? Like, look at that. You can see the intricate pattern inside of the tsuchime, the hammer patterns as well.
I think they're nice. They're made with the Ginsan steel or Silver 3, which is such a nice steel. It's very similar to white carbon steel, but it's got a little bit of chromium in it, so that makes it stainless. I really find the sharpness of these knives is really crisp, if that's a way of describing a sharpness. Also, I really like sharpening this steel. It's very, very easy to pull an edge back on it. Oh yeah. Oh, and that big beefy petty. That's like a mini Gyuto. Yeah. Okay. They're not heavy. They're kind of medium in terms of weight and thickness.
Yeah.
I think they would make a really great all-rounder. The edge is nice and fine and thin, but it's not super delicate, fine and thin. I think this actually would make a super nice gift. I mean, we're looking at $500 kind of price range. The petty is a little bit less at $350. This petty is so nice. Okay, I use either a 240 or I use a 150. And I love this style of knife because at 150 mils, I can make this cut all sorts of stuff. It's really small, light, and nimble. I don't have a big kitchen, so I don't always want to be chucking around a big knife. But this thing is nice and thin, super nice and light.
It's great. It's like, again, like Mike said, the Yaoji is the single bevel guy, right? So he's been making single bevels for a long time.
Mhm.
And what makes it a little bit different from single bevels to those double bevels are primarily, well, first, it's a stick thickness, so it's fine.
Right.
Usually it's like single bevels are much thicker, right? So he actually struggled a little bit for the first couple batches of the Ginyo knives. And when we first saw a couple from him, it was a little too thick. And it wasn't really, it's almost like wedging food kind of thickness, so we kind of skip on that, but we wanted to see the better version of it. And I knew he would make the better version of this, and now it's like,
Naoto, that's one of the things I love about how you buy knives, is you have so much understanding of how they work and how they do what they're doing that you know to wait.
sometimes, right? Sometimes it's worse than wait. And this definitely those like knives that we waited, and it's really near perfection.
So yeah, these are the Hatsukokoro. Ginyo is the series. Hatsukokoro is a company. Ginyo is a series, and this is the Silver 3 or the Ginsan steel. And it's I don't know how it shows up on the computer, but the Tsuchime Damascus pattern is super unique, and we've got a 150 petty, a 170 Nakiri, a 180 Santoku, which by the way is the right size, and a 210 mil Gyuto. That was me just being sassy. I just like a 180 Gyuto, or sorry, Santoku.
I want to talk about these knives that we didn't get to talk about. Since we started talking about Hatsukokoro, Hatsukokoro is this company who talks and deals and orders knives from all over Japan. So it's not a single knife maker, but they choose and one of the finest, I guess, the craftsmen from Japan, right? So someone like this, Hatsukokoro, the Kurosagi series. Kurosagi is the single. Kurosagi series, Aogami Super, so AS or Aogami Super, with the carbon steel cladding, makes it really, really simple. Kurochi was the $230, so it's a stellar deal for the AS, handmade AS knife, right? This one here is forged by this blacksmith shop in the Kumamoto called the Moto Kyuichi. They've been around for quite a while as well, and they've been making those like challenging a lot of new steels like Super. I've seen them making blue with the stainless clad and stuff, but it's a beautiful like finish like this for 230.
The sharpening is very nice on this.
It's really nice tall bevel as well, right? Another like tall bevel, jumping onto the more what like traditional style. They're not made in Sanjo, but they try to make it look like a Sanjo style blade, which basically means it's the really thick, like starting right here and forge tapers it all the way down. This Hatsukokoro come already with blue carbon steel. It's a really nice thin edge and really tall bevel. And it's really beautiful polished on the here of the flat part. This is really, really nice.
Okay, does this Kurosagi come at 240?
Yeah,
Oh no!
I just brought home 210.
Oh no, Mike, is it going to be new knife day for you?
It's great price. 240 is 270.
Oh my god, I have to wait till the end of the day. We're not allowed to buy stuff until 6 o'clock on the first day.
Last, which I'm call it the last Hatsukokoro that I'm talking about is the Shin
Goddamn.
Hero. This is made with this Aogami Super. Look at this delicate, like intricate Damascus.
Yeah, that's
bevel.
beautiful.
Beautiful Kurochi. He learned the skills and techniques in Sanjo under Yoshikane, the Kazomi-san. So it's a really nice thick, spine. It is made in the Fukushima of the Nihei-san. Nihei-san is the guy behind some of the famous knives like Konosuke, the guy. They work a bit closer too, but this is really, really beautiful. It's got the bevel is nicely convex, thin behind the edge. Sharpening is great. This is one of those knives we kind of talked about a few times. This is one of those knives like once you hold it, Like as soon as you hold it, you feel like that is good. Like, it's got really nice meat on the back. Beautiful.
The edge on this is very interesting.
How? Okay, so sorry, Trevor Pinicky was asking. I'm not sure, Trevor, if you're caught up with the stream or not. I was asking. No way, that's 250 millimeter. How big is that? If you're, I'm not sure what knife that was in reference to. Let us know, Trevor. If it was the one we were just showing, those are the 210s, and then Mike had a 240 there. Kim Wayan was saying, looks like Yoshikane work. Is there any relation?
Yes, I said he learned the technique from this guy.
Right, yeah. There's a lot of blacksmiths out there these days who trained with, I can't remember his name now.
Yeah, Kazuomi-san.
Kazuomi Yamamoto-san, yeah.
So yeah, it does look like look like Yoshikane. Yes, he did go to Kazuomi-san's place to learn the different techniques. This we don't call it the guy in Fukushima. He one reason this family of knife company. It's like a knifewear. They learned how to sharpen knives, but he didn't know how to do the forging. That's why he went to Yoshikane to learn.
So Trevor's saying that one is surprised it's 240. Looks bigger on camera. Could be just the size of Naoto's hands.
Yeah.
Naoto's got slightly smaller hands than me and Mike. But it could also be that we are using a wide-angle lens, and so maybe that's giving you a little bit of making the knife look a little bit bigger than it is.
This is 240.
Sorry, Naoto. I hope I didn't offend you.
Oh.
That's the two. Okay, I got a couple questions for you guys. Jeff Robson was asking, are all knives available listed on the primary garage sale link on the website? It looks like there are more items on the table than listed on the site. It could be that like some of the items are stuff we've had in a previous garage sale. Like some of the stuff from Seki Kanetsugu, for example, we got last garage sale and we have it again. And so maybe some of the stuff that's returning stock isn't listed on there. But if there's a specific knife you're looking for, just let us know. We can help you find something. But yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, we're always surprised by how much space all the knives take up when we lay them out. And it's not really like a crazy amount of knives. Like there's maybe a couple hundred knives there, I don't know, laid out today. But it looks like a lot because, they all have the boxes and stuff. K86 Wall was asking, I know it's no Tinker, but would a Kamagata, maybe Masakage or Moritaka, be a good alternative? I'm a big fan of a tall, short blade. And then I guess I just grabbed that guy. I missed the short part. We don't have any Kamagatas on hand right now, do we, Sky? We didn't have any of those Kamagatas around, do we?
All the Kamagatas are sold out.
Okay. Yeah, so all of our Kamagatas are sold out right now. I know the Moritaka Kamagata is a bit on the bigger side, and so that could be a good option. If you're looking for an alternative to a mini tank, then a Kamagata would be a good alternative. If you're looking for an alternative to a regular tank, this is the Sakai Takayuki Tall Bunka, and this guy is very similar in terms of like shape and weight and style and everything. What should we know about this guy, Naoto? What should we know about this guy?
This is it's like they call it Tall Bunka, but the forged by the blacksmith Togashi-san is pretty good. He actually makes our Oyaki blade for us as well. He is one of like 5-6 super popular blacksmiths in that region as well. But it's got really nice, like good bevel. It's not like finicky, super thin bevel. So it's going to do a really good job on keeping it, and it's not going to chip as good as easy. We got actually a few actual Kamagatas in stock. So let's take a look.
We have two. They're very.
That's rare that we have any Kamagatas in stock.
So both of these Kamagata are similar in a certain light. The fact is they are both stainless steel cladding on carbon steel core. Now, this is the ridiculously popular Koishi series. So we've got the cherry wood handle, the Grochi finish with the hammering. I personally have a few knives from this series, and I think they're just some of the best you could ever buy. And nice, light, thin blade. Of course, Masakagi they're kind of the guys who started this curve here, where it's really lovely to have your fingers tucked right up inside. Sorry for that camera action there. And it's just so comfortable to hold. Now, when you're chopping little things with this guy, you can chop for days. It's so nice, and that tall blade allows you to just chop through stuff. It's got more weight, plus it's got more height, so you don't end up with your hand like in the pile of food that you're cutting. Now this is the Zero, so Masakagi again, Zero, but a very different feel. Same kind of specs to a certain degree, right? Where we've got the stainless cladding, the carbon core, the hammering on the outside, but this is a desert ironwood handle. Desert ironwood is a very dense feeling wood, so not only do we have the ironwood, but it's got that full tang there, which basically just gives you more weight in the knife. And that is going to put that weight further back in your hand. So this one balances kind of like that, sort of in this region, right? Where the Kawishi balances a little bit further forward, right on the handle. So that gives you a different feel when you're chopping with it. So if you're someone who likes to just hold the handle firmly and get after it, the Zero is going to feel great for you. If you do like to choke up and grab the blade, as is kind of a standard chef style technique, the Kawishi will feel better for you. I hope that answered your question.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty thorough answer. Thank you so much for that, Mike. Hopefully that worked for you, K86 Wall. If you have any other questions, let us know. If anybody else has any other questions, pop them in the chat. Annie Ritter said, I just got home from the Calgary store. There are still loads of fantastic knives, lots of parking nearby, and lots of helpful staff. Came home with a gorgeous Enru Tsuchime petty and lots of accessories. Well, congrats, Annie, and thank you for all of your support. We really appreciate it. Thanks for letting everybody know. Philip Ortman says, Munetoshi Gyuto or Sentoku to show? Question mark. We got him there.
We watched this guy making sickles, right? Yeah. So Naoto and I got to visit this workshop in April, and it was really kind of fun. The guy's often making sickles, and so we got to watch him make some sickles, and it was just this crazy workshop that was run. He had this giant shaft down the roof of his workshop, and coming off of these shafts were these big long leather belts. And when he would turn on one machine, he would turn on the whole place, and it would start. His belts would be flapping, and his wheels would be spinning, and it would power the one hammer he was working on. And I also loved that he had a pair of glasses at every station, so he wouldn't take his glasses and just walk around with them. He would take them off, put them down, and when he went to the next station, he would put on another pair of glasses. Like he's always he never wants to lose a pair of glasses.
He also was using the 3 different hammers.
Yeah.
He started from one hammer to do the full loading, then he moved to another hammer for doing something else. Then he finished with another hammer, right? He had like 4 different spring hammers to basically for himself.
Yeah. We're working smarter, not harder.
Well, one of the things, he's a bit of an older fellow, and I think some of the younger generation gets a bit of the hype behind the Japanese knives, and they try to lean into it. They're trying to try new steels and new techniques, where this guy's just a really good blacksmith. He's been doing it for a long time. So you can see he's not dressed the knife up. He's not putting any fancy stuff to it. This is just a really well put together knife.
Although, having said that, he still doesn't have, forgotten about the challenges and stuff like that, the things that he has to do. So I've seen some of his Miyagi knives, and we may be able to get some of his Miyagi knives soon.
Oh, that would be amazing.
Yeah. So he has, he still likes to do something that he has.
D-shaped handle. Some people think that's a right-handed handle. That's pretty common. It has a little groove that sort of fits in underneath your knuckles there.
Well, that knife shape handle or knife handle shape is certified left-handed friendly by Christopher Lord. So
That's right.
I think we're good.
But because it's the such simple finish, right? The price is fantastic.
Yeah, it's $215 for a beautifully crafted.
That's crazy. Yeah,
$251 for
yeah, a hand forged knife.
Yeah.
John May saying, in addition to that tall bunka, could you show, or we should show the Algami Super Moritaka Mega Nakiri, aka Chinese Cleaver, aka Chukabocho. There's also at least one of those in the Calgary shop. So if you're in Calgary, this knife could be your next knife. This thing's a beauty. I use my Moritaka Mega Nakiri often.
Mega Nakiri. Yeah, this thing's great. It's just a big old piece of steel with an edge on it. Beautiful. I love this texture. As far as like a knife never sticking inside of food, that food release thing, this is about the best texture ever. You know what? Nathan knows what I think about Moritakas because he thinks the same thing. And there are knives that have, arguably better points. Like some go have higher Rockwell hardness, or they have this or they have that on paper makes the knife better. I can tell you what I like about Moritaka knives. I like the way it feels when I cut food, and I don't know if there's anything more important than that. I mean, yeah, they're not stainless steel. You gotta watch out for rust. It's gonna develop patina. This black finish will fade over time as you wash it, especially if you scrub it with something abrasive. But you know what? Cutting food with them just makes me happy. And that's what I got to say about their knives.
I agree 100%.
So the difference between these two is this guy here is more of the Chukabocho, and it's made with Algami Super, which is going to hold an edge a little bit longer, and it has the traditional Moritaka Kurochi finish. You can see a little bit of color difference here, and that's because they weld a stainless steel tang onto the blade. So if water ever goes inside the handle, it's not going to rust out inside the handle. Same on this one as well. You just don't see it with that pattern. They do that with all of their knives. And the Mega Nakiri here, this guy is just it's blue steel, number 2. You can always tell the difference. The gold one is the super blue, and the silver one is, and that's the Moritaka sort of code. But it's a little bit shorter, it's a little bit lighter, and that's about it. Basically, very, very similar knives, very similar grind on them. Both kick-ass. It's a technical term.
It's, very technical. Awesome. Thanks, Mike. Trevor Pinicky said, if they wouldn't mind showing it, of course we wouldn't. That's what we're here for today. I'd really like to see the Takeshi Saji R2 Black Damascus Western Bunka in 165 millimeter.
We have a Santoku. We haven't got a Bunka.
Okay, so Trevor, we don't have one of those Black Damascus bunkas here in the warehouse, but the Santoku is almost the exact same knife, and so here it is.
It's such a cool pattern. How it all kind of it looks like there's a center line going down the. That Black Damascus is so cool. So it's got that black that comes from being etched in acid, but since they've got the layer of nickel folded in to the Damascus steel, that doesn't etch the same way. So that's how you get that crazy shiny layer with that real gray cloudy layer. So it's often the nickel Damascus, but it's been etched with ferric chloride, which gives it that really cool look.
And that guy's definitely Saji?
That is actually the Yoshimi.
Okay, I thought so, and John also mentioned it. I was thinking that looked like the Kato. Okay, here we go.
This is the Saji, and this is in the R2 powdered steel. And the difference between the Kato and the Saji, they look very much the same, but what I can tell you is this one is thicker and it weighs more. There you go. Sadly, we haven't got a bunker here for you, but
it is got a little bit more substantial spine to it, right?
Yeah.
Well, John May here must be psychic because he mentioned exactly that. I'm guessing the Saji version is a bit more thick in the spine than the Kato.
Yeah, the SG2 Black Damascus is insanely thin. And how it's been sharpened is also insanely thin as well.
Yeah. So while they're the same steel, that thicker blade will be just a little bit tougher when you're cutting through something hard. If that's a concern for you.
Awesome.
I mean, it's not a concern. It's a pro or a con.
Yeah.
Depending on what
Okay, next up we've got the Natalie Rosen was asking, can I see the Tsunahisa ZA18 Enju Gyuto in 210 millimeter? And do we have the Gyuto there? And Natalie was wondering specifically, is there too much flex to it? How flexible is that guy?
You know, there's just the tiniest bit of flex to it. I don't know how I can show this to you. It's a bit of flex. It is not bendy by any stretch of the means, but it is quite a thin knife. How can I get the whole thing in here? I hope that's showing you what you need to know. That's kind of how bendy it is. Now, if you pushed really hard on it, it would stay bent. It's not meant to be flexible. It is one of the reasons why it is a little bit bendy is because it is crazy thin. So the places you'd want to watch out for that, or where it might be a detractor, you know, sometimes if you're smashing garlic cloves with the side of your knife, that's a kind of the most common cause we see for people bending a knife. If you're, I don't know, having a thin bendy knife, I don't think is really that bad, because when you're pushing the knife forwards, it's going to slide nicely through the food, and since it's so thin, it's not going to be, you're not going to have to add a lot of force to push it through, which is where you'd start to see the flex make it feel that way. So, you know, Natalie, I hope that's helped. If you have any more questions or specific reasons why you wouldn't want that, then maybe we can start trying to direct you to something that would be more to what you need. So let us know, like, what you're going to cut with it, or when you use a knife and you're like, I don't like this, it's too bendy because of this. Let us know those details, and we can maybe try and find you something that's more to what you want. This is the garage sale. We're here. This is Knifewear. We're here in the warehouse where we're shipping stuff out to customers right away. You can also go to our stores. We have stores in Calgary, Edmonton, Ottawa, and Vancouver. They're all open. They all have their own stuff. It's all exclusive to the stores today. This evening, it goes back online once all the stores have closed. So 7 p.m. Will be Mountain Standard Time, 7 p.m. tonight. Those things will be reactivated on our website. So there'll be a re-up of what's available if you can only shop online. If you can get into a store, head down to the stores. They do have some sweet deals, and they've got some unique stuff. We are running the sale until the 13th, from today until the 13th, both in store and online. You can still bring in your knives for sharpening. We might be a little bit longer getting to them, but this is a really fun week for us. The November garage sale is always a bit of a kickoff for Christmas. Lots of people coming in to pick up Christmas deals. This year we've got the Tsunahisa brand of knives. They are 20% off all week, in and amongst all of the other deals. We go to Japan, we buy knives. We go there on business trips, we buy stuff that we don't normally stock. That's what the garage sale is. We find unique, one-of-a-kind prototypes. We test out new products. We test out new lines. Sometimes there's things that we can only get a handful of at a time, so it doesn't make sense for us to stock them full-time on our website. And so we use the garage sale to bring them in and sell them. We always want to give everyone a great selection of stuff to choose from, but sometimes it's not feasible to run all year round. And we also go and find just good deals of stuff, right? Like these Seki Kenetsugu.
Deals, and more deals!
Right, the Seki Kenetsugu, molybdenum and vanadium, the Pro M. That's one of my favorites right now. The petties that are like $85, they're thin like a laser beam. And you know what? If you need a knife to chuck around, that's going to be a great one. Their Hanasuki is outstanding. So there's lots of great deals. And we're here today on this video to help you out, pick out what you'd like. So if you have questions, let us know. We'll be back again on Thursday to do this again as a roundup, because not everything that we ordered is here, because that's how things go. And so we'll have some new stuff to launch. And we've got this guy in this crazy shirt. Is it time?
I just got the shirt. Just got it in the mail. Yeah, it's time.
Generators, generate.
All right.
Has anyone got me on that one?
No, I have no idea. Oh, hold on.
Which one are we
All right, ready?
Is that another
This
band?
is for the tank. This is for the tank. 258.
258.
Okay, let's grab that tank so we can show it off and find out who won the opportunity to buy that knife. So this is for the regular Shibata Tinker tank. You found the tank? Okay, I'm gonna look up this person to see what their name is.
It looks like tank.
Thanks,
Let's take a look at this tank.
So what's the deal here, Mike? What's going on?
So we have always run a back in stock list off our website for all these products that, you know, come and go, because that's how Japanese knife world is. Things come and go. Now we've had the Tinker
Wait, we're
tank.
Knifewear, not Japanese Knifewear.
Well, we are knife.
That's the place down the street.
Yeah, right.
Japanese knife
We
world.
are Knifewear, kings of the Japanese knife world. And so, well, there's some of these knives that we just get way less than we could have or ever sell. So we've abandoned the back in stock list for these knives that are super, super hard to come by. It's still there for most things, but these, you know, the waiting list got to like 100 people or 100 years almost.
Yeah, it was like 100
people.
years. A century.
A century wait list. So this is the Shibata Tinker tank, the full-size tank.
Oh. Oh.
Ooh.
Ba-da-ba. This is tank 2 of 3.
God damn.
It was made on the 22nd of July of the 22nd year of the 20th millennium. This is the special one. It's the 2222.
Oh. Yeah. Cool.
Now, tank is such a great knife. It's a stainless clad carbon steel core. It's the Aogami Super. But it's a big, beefy knife on a crazy edge. These knives are so sought after. They're so hard to come by that basically we're raffling off the opportunity to buy it. So have we found the name of whoever just won our raffle?
Yeah, I believe it was Joshua Davis. I had to kind of figure out their name from their email. But yeah.
So we're going to email you an invoice. You have 24 hours to pull the pin or pull the trigger and pay for this knife. Otherwise, it'll go to someone else.
Yeah. Cool. Congrats.
Yay!
Woo!
Okay, well, in 10 minutes, we have a demonstration from celebrity chef Kevin Kent doing some Knife Skills basics.
Oh, can we call him Celebrity Chef?
I love that. Yeah, he's going to teach you some knife skills. So if you have questions about knife skills, maybe areas where you're struggling, post them in the comments now. We've got a few. Yeah, like that. We've got a few more demos coming up today. We've got. Can you call it that schedule? I can't remember what's what. Here we go. I love this schedule so much. Mason, you're a goddamn genius if you're listening. So we've got Knife Skills Basics in 10 minutes. We've got a Hanasuki demo at 1:15 with a wrench here. We've got traditional Japanese knife skills at 2:15. We're having a hard time wrapping that knife up there. Okay. With Naoto. And then at 3:15, we're going to cook up some Japanese hot pot. We have Donabe cooking. Knifewear TV is brought to you by viewers on video.
I was kind of hoping you were going to say Japanese hot dog.
Japanese hot dog. Oh, we did that last garage show. Remember we had a hot dog cam. That was fun. And then I ate 7 hot dogs. So I
Why aren't we
decided
eating
we
hot
were going
dogs
to do that.
right now?
Because it's Chinese food on the way.
Oh.
Yeah, so if you folks need help finding a knife or you have questions about a knife on the website, maybe not all the info you want is there. Maybe you want to know how thick the spine is or how heavy it is or want us to compare it to some other knives, we can do that. We have calipers, we have scale, we have lots of knives all around us. Most of the knives on the sale are around us here.
We should talk about some of the other fun stuff, unless we have something pressing right away. I mean,
I got something I want to talk about.
We've got some sweet swags.
This has been a passion project of mine. It's been almost a year since I got the idea. It wasn't a crazy idea. I just thought we should make some more shirts.
Yeah, it's like we've got a YouTube channel and we sell like swag. So
And it took us 10 months to make it happen, but it was worth the wait. So we have these awesome long sleeves. Maybe I'll show it in the top can instead of the potato can here. So this guy is my personal favorite. This guy was actually my idea, so I'm very proud of it. This is a very stylish long sleeve for all those skater boys and skater girls in your life. And this guy has the Japanese logo on the chest, and then it's got the Oni masks from our 220 grit sharpening stone box down the sleeve. I wear this guy a lot at home. We've got the Kawaii but Deadly. It's actually just a last-minute idea that our designer Mason came up with, but it's absolutely genius, and we're just in love with the shirt. So this guy's a ringer too, which means it's got this black collar on it. It's off-white, so you know it won't get quite as stained as a regular white shirt. And we've got this ramen T-shirt.
Yeah, ramen's the best one.
Do you like noodles?
Ramen's the best one.
Yeah. And then we got this.
I like that ramen one so much I stuck the sticker on my car.
That's awesome.
You know I don't have stickers in my car.
No.
I have a ramen sticker.
And then we got this Knifewear hat. So big fan.
The sides.
Totally legible. I really like this hat though. And I have a very large head. My head is like a 3XL, and this thing fits like surprisingly comfortable.
My
So
head is a 3XL.
if you got a big head and you want a dad hat, get yourself one of these. We've got them in gray now too. They've got gray embroidery. So that was pretty cool.
We got camouflage ones coming.
Yeah, we got camouflage ones coming. We're just finishing up the design. And stay tuned because we have other merch coming soon. Oh my god. I've got these custom woven in Calgary, Alberta, not too far from our warehouse. These are toques. They're very warm beanies to our American friends. These guys are way too small for me. You can unfold them and they do fit large heads. But these guys, we've got a Damascus toque. We've got the Oni mask again. We've got kind of like a kimono design. And then we got the Knifewear Supreme. It's my personal favorite. Awesome. Well, that's nice. You know, I think we've got some nice skills at some point from celebrity chef Kevin Ted.
In 5 minutes?
Yeah, 5 minutes.
Some hats that I can see.
Yeah, we got a few more questions. Why don't we get through a few more of those questions folks have been waiting for?
Yeah.
All right, sounds good. Up first, yes.
Okay.
Let me find this question here. All right, this one is from Aaron Kwan. Can you guys show this knife?
So this
That's
one
it.
here, the Hatsukokoro, again, another Hatsukokoro branded the series Kage. This is made in Tulsa with a blue carbon steel with a beautiful Damascus finish. Here, this doesn't have a stainless steel, but this has got very nice fit and finish and very well made. Like comparison to some of the like say shingles on the knives. You can see this is like so much better made. One, it's got very nice even spine as well as the grind. It's not like compare. Dude, this is rustic. It's nothing wrong.
That is
Nothing wrong with
that's a great knife. But
like
the price really lets you know that it's
yeah.
a very rustic knife just by looking at the price.
Get the little like dents here. And
You can
stuff
see
like
the
that.
dents all the way along.
Where this is really well made. The bevel is so nice and even. It's not too thin. It's not too thick. It's actually really thin behind the edge.
So that's the mama bear knife. It's just right.
Yeah, this is really well made. Yeah, there.
We have an exciting announcement.
Yeah, we just found this. So the garage sale, as you know, so we're Knifewear. We sell Japanese handmade kitchen knives. We have got stores in Calgary, Edmonton, Ottawa, Vancouver. From coming right away, and online at www, as I don't have to say anymore, but knifewear.com. I'm just showing how old I am. So we've been selling all of our garage sale stuff today. The garage sale is special items, special orders, blacksmiths we don't usually deal with, scratch and dent, whatever, all kinds of strange things. And while we were packaging and going through, our warehouse manager found something. This is terrible that this fell on the side. But this is a knife from Takeda's. Mr. Takeda, as you know, he's, there's been issues with production lately there. And all of our Takeda knives came in, our year order came in advance in the same week.
Same 3 minutes, I think.
Well, it was a few days anyway.
Yeah.
When we found this is a Yanagiba of his. It's $620. Maybe you can put the name and the thing down there. So it's a Yanagiba here. How long did this say it is? Oh, large, right? So that's 300. About 300 millimeters long.
I think it's 270.
How much was this?
$620.
Tiny.
So this is. Let's measure it.
Well, special look. Yeah.
It's actually almost exactly 300 millimeters. So there you go. There is the one left. This is a Yanagiba from Takeda-san.
It's listed as Suzuki.
It's listed as Tsujihiki. So there you go. It's a 300 millimeter Tsujihiki. It should be back on the website now. We just so it's a special little knife. If you love knives, you want at least one knife from Takeda-san. His knives are so unique and so interesting. He's really slowed his production down now. So this is the sort of knife you want to start grabbing for your collection. His knives are really unique because he changed a lot of things. He looked at how to make a knife and then took it all apart and said, okay, how can I change or fix every single process? So he has decided that the best knife is the thinnest knife. So he's trying to make basically a piece of paper. If you compare the knife I have from him from 14 years ago to his current techniques, it's probably twice as fat. Now, 14 years ago, that was a really slim handheld knife he made. And now he makes these ridiculous thin lasers because he is obsessed with making the thinnest blade. Because years ago, a friend of his who's a chef said, oh, thin knives cut better. So he said, okay, clearly that means I have to make the thinnest knife possible. So we just have one. It won't be in the garage sale section. It'll just be in the Takeda knife section. But we just found it, so it'll be back on the website today. It should be back on there now. So there you go. That's that. Now apparently, I'm supposed to do a demo here. Look at this. I'm supposed to take this Hariyuki Gola 210 millimeter cruise. Now this knife here is not on the garage sale. This is a standard product knife that we have. I'm a big fan of these, always have been. I love the way they look. I love the way they feel. I like the way they cut. As a professional chef, they're great. As a home, they're great. And as a gift, they're great. Because they're under $200. And they look so cool that whatever you do, whoever you give this to, you'll always win the gift giving award. Because I know not everybody's competitive, but I do know that gift giving at a wedding is competitive. And if I get into my lowered rock and roll stance, so you can see my whole shiny head, not just part of it. I don't know who set this camera up, but they set it up for somebody not my height, Nathan. So apparently I'm supposed to give you a quick how to cut like a chef class here. I think the big thing to think about, the big thing to understand, is how to hold the knife and how to hold the food. Right? So we want to hold the knife in a way. We want to hold the knife in a way that we're not going to cut ourselves. We have the maximum control of the blade, and we want to hold our food in a way that we don't get cut. So this is the way chefs do things. This is the way I suggest. Nathan, did you go and find produce that was like at the back of your fridge?
Yeah, it's the finest that Superstar has to offer.
I don't even. From when though? Like what week did you buy these at Superstar? This is
not that whole comedy to the.
These are not. This is like something. Like this is something Nathan grew in his yard. He harvested it in June.
I'm not sharing that stuff with you. It's good quality products.
That's what I have to put up with you. So the way a chef will hold it, you'll see that a chef won't grab the handle. Grabbing the handle like this and put your finger on top. It's the way I'll hold the knife if I'm slicing sushi. So slices of raw vegetable, raw fish, I'll be on. The other three fingers around. So something like this. So you see, pinching thumb, forefinger, pinching the blade. Hold the handle like that. The other hand, the hand we don't want to cut off, we want to curl the fingers in like this. So the knife goes down the fingers. You don't want your thumb to sneak out there and get cut off. So you want to keep on how it is. Curl your fingers in, rub the knife along your fingers, keep your thumb behind. So when I'm holding the food, If we roll this up, you'll see that my thumb is hiding behind my fingers here. So, real easy, real simple. All we're going to do, oh, I love a sharp. So what we're going to do is we're just going to run the knife over our fingers. You can see I'm not bashing the board. I'm not going, right? I'm just touching the board, sticking the knife to the board. You'll see that when I'm cutting, my knife will hit the board. The front will hit the board and then the back. Like that. Or I'll just hit it in that spot there, just flat like that. Some people like to do this rocking motion, right? Where you are essentially doing this rocking. I do that for things like when I'm trying to cut out parsley or something like that. I'm cutting a bunch of small, fine parsley. But I generally don't rock my blade so much because I think that rubbing the blade into it is going to dull my knife faster, and I like my knife to stay sharp. So again, I'll just pushing the knife at this point, pushing and pulling the knife, or if I want, I can rock it as well. When you're rocking the knife, the front of the knife stays on the board, and it's the back end of your knife that's actually doing the cutting, right? I have to talk louder. Can I just turn my mic up?
It is all the way up.
Oh, my mic's all the way up. It doesn't look that all the way up on this side. All right, I'm not talking loud. I'm sorry, everybody. So there. Hot a slice of celery there. Nathan's geriatric celery. I've also got a carrot, the knobbliest carrot I've ever seen. Thank you, Nathan. I'm just going to top and tail this guy. So some cuts you might need to know or might want to know. I know sometimes people say dice this or dice that or whatever, or julienne or brunoise. Do we know what any of these things really mean? So let's just take a section of this. Right? If we're going to make julienne, what we want, if we want to get safe, cut off a little bit just to so your carrot doesn't roll around. We cut a flat side, so it just sits there. So if we wanted to, let's say, baton, we're going to cut it all about the same width here. Okay? So all about the same width. We'll just stack them up. Might not be very loud. Oh, stack them up like that. And then again, just pop the knife through. So hopefully we end up with, okay, chef said safe, but I did my cooking show. You can't look at what I've done here. They're not very straight and not very perfect. So now I'm clearly going to prison for these cuts. That's basically how you would make a baton, right? I'm always partial to things like julienne and brunoise for showing off a knife because you just get to cut a lot finer. So I know we sell mandolins and I know I use mandolins. You don't need one if you have a sharp knife. I sound like that guy on Slap Chop when I say these things. Anyway, so you want to get some really thin, floppy carrots. Right? Slice them thin. Stack them up like you're some kind of dealer in Vegas, I suppose. And we're just going to go boom, 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 boom. And then you're going to get these wonderful, floppy little julienne. So that's what julienne should be. Floppy and really fine. And if we wanted to make brunoise, we'll just turn that julienne 90 degrees and give it this. And it should be all the same size, little tiny, tiny dice. That's the sort of thing I like to use as a garnish for consommé, if I'm making that. Or if we do it with shallots, we can add vinegar to it and make a vinaigrette for oysters.
Hey, we got a video about oysters.
We have a video about oysters?
Yeah, Mike made a video teaching us how to shuck oysters without snapping our oyster shucker.
Oh, that's nice.
It's pretty handy. It's a good video.
So there we go. So there's the exception of that. There's what they call brunoise. It's just really, really small dice. Now, what else should we talk about? what else should we show for some knife skills here? I've only got the world's oldest carrot and the world's deepest, toughest celery.
Does anybody
I
else?
got an apple.
Does anybody else have questions? You're supposed to have an onion. You want to show us how to dice an onion?
I'm not dicing an onion. Are you sure? Listen, no way. I'm not doing an onion. There's several reasons.
People on the internet don't have opinions
Several
about
reasons.
that.
I'm not doing an onion because that's fraught with danger. I've got a way to do it. Chris Lord's got a way to do it. For example, him and I both have different ways to do it. Neither of us is wrong, but the internet always weighs in and tells you you're wrong. I think dicing an onion is fraught with danger. I'm not going to bother with that one. I don't need the comments today. Frankly, I already know I'm right. So there we go. If we haven't bored everybody to death yet,
Now,
maybe
what's
it's time for some questions.
what size of knife do you like? Did you talk about that at all?
I didn't. This here is a 210 millimeter Gyuto. Gyutos are great because they can do everything. They're like the one knife to rule them all. So you can do everything with your Gyuto. Different lengths are helpful. Usually, the longer a knife, the more helpful, the more utility you can get out of it, right? The longer knife has no problem slicing small shallots, but also no problem on a huge watermelon. Whereas shorter knives like a Santoku, you're gonna find it difficult for the larger jobs or larger items you're cutting. I think as a chef, I've always wanted a 240 or a 270 or even a 300 millimeter Gyuto. But this is a 210. I think 210 is a great knife for home use. It's not too big for your cutting board for most people. It's big enough that it's going to do most jobs quite easily. Not like, like I find Santoku sometimes just to be a bit small. But I'm also nearly 2 meters tall and very confident with the knife. So my stature, see, I have to keep ducking down because my top of my head gets cut off on this.
We're just trying to prove a point.
Camera.
Oh, it's just the screen. We can see the top of your head.
You see my top of my head here?
Yeah. Part of your hair is missing, but
Exactly.
you got lots.
So I was scooched in. Anyway, let's say that my stature, my size, my arm, that sort of thing, goes into, and confidence with knives, goes into what size I find. I'm happy. I've got a 360 millimeter, which is a ridiculous knife. But I special with it just for fun, just cuts, rather. But my wife, shorter than me, she's a center. So there you go. You've got knife sizes differ, kind of like golf clubs and hockey sticks. Kind of depends on your size and skill level. Like I said, a 210 millimeter chef's knife I think is perfect for home use. Right? It's a great home use knife. There you go.
Totally. That's
Now-
the size I use the most. Yeah, so we got some questions. Let's get to them.
Okay. Pick me up.
So this is from Phoebe Sola asking, wondering how rockable is the Sakai Kikumori Asagiri Kiritsuki Santoku?
Wow, that is a name, isn't it? Sakai Kikumori is the company. Asagiri is the line of the knife, so forward muscle line. And Kiritsuke Santoku. It's interesting, because this shape is commonly known as a bunka. So it's basically a Santoku, which is this kind of shape. The Santoku has a rounded front here, not like a clipped front. So usually people call this a bunka if it's Santoku size, which is about 160 to 180 millimeters long. But if it's a Gyuto size, like longer, like 210, 240, 270, 300 millimeters, they generally call it a Kiritsuke. But this company, Sakai Kikumori, wants to call this a Kiritsuke Santoku. So there you go. So they're saying it's a Santoku with a Kiritsuke tip. How rockable is it? Here we go. I'm going to cut on the side of this box to give you an idea of how it's going to look on the cutting board. So there you go. Does that give you an idea
Yeah,
of how it walks?
I would call that pretty rockable.
It's actually got a little bit more rocker than some of the Santokus we have. Some of the Santokus we have are pretty flat. Like this section to this section will be very flat, whereas this one's already got, I guess the cross section's there. This one's got a bit more rocker than most Santokus. So I hope that answered your question. Not
Yeah.
more questions in there.
Just before you put that away,
Yes.
they're also asking how long is it?
How long is it? Well, it feels like it's 165 mils, but let's give it a go. Now,
The dinosaur ruler ready?
I got the dinosaur ruler. You spare no expense. So it is exactly 166. You get an extra millimeter for the same price.
Oh, what?
What a deal.
166 millimeters for the price of 165.
Millimeters there. It is $423. The greatest thing about knives from Sakai, and it's basically across the board, knives from Sakai have excellent fit and finish. It's the place in Japan where people talk about, like, professionals want knives from Sakai. Want knives from Sakai because they're usually hammered by the one guy that only hammers, sharpened and ground by the person who only sharpens, engraved by the person who only engraves, handled off by just the person who only puts on the handle. So all of these techniques are split up so that just people that only do one job do it, right?
Yeah.
Which is a very different mentality from, let's say, the Moritaka family, who's been making knives and swords since 1293, and their plan is to make every single process in-house. So they don't want to have this division of labor. They say, okay, we're going to do everything ourselves to prove how great we are. We're also in a very small town. There's no other support service.
Convenient.
There's that, right?
So Phoebe Sola has, since you're speaking about Sakai, has a good follow-up question or comment. Mentioned that it's listed as 180 millimeters on the website, but there's a reason for that.
Sorry. Yeah, here is the weird reason. You are right, it's weird, Phoebe Sola. If we measure from the handle to the tip, it's one. Oh, here's. You got the overhead camera, Nathan?
Oh, I'm not paying attention.
So if we measure from the handle to the tip, it's 180 millimeters. That is special Sakai measuring. So if we measure just the blade, like everywhere else in Japan does, we're 167 actually. But Sakai, for whatever reason, measures from the tip to the handle, where the handle meets the blade. And that is, not wanting to focus, there it is. And that measures in at 180 from the tip to the handle. Why do they measure like that? I don't know. But that's how they do it in Sakai. So yeah, it's listed as 180. It's actually, the blade is 165 in conventional measuring, but in Sakai measuring, it's 180 millimeters.
Hey man, I get it.
That's a Sakai thing, man.
Our buddy John May has been extremely helpful to people in Calgary, suggesting knives that are there.
He went to the store there.
Yeah.
And did recon.
Yeah, and has an incredible memory and has just been listing recommendations that are in the Calgary store. He's not there still. He just happens to remember a whole bunch of knives. So
And I think it's important to know too that John May doesn't work for us.
no.
And I don't think I've ever met John actually in person. I've only met him online.
But that Miyabi SG2 rocking Santoku, do you remember that one?
Oh,
It's kind of
yeah,
like
yeah.
a bunka,
Yeah, but it's got a real.
like a non-stop curve. I'm sure there's a more sciencey word for a non-stop curve. Can't stop.
Infinite.
won't stop.
Continuous curve?
A continuous curve.
It's got the super galactic infinite curve.
Super galactic, planetary, intergalactic.
I don't know if our heads are this shiny on them. We're pretty shiny on this one.
I'm
I'm
sure.
pretty shiny.
We could put some mattifying powder on you.
You complain every time I put makeup on you, and then you're like, "Oh, we look shiny."
It's fake. It's English complaining.
Speaking of which, how's your coffee?
My coffee, this one is tepid.
Shooting temp. You guys know what shooting temp is?
Means you can
Temperature
shoot
of
it.
Coffee that's just like when you go out shooting, right? It's never really quite warm.
Well, that's
Old
an
English kind of
old
coffee.
English thing.
Yeah, I
So
learned
what they
from
would
you.
do, the English, they would at the stately homes when they go out shooting, the estate owners would come out. The I guess the servants would make the coffee. They would make tea in the field because you could make a cup of tea, but they would make the coffee at the estate, and then they would wrap it in cloth in the carafe and then pack it in a box of hay to insulate it. But it was never as hot, right?
Terrible feeling that
So-
hay is a terrible insulator.
I'm not a farmer. I've never farmed, please. Anyway, my coffee is tepid, or if you like, shooting temperature. Shooting temperature. Nathan, is there questions? Because this is
Yeah.
going off the rails.
Yeah.
30.
Well-
maybe we should introduce who we are.
Why don't you go get some Chinese food and Mike can do that.
It's delicious. Also, I ate some Chinese food and I watched your knife skills demo. It was great.
Did you learn anything?
No. I remembered you teaching those knife skills classes at the beginning and learning from you, and they were really great. I really liked them.
Mike didn't need my knife skills classes. Mike's a pretty good chef.
Maybe we should have a knife skills off on
Do you
Thursday.
want to show this off? Because I got a special surprise. We could talk about merch and shirts for a second while you're still here.
I'm just gonna be here for a bit.
Because I don't know if you know why Knifewear is spelled W-E-A-R, not W-A-R-E, because
we can't spell.
wear, right? Kitchenware. Well, originally we started, Kevin started, I was working on a line next to him and he showed up one day. He's like, I'm gonna start selling these t-shirts. And so, I don't know if you can see these t-shirts here, but now
With the overhead camera, we could.
Nathan's kind of gone
If
on
our producer could just put the overhead camera on.
and taken off.
That
and
idiot
started
can just
making
pay
these cool
attention.
shirts and these cool hats, right? For years when I worked in kitchens, I never bought a t-shirt because every time I come and see Kevin, he would just give me a new t-shirt. And you know what? I had a message this morning that was like, hey, let's wear fun shirts. Switch the camera. And so I found in the back of my closet
No, wait. This is also
a real genuine gem. This
Whoa.
is this is the first thing I ever bought from Knifewear because they didn't have knives yet. All we had were the t-shirts. And so I found it this morning and I thought, you know what? That's what I'm going to wear.
That's a pig. You can't see it's a pig with a chrome roast on his head. All the little piggy cuts here and some thyme. And a little pork chart. Look how happy he is.
Right? It's like Charlotte. And then it's got the old Knifewear logo
It's
on the
got
back.
the old logo on the back. Yeah.
It's a real classic.
That is
I found it in and amongst my old rock t-shirts. A couple of t-shirts from a Pink Floyd concert I went to in Edmonton. I used to have this really awesome Metallica shirt. I went to a Metallica concert when I was in grade 7. Got a C-Train ticket. Oh, it was a great time. It was a great time. I want to listen to Metallica right now. I know you don't like them. I don't really. There's better music. But what do you like more than the fun stuff when you were 13? Well, listen, we've got this. I really enjoy that Nathan sort of picked up the old Knifewear wear and started to get these cool t-shirts and designs produced. And I think we're actually getting quality products such that it's worth buying them and wearing them because they're good quality shirts.
They're actually good stuff. Well, that one is. That one's lasted.
This one's been
15
great.
years.
Yeah,
It's like
yeah.
15
Wow.
years.
At one point, I thought I should probably stop wearing this
But
one
you
so I
can
can
fit-
extend it.
But you can also fit into it again.
Again, there was a minute there I probably couldn't have. Yeah.
But also, I'm going to go grab some food now.
Yeah. Okay,
Okay.
I need someone to adjust my camera here. 'Cause
Oh, no.
it's janky.
We're looking like Battlefield Earth over here.
Yeah, right.
Technical difficulties, which is just what we should have called this live stream. Uncle Greg, believe it or not, folks, if you are new to our garage sale live streams, this is the most technically successful one we've had ever. So
Well, we aren't a TV station, right? I think there's a lot that goes into actually running a TV station. However, this is the back of a warehouse with a Mac and some other gear, and I think you guys are doing a fantastic job. I really like how you set this one up. There's so much more meat to it. It's not just us running around, like I like to say, air guitaring how to use a Hanasuki.
speaking of which, Mike's going to show us how to use a Hanasuki in about 45 minutes. Woo! Okay.
So, who was it that asked? Someone asked the other day on Friday about using, about taking the legs apart. So I'll make sure to take a leg and a thigh apart together.
That was John May.
That was John May. I also have an idea of how to show you. I'm gonna use that leg for something.
Awesome. Uncle Greg is asking, do I need a Kamigata? Probably a rhetorical question.
Yeah.
We still don't still have
The
them.
question is which Kamigata. I mean, it depends on what you like. But having that, it's like a Ko Nakiri, right? It's basically the same dimensions as a Nakiri, except for it's shorter. So it gives you that same advantage you get with a shorter knife, which is you've got more control because it's smaller, but you get the height for the chopping. You chop something big, you start building up a pile of stuff as you're cutting, and you got a paring knife, you start getting lost in it. Also, if you use something skinny like a paring knife, you have to push harder to get it through. When you got more weight, you just swing the knife and the knife travels through the food. So that's really the big advantage. And to me, I think the best thing about Kamigata is if you've got a really small workspace to be in, say you've got a tiny little apartment, and say you're just not comfortable with a knife anything longer than a 3-inch blade. The Kamigata can give you the benefits of a bigger knife without being much longer. It's got that nice straight edge along the cutting surface, so when you're doing that draw back kind of chopping motion, versus the forward sort of rolling motion, you get that nice chopping feel where it hits the cutting board all at one time.
Yeah.
And your green onions don't stay connected as one green onion.
Aaron Kwan is asking also any bunka recommendations, and I think I have a stack there for you.
Yep. Yes, I support this one. I support this one. I support this one.
My name is Mike
bunka.
Rinch, and I support this bunka.
Yeah, right. This is the one that I kind of want. Oh, that one is very, very beautiful. This one is also nice. Okay, this is getting out ahead because my recommendations for bunkas are turning into all of them. Now, I think this is going to actually maybe cross off a few questions that we've got on the list here because we got bunka recommendations. These things tell me that this is individual questions. So I've got Sunahisa Tsushimi bunka, Kurosaki bunkas, and bunka recommendations. All right, this is the bunka mega hour. What's a bunka? A bunka is a santoku with the tip chopped off, giving it A, a lot more attitude, and B, a really, really fine little tip here. Now, it's not so much like something that we have here called they're not so much like this thing that's called a kiritsuki. Kiritsukis often have a very, very straight edge and are very long. In fact, a kiritsuki is sort of a squish the single bevel yusuba together with a single bevel yanagiba. And that's really where the kiritsuki begins. And it's a single bevel. And it's the kind of like, I can't buy two knives, which one should I get? So that's where we get this cool kiritsuki tip, or the K-tip as sometimes it's called. Now, a while ago, they started taking knives like a santoku and cutting that round corner off, giving it that look, right?
Do you want to know something crazy?
Yeah.
I'm going to show in your parade. That's they were invented around the same time.
Right on.
Bunka and santoku.
Well, the santoku really took off for a while because it started to be adopted by the Western knife making world. Like things like Trident and Henkel started making santoku. And what that meant is they were using the same sort of shape, but they were also making a knife that was thinner. Because Japanese knives are often much, much thinner than the typical European knife. And as you probably already know, if you're still watching this, that's part of why they're so awesome. Now, this is the Manaka bunka. This is my choice. It's white carbon steel #2. It's all going to patina and stuff on you. It's got these really great hammer marks on it. I really like Manaka. The name of where he is will come to me, and he does a lot of cool stuff. Like he does wari combing instead of sanbai, which means he takes the soft iron and splits it open like a hot dog, and then drops the core steel in and forge weld. So he's forge welding the steel first, even before he's turning it into a blade. So
he's from Kasakabe in Saitama.
Saitama, that's right. Now, very cool, very nice feel. The way that he sharpened the knife is beautiful. It's got this thing where there's a tiny little bit of an angle close up to the edge that changes on the face here. And what that does is it drives the food off the edge of the knife. So when you're cutting, there's very, very little resistance, and the knife just floats right through. Okay, so that's my kind of favorite bunka, but let's go through a few others here. Now, we've got a couple of Kurosaki bunkas here with the really, really beautiful Kurosaki handles, as these two here. They're an acrylic handle on that full tang, giving you the nice weight and the feeling. Now, something that's nice with the Kurosakis is the blade itself is thinner. It's a little bit more slender, and it's got a really beautiful look to it. It's really shiny, really elegant looking knife. Now, the thing that he does is it's effectively a little bit taller because he drops the spine down from the handle. So instead of it running straight off the back of the handle, he tips the blade down, bringing the edge out further, giving you really nice clearance despite the knife being a little bit skinnier. Boom. Oh, that's how you make it focus, Nathan.
What's that?
You have to say boom,
Oh,
right? Okay, really super nice polish, very thin, very Kurosaki style, right? Really, really sharp looking. You can see his name engraved and etched on the side. And R2 powdered stainless steel is so nice. It's like a scalpel. You can get so fine. This is $779. Yu Kurosaki Senko Western. So Senko is the term that he uses for the patterning on the blade here, which is like flash or spark. So it's kind of like looks like a spark on the steel. So we got a couple here. The nice thing with these handles is there's this really pronounced curve here at the back. And that's something I like if I do have a Western handle, is because I really butt my pinky up against it. If you want that really secure feeling from the Western handle, I think that really adds that kind of locks you in sort of feeling. Now, I'm going to keep rolling. We have a couple others. This is from Saji, who is a very similar, and I think, in fact, Kurosaki at some point trained with Saji. So they're in the same neighborhood in Takefu. This knife is a little bit thicker at the tang here. I don't know, it just gives the knife a really nice feel. And we've got this sort of two-tone where it's like actually some wood layered in with the acrylic. So a really unique handle, really kind of a piece of kitchen jewelry if that's what you're after, right? Again, same kind of steel, same kind of knife, very similar performance. Now going into a different sort of category here, we've got a Sunahisa. As you might have heard us saying, Sunahisas are 20% off for the garage sale this year. This knife, instead of being $245, is $196. It's really nice. So stainless cladding on the outside. We've got Aogami Super in the core, one of our favorite combinations. That if you know the Koishi, the Masekagi Koishi, which is one of our favorites, it's been around a long time, is made with that same kind of construction. Nice dimpling here on the finish. Nicely engraved, cherry wood handle with a pocket wood collar. This is a knife that would, to me, is everything a Japanese knife needs to be. It's thin, it's sharp, it's hard steel, it's lightweight, it's beautiful. Like aesthetically, it's really nice. And I think as a gift, this is a really phenomenal knife. As someone who is starting out a collection of Japanese knives, this is a really great knife. If you are looking to get a Japanese knife and don't want to spend $700 like the last few knives I've just shown you, this is a very, very good knife, and $196 is a great price. Now, if you want to venture into the world of Japanese knives and into that fully carbon steel knife, well, this is a great place to be. This is the Kumokage from Hatsukokoro. It's blue number 2. And what is carbon steel? Well, all steel has carbon in it. You mix iron and carbon together, it hardens the iron and becomes steel. Now, when we add stuff to it like chromium, it becomes stainless steel, which means it's not going to rust as easily. You can make stainless steel rust. I guess that's why it's stainless, not stain never. So when we talk about steel, we say carbon steel. It's a funny term. It's a bit of a misnomer. But what we're really saying is that this blade is not stainless steel. And why would you have a blade that's not stainless steel? Well, it kicks ass in terms of sharpness and cutting. It's really nice to sharpen. It's really nice for a number of reasons. And in some cases, it's even easier for the blacksmiths to work with. It's kind of a less expensive raw material to some degree. And it's the old school way, right? And when we talk about rusting, we've done a bit of a demo here earlier. It's really not that big of a hassle. So this Kumokage is a beautiful knife. It's $215, blue carbon steel. Definitely a straighter edge here. It does have a bit of a curve up towards the tip. And it's got a little bit of Damascus pattern in here along the bevel, right? And this is a sweet little knife. Okay, that is the Kumokage Bunka, carbon steel Bunka. And I also have this fella here. This is a super beautiful knife. Like, you know, if you've been really good at Christmas, you're getting someone a nice gift for Christmas, or you're just adding to a collection. Maybe you're a big fan of steel and the blacksmithing craft. This knife is very cool. It's the Rainbow Damascus, where it's layers of copper and brass in with the steel on the outside, right? So this is a type of Damascus that's really, really unique and very, very beautiful. So this is a very nice knife. It's VG10 stainless steel. So, you know, like Kevin was talking about, a really awesome type of steel for a kitchen knife. But it's just jazzed up with this beautiful finish on the outside, which I'm trying to get it to show you. Yeah, maybe.
Looks good.
Okay, sweet. $521. That is the Saji Rainbow Damascus. If we missed anything in the descriptions there, or like which one was which, if I missed that up, let us know. Eric,
Cool.
and whoever else asked bunker questions, I hope we covered all that for you. What now?
Joycey51 was asking about Kobunkas. If we have any.
Oh, do we have any Kobunkas?
Well, regular stuff and some. So, okay, so regular stuff, we actually do have a few. Oh, let's see this shirt.
I wore my classic shirt today, though. So.
So we have actually regular stuff in Muscatine. We actually have 4 different Kobunkas.
Wow.
But the if you're looking from something from our garage sale selections, not necessarily Kobunka, but I brought some the like mini Yuto type of shapes to that. It's the same function, right?
I'm going to open these guys up here, and I'll tell you first off, I have had this Yuki Kobunka, I don't know, close to 10 years, if not 10 years. It is one of the knives that never comes off my wall. When I'm trading out knives, I always use this knife. It is just so comfortable to use. It's so accessible. It's always nice and sharp. And I've just come to love it, really. Now, this maybe I would consider being better. If I ever have to replace the Yuki, I might try and get this Koichi, because the Algami Super Steel, especially what they do, I don't know what they do when they make the Koichis. It's just so good at holding its edge. It's just awesome. Now, let's see if I get all 3 of these up here. Just gonna freak the camera out.
No, looks good.
So this is the Curie. This is VG10 with the Damascus finish. I've got a 240 mil Buto out of this knife. Takes a look and keeps on ticking, is what I think about that knife. The Koichi Bunka, you're probably going to see more edge retention out of this than any other knife. The Yuki Bunka is exceptional as well. It's very nice and sharp. And it's so nice to sharpen this steel. And it's a little less expensive than the other 2. So depending on your budget, I really like these. Okay, so those are 3 of the classic Masakagi Kobunkas. And I think what I've got here is the Zero Kobunka, which is a very similar construction to the Koichi, in that it's got stainless steel cladding on the Algami Super 4. But the nice thing here is we've got this ironwood handle, desert ironwood. And what it does effectively is make the knife feel heavier in the handle. I mean, it's balanced pretty nicely right about the collar here. And it's just a beautiful handle. If you prefer that style of handle, then the Masakagi Zero is going to be the Kobunka you're looking for. Now, rare to see this many of the Masakagi Kobunkas all in one place at one time. So, yeah, go for that. But again, I mean, I would echo what Naoto said about these guys. This Sakai Kikomori is definitely on my list. I like a big 150 petty, and this does all those things that the Kobunkas do. In fact, it's just a little bit longer.
I just found this one. It's the Manaka that you were talking about.
Yeah, is it the 130?
Yeah, 135 petty, but I just measured the height from the spine to the heel.
Yeah.
It's a millimeter taller than the Masakagi. So that's basically the same, even a little bit better.
Yeah.
Its only difference is that the tip is up.
It hasn't got the Kobunka tip, these Manakas are really cool. I think you've told me about all the cool stuff he does as a knife maker. I really like the feel of them. I like the edge on them. I'm a I'm a big fan. As you know, I keep going back and picking up that 240 back there, and I just hope that it sells out.
I love how actually he makes his knives are really cool too, right?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
all we need to do is just like, we'll ask him to just cut the tip off like this.
Look how nice the Kurochi finishes on this, though. This is really nice.
Yeah, any of those like taller petty like Ginyo, Kikumori, Aogami with stainless glass, or the Manaka petty, those guys are going to be really the equivalent.
Yeah, and I mean, I'd even think of it less like it's a petty and more like it's a small gyuto.
Yeah.
So ko-gyuto, ko-bunka, ko-santoku.
Yeah.
Kind of small, ko meaning small.
Okay, so next up we've got Dr. Carr Morris asking. Oh, hold on. Now I'm not muted. Dr. Carr Morris asking Hatsu Kokoro Kurosagi Aogami Super 210 millimeter or Haruyuki Shiso Gyuto worth the extra bucks?
The well, a little bit of difference. We didn't have the 210 Shiso here, but one really the big difference is that the Shiso has the stainless cladding on the outside. So the part that you have to be worried about is for the little rust or discoloration or oxidization is just along the shiny part. Where the Hatsuko Kurosagi, despite the look, it is carbon steel and a carbon steel on top. So what happens is that the whole blade can rust a little bit easier compared to the Shiso. Although the Hatsukokoro Kurosagi does have a little bit more story, as this is all hand forged blade, but by the Moto Kyuichi-san in the Kyushu area, where the this is all handmade, but the forging process was not done in the blacksmithing shop. It's a little bit more like rolled out type of blade. So that's a little bit of difference there. If you're looking for a little bit more robust and a little stronger type of edge, Hatsuko Kurosagi is definitely slightly thicker, and how it's been actually sharpened, it is a little bit more stronger compared to the Shiso powder.
But it's a very nice fine edge. I really like these. I was holding a couple of them and checking them out. They're really nice.
It's very unique style. So that's really the big difference. It ultimately comes down to your preference, like whether you're ready to take care of full carbon steel knives. As we said, as like Mike said multiple times, the Aogami Super or Aogami Steel, they do have a tiny bit of rust resistance compared to the white carbon steel. But having said that, though, that is just core steel. Outside steel can rust much quicker and easier. Like the Moritaka, right? If you see the Moritaka knives on the outside, it can rust really easy.
Yeah.
Not so much on the core steel, but not the cutting edge. So that's something that you kind of have to think about when it comes to purchasing a carbon steel. Okay?
Awesome. King Velagas was asking, can you show some Yu Kurosaki bunkas if you have time? We do have time. We got all the time in the world.
We just did.
You did?
Yeah, we did the whole bunka break.
Okay. Well, since they're there, do you want to do a real quick 30-second, here's the Kurosakis?
Kurosaki bunka. Yeah, beautiful, nice thin blades. They're quite a slender knife. We've got these this guy here with the acrylic handle with the Western style to it. Really nice, solid feeling knife for being as thin as it is. This is like a scalpel for sure. This is a really, really fine edge and a really fine knife. Okay, R2 powder sand. So we've got one with the sort of a bluish purple handle as well as one with this ivory white color handle. Now, we also have this gecko, which same sort of blade shapes and stuff here. Right, this one though is HAP 40 steel, which is a powdered steel that holds an edge crazy long time. This has got to be some of the best edge retention. I think it's a little bit harder for a blacksmith to work with, and it's a little bit trickier to get the ultimate edge out of it. But if you want sharpness and edge retention, I think you ought to consider this half 40 Gecko, Gekko. It's $375. These other Kurosakis are 700-ish, 770 kind of price range. Again, really, really fancy looking knife, right? If you want something that's a piece of kitchen jewelry, a bit of blacksmith art, you've got them.
MRK is asking how the balance on those knives compares to a bunko with the traditional wah handle.
I always find they're fairly close, leaning a little bit more towards the collar, where right, so you can see it's balancing right on my finger there. It's just a little bit further forward, and they typically try to aim the balance point to where you're going to hold the knife. This style of knife, I'm always getting my middle finger right up against the choil and then pinching the blade. This style, pretty similar, but it kind of hangs in my middle finger here, right? And so it's got me balanced right there too. Yeah, so, you know, frankly, they're balanced, and they're balanced in a way that the distribution of weight between the, you know, the tip and the heel of the knife and the tip and the handle of the knife are kind of where you want it, right?
Spoon Monkey had just asked about our two bunkas, and you were talking about a couple there, but we have one more, so I figured I'd just grab that.
Yeah, this is the Saji. The thing I think is cool about these is the width of the blade at the tang as it goes in the handle. Functionally, there's not a lot of difference there. Feel, I think there is. I think there's a lot of difference in that feel. It makes the handle taller here, so when I'm holding it, I don't know, it feels bigger. It's not really a fat handle. It's like really nice and tapered, to be honest. But there's just a really solid feel to this one, and that is an R2 stainless, powdered stainless blade with the nickel Damascus. R2 and SG2 are very similar steels in their performance and their makeup, etc.
There's always this guy here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I love these guys.
Okay, Mr. Monkey. You must know the Zuian. But what a stunner. This is such a nice knife. This is made in Seki, right? Yeah, so the powdered stainless. I've cut with a couple of these. The edges are really nice. Like, it's really thin behind the edge. It's really nicely put together. $344, and it's a cool handle. It's the Septagon, so it's got a ridge here. Let's see if I can make it. Oh gosh! There you go. Septagon. So it's the 7-sided handles. You got that ridge that tucks in right in your knuckles there. So, and the Zuian comes in a nice little wood box.
Okay, one more
That for yourself, would you?
One more question, and then we are going to draw the winner of the Shigefusa raffle. Oh, get ready, folks. Okay.
This shig is beautiful.
Hodorific wants to know, can we look at the Moritaka Kiritsuke 210 thickness and weight specifically? Yes, we can, Hodorific.
This is, I believe, a 240. That's a 240. Do we have a 210? Did you say 210? 210. I have a 240. Do we have a 210? Let's look at the 240 right now.
You're an excellent cattle auctioneer, Mike.
You probably want the 240 anyway. It's 182 grand. We got a oh yeah, we got one. We're coming back. We got one. It's coming. It's coming. Okay, but that's so. For example, 180 grams on the 240 and 148 on the 210. So I got one of these. I love this thing. You do need to watch for your tip. It is a very straight edge and a very, very skinny little tip. So if you do, how do I do this? If you do this rocking motion, you're prone to stabbing that tip into your cutting board, at which point it will just become smaller.
Yeah, so get the 240 so you can break the tip off a couple of times.
That's right.
Eventually you'll have the 210.
Nathan, I like the way you think. Thanks. Now let's measure it. I'm going to measure the spine just above the engraving. So the spine on the 210 is just under 2 mils. And then we can go up here to the tip. And it's 1.5 mils. So the distal taper, we can start wide. At the handle, we're at 2.7. The center of the blade, we're at 1.8. And up at the tip, 1.5. So it's got that nice distal taper to it. But overall, not terribly thick. I mean, 1.5 mils is pretty thin. Right? And it's really hard to measure the bevel with this thing. Because it's sharp, so it goes down to nothing. Okay, so beautiful Kurochi finish. What I like is it's the Algami Super. So great steel for its edge retention. And I love cutting food with more tacos. Again, your weight, 148 grams. As you can see.
Everybody check this out.
Mic check, 1, 2.
Stand back to back. It's like, trying to get there again.
Oh no. This is like the world's worst toupee.
Wow, what you mean to say is it's like I have greasy hair again.
Yeah, well.
Why does everyone come for Nathan so hard?
Oh, it's fun. I'm asking for it.
Yeah, that's he was asking.
I've been making fun of Mike's hair for years. So.
Yeah, right. I tried to see how much whiskey I could hold with my hair one time.
The answer's not very much.
Not at all. Nope.
Hold a lot more with your eyeballs.
That's true. Yeah, it stung a bit. Yeah. Okay. Garage sale. What's a garage sale, Nathan?
We're in a garage, a very large one.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, so we go to Japan every year, a couple times a year, and the sale started off, after our trips to Japan, we come back with a suitcase full of knives that Kevin kind of like, in maker shops and here and there as he was traveling through Japan, and it's grown far beyond that, because basically it's a chance for us to bring in a whole bunch of stuff we don't normally get. New makers, sometimes folks that don't make enough knives for us to carry year round. Some really rare stuff that's really tough to get. It's a special event, so we have a little more like asking power. We can say, hey, can you like send us a Denora or a Shigabusa or something like that? And so yeah, we get all sorts of cool knives, and we have a big sale. And so it's a great time to find a knife for yourself or a gift. Christmas coming up. And so it happens in store, starting today, running all week long. It happens online, same deal. We've got all sorts of great stuff. So if you need help finding a knife for yourself or as a gift, or you have questions about the knife you're shopping for, or if you already bought the knife and you just want to see it again before it ships off to you, pop your questions in the comments. We will help you. We're here all day till 4 p.m. We got demos. We're going to do a chicken butchering demo in about 10 minutes here. And we are sort of raffling off some knives. We have some really, really rare blades that have come in. A few Tinker tanks from Shibata-san and a Shigefusa Kita Eji Yanagiba. And because the waiting list for these knives is like a century long, it's not a joke, but it's actually a fact, we decided instead of just, slowly notifying people, we'd have a raffle. So over the past week, people have been entering in this raffle. If your name's drawn, you get the chance to buy the knife that you've been dreaming of. And so whoever's name we draw for this, we will shoot them an email. We'll announce it here. We'll shoot them an email with an invoice. They have 24 hours to buy the knife. And they don't. Then it goes to somebody else to draw another name. So for the Shigefusa, we get one of these every year or so on average. Probably one a year. We got 2 last year. We're going to draw a name. We have 166 people who have entered. Only 166 people. So you have pretty good chances compared to the tank, which I think the raffle list is all about 440 people. All right, you get folks ready for this? Winner is number 41. So real quick, I'm going to look up that person on the list. We got a list of emails here. I'm not going to dox them. I'm just going to find their name. So number 41. Looks like their name might be Hannah. We're going to find out real quick. Okay, well, Hannah Dog, you know who you are. You won the knife. You won the opportunity to buy the knife. You won the knife for 1,650 small Canadian dollars. So congratulations to that person. We will send you an email with an invoice shortly, and you have 24 hours from that time to buy the knife. If you don't, somebody else will get a chance to buy it. Yeah. Well, that was exciting. What's next now, Doug?
Really? One last draw in an hour?
Yeah, we have one last draw for the last tank. We've drawn 2 of them.
Yeah.
We got 3 tanks total.
Yeah.
Something we should mention, this week we have a couple of Tinker Barracudas coming.
Ooh.
It's a secret. Don't tell anybody. Shh. Don't put it on the internet anywhere. But yeah, we have a couple of those coming, and I don't know. I was thinking we could kind of do the same thing, make it fair, and just when they're online, we won't tell people exactly what time they'll be online. But you can hang out on our live stream on Thursday, and we'll announce. We'll say, okay, these are going to be live right now, and then you can hop on there. So if you're interested in that, stay tuned. We got another live stream coming up that we haven't mentioned. It's sort of our last one for the week is Thursday, where we wrap up, we show off a lot of the great stuff that's still left in the sale. So if you're kind of doing a victory lap and you want to buy some Christmas presents, or maybe you just haven't had the chance to shop earlier in the sale, maybe you don't get paid till Friday, we've got a lot of great stuff that's going to be available still. We sometimes have late arrivals, we'll see. I think we'll do some other fun stuff that day too. So stay tuned, but that'll be Thursday at 2 p.m. Mountain Time for 2-3 hours. Yeah, awesome. Well, Mike, it's time for you to take apart a chicken, eh?
Let's do it.
Okay. If you folks have questions about butchery, about chickens, about Hanasukis, anything like that, pop them in the comments right now. We'll ask Mike as he goes. He's going to kind of walk us through the process, take apart this chicken, do some bone-in, some boneless.
While Mike is setting up there, our friend John had a couple of questions about getting the those secret knives we were just talking about, the super secret ones. Yeah, he was asking, is it another draw or just whenever they show up kind of thing?
That's going to be when they show up. We're just going to say, hey guys, they're live now, and then they'll be live, and you can buy 1 of 2.
Fantastic.
Cool. It's a brand new shape.
Cool. So that'll just be live when they come in?
That's exciting.
That's very exciting.
And
so on Thursday, we will announce it during the live show. Live show starts at 2. Sometime after that, within that couple hours, probably in the first hour, we'll let everybody know.
Now it's live.
Yeah.
But yeah, the
6 seconds from now.
and after that we may grow about since it's a launch.
Yeah, in future we're going to see how people like this way. It seems like people are generally pretty happy with the raffle. I mean, honestly, if you don't win, it's not as fun. But it's we're trying to make it fair, right? So awesome. Have at it, Mike.
First of all, I would likely say a kotetsu. I understand what's happening. I'm not going to shave my head with a guillotine. If I were, probably be a kotetsu. Something as close to a straight razor as possible.
there you have it.
It makes it a little.
Oh, I might sharpen the edge a little differently. Though.
You know what? We did a video about 1.5 years ago, and I shaved somebody with a Japanese knife, and I tested a few different knives, and one of them was a 300 mil Yanagima.
Yeah.
But the best one was a black Damascus, Catholic black Damascus. That knife is so thin; it's about as thin as my straight razor. Yeah, it was super fun. Oh, maybe if we did that on Thursday, I'll shave with a knife.
That's a good idea.
Okay, listen.
Live murder.
Self-murder.
This is a Hanasuki. This is a chicken. That is a cold cup of coffee. Now, these knives are. This knife is meant specifically for this job. It's great. It's exactly everything you want it to be. It's a little bit thicker at the heel, so you can drive through the joints. It's nice and thin at the tip, so you got a really nice fine edge to cut through the skin and the meat. So I want to show you how you use it. There's a couple ways of going about it. First, I'm going to do the leg, and I'm going to debone the leg. I'm going to leave it all in one piece because that was a request. I want to do that first before I forget. We only have one chicken here, so I can't screw up. But something you want to look at here is you can see it's actually in here. You see this line of fat? finding these lines of fat will help you to line the knife up in particular spots. We'll get there. Now, what I'm going to do first is take off the legs. That way, I can get at the rest of it. If I take the breasts off first, sometimes it gets a little wobbly. I like taking the legs off first so it stays stable as I go through the rest of it. So you can see, if I just tuck in through this line here on the side, this line of fat, if I follow that, I'm going to go right into separate the leg from the carcass. Right, so now I've got this almost detached. I'm going to keep going through here the skin until I run into the bone. And then I flip it over and sort of bend it backwards. Now up here's that beautiful piece of oyster meat. So I try and get in and underneath that, because you don't want to waste that piece. Now, when I'm going through the joint section, I try to go through the heel and I save that edge at the front for the nice sharp meat and skin parts. So if I'm going to be bouncing around bones a little bit, the only part of the edge that I'm going to ding up will be that heel. And it turns into being just sort of a bone splitter. So I got that leg off. We'll take this leg off too. Flip it over, kind of bend it back, pops the leg apart. And then you come down the back, find that joint, push through your joint. There you go. We got a couple rounds. Hey, how we doing? We're picking it apart. It's going pretty smoothly. You know, the first time I used a Hanatsuki, I bored it from someone I worked with. And I think as soon as I finished the chicken, I put my knife down, I went over, I grabbed my phone, and I called Kevin and said, "Do you still have more of those Hanatsukis?" Because they're so purpose-driven. They work so well. So now I'll take the breast off. I'm going to take the breast off, and I'm going to take the wing off with it. The other side, I'll leave the wing on the carcass. So if you can see down the middle here, there's this thing called the keel bone. You can feel it. It's just like a little breastbone, right? And then you get to about here, and that's where our wishbone is. You can kind of see the wishbone in here, right along in there. Now, if you're gonna roast a turkey and you want to carve it, and you want to get rid of this guy here, because the wishbone is like the biggest culprit for dulling, for chipping your carving knife. So what I do is I just take the tip of the knife here, and I just sort of find that wishbone, and I poke in on either side until I free it up. And then I yank it out. Now, that has nothing to do with deboning a chicken. That's just like a little bit of a bonus content there for you. If you take out the wishbone before you roast your turkey, when you go to carve it, it's just not going to be in the way. It actually makes the process a little bit easier, especially if you're going to run a really, really nice slicing knife. Sometimes you ding the edge on that wishbone. So now, just come down and take the breast off. Just run the knife until it hits that keel bone in the middle. And now I start turning the knife out and following along with the bone. A little bit of that connective tissue still left. Then you got a couple of rib bones here. I just find as you run the knife down, just pull the meat away, right? Now I got the joint here, so there's two choices. I can go through the joint, right? Get around, try to get all the meat you can. So now I've got it with the wing bone left on. So you can do a nice roasted chicken breast with the wing attached, right? And I mean, you can go back and cut that wing off if you so choose, and then have your breast. Of course, we've got the tender, the chicken tender in here, which people love for some reason. I think it's the driest piece of the chicken. But now we've got this breast like this. So there's your just boneless chicken breast. So if I go back and do the other side here, see, now I'm running into that wishbone. I only took the wishbone out of the one side, so I got a little bit more to contend with. So I poke around, and again, just the shape of this Hanatsuki lets me do whatever I want here with this chicken. So now I get here, if I go on the other side, you kind of have to watch out for this depending on what you're trying to do here. If you're trying to take the chicken breast off and leave the wing on, you got to make sure you go on one side or the other, the side that's going to leave the wing on. Okay. Just push through. You can see I'm not cutting through the bones. I cut a little bit of the knuckle off, but you know, no problems, right? The knife is fine. That's a good bit for stock. You can roast it. You can do it just like that, boil it. What I want to show you here is something kind of fun. And this is how you can put a pocket inside of a chicken breast so you can stuff it. You can stuff it with all kinds of stuff. I mean, one of the best things to do is just get Morrison cheese. You just put the Morrison cheese in a little piping bag and stuff it inside. So I've got this here. I've got that chicken tender still attached. I'm going to leave it attached. But you can fold it back. You can see there's a bit of a line there. And this is a thicker part here. So actually I'm going to take the knife and make a bit of a cut down. And then I'm going to turn the knife sideways. And then I'm holding it flat, creating a little pocket. Careful not to cut through the backside. Now I've opened up this little pocket here. You can go back and do a little bit more on the other side. You take a piping bag with whatever kind of chicken force meat or some kind of, you can just take pork sausage or whatever you want. And you fill this little pocket that you've just made. Now you fold it back down and then you put the tender back on top, right, as security. So when you cook this, you sear this side, and once the searing happens, it should stick the meat down, especially if you let this sit overnight. And then you serve someone this chicken breast, and they cut into it, and there's a filling into it. It's a big surprise, and everyone thinks you're an awesome cook. So there you go. There's how to make a chicken bone.
Put some foie gras inside of it.
Put some foie gras inside of it, for sure. Okay, now let's take apart the legs. First, I'm going to take apart the whole leg, leaving the leg and, the thigh and the drumstick attached. We got one big piece. Remember what I was saying about the line of fat? Well, yeah, I kind of feel around. There's one end of the bone. I follow that line of fat now, and I'm following the bone. So that's going to give me a bit of a roadmap. So you just gently run the knife down one side of the bone. Split it open, start running down the other side of the bone. So I can feel I'm running into the knuckle here. It's pretty clear on that side. I'll just poke it underneath and try and detach it from the bottom side. Right, down. So I start exposing that knuckle. And then basically the same thing is I just feel where that bone is. Follow along. When I'm running into the bone, it's not great for the edge of the knife, but I'm careful not to be running into the bone with a ton of force behind it. That's really when it's going to be a problem. When it's really a problem is when you get into the bone, you do happen to be cutting something with bones in it, or a knuckle, and you get your knife stuck into it. When it's really a problem is when you twist the blade stuck into something, right? Same thing here on the drumstick here. I've got my knife between the bone and the meat, and I'm just going to cut it off and leave that sinew, leave the sinew here around the knuckle on the bone, right? And so finally, I get it down. So I've got the two ends detached. I'm just down to the middle of the knuckle, and then I pull it up and let the meat fall away as I just make some small little slices. Now I've got the bones all removed, and I've got the chicken here kind of intact. You could do a little bit of filleting to flatten it out. You could also easily take this piece of chicken like this and hammer it a little bit, just to spread it out somewhat, and then you could deep fry it. Because why else? Like, what else would you do with this piece of chicken? Like, why wouldn't you make Korean fried chicken? Also great for a barbecue. And the other thing you could do is if you had a number of these, like maybe 3 or 4 of them, you could lay them out in succession. Again, put some other kind of filling inside, something even simple. Again, like just some Italian sausage, and roll it up in saran wrap and make this big log. It's actually called a ballantine, or a galantine if it's called, if you want to get real Frenchy about stuff, which I can do any day with you. Right. Now, if you just wanted to take the legs apart at this point and you're just going to have barbecue chicken with your favorite barbecue sauce, we want to separate this leg. Now, we got a knuckle right here, right? That's the thing that separates it. So I want to take the knife and go between the knuckle. I don't want to go through the bone, especially a raw bone. It softens a bit as it's cooked, right? But I want to take the knife and go through the knuckle. So to find that little spot right there, I use this line, right? Because you can generally feel where it's going to be, but this helps you to go in the right direction. So you kind of go parallel with that. And again, I just line it up with the heel. You can push through, slide through, but that way you're going to separate between the two bones. It's a great little trick. Now I just got the little drumette, or the drum, and the thigh bone in, skin on. And yeah, there you go, barbecue time. What else can we do with these guys? That's about it. I mean, you can take the chicken wings apart. It's nice to take the wing tips off. And I say that primarily because wing tips are fantastic for chicken stock. And a great tip that we've always had, every one of our knife skills classes, we talk about, when you're trimming, when you're cutting vegetables, you end up with the ends of the onions or the ends of the carrots or bits of celery or bits of peppers and stuff like that. Get a big Ziploc bag and start filling it up with these little bits of vegetables. Now, I'd stay away from things like broccoli and asparagus that taste terrible if you overcook them. You think about it, like you can eat a red pepper raw, or you can cook it for days and it'll still be good. Those types of vegetables, I think, are great for stock of any kind. Now, there's always the classics: carrot, celery, onion, fennel, leek, those types of things. But it's your food. Put whatever you want in it. Make your mistakes, learn from them, carry on. But if you start by filling up a bag of these frozen vegetables, one day you look in and you think, oh, this bag is really full, I could make a stock. Well, that's the day to get a chicken and roast it, and then take the bones the next day and your bag of frozen vegetables, and you put it together in a pot, simmer it for a few hours, and there you go. You've got chicken stock. You don't have to buy the stuff in the jug anymore. And if you want, you can do the same recipe every time and have a very consistent flavored stock. I always think that if you're charging people money for their food, you ought to do that. Now, if it's at home and you're not charging anyone for their food, you can do whatever you want. And it's just nice to use up all the vegetables you're buying, especially since things are so expensive. Doing stuff like making your own stocks can make beautiful flavored food, and you get to use the trim that you might have thrown out otherwise. Thank you for watching the end. That's the end of my chicken demo.
Perfect. John was talking about that one piece of chicken with all the skin on it. He likes to fry that under some weight. Here, let me find it. Yeah.
Yeah. Like
make a pan sauce. Oh, let me find that comment.
Yeah.
There it is.
I also like, salt is a magic thing too. You can salt a chicken skin and get some of the water out of it and get it really crispy. I also find I like a poached chicken skin, and then you fry it, and then it gets real crispy. You can also take the skin off, and you can scrape it down a little bit. I would take this, sort of scrape off any extra fat, and then salt this for a little bit.
And you're using the edge of that, hey?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Oh, I've never seen that before.
It's just running across the fat. You get real crazy. But yeah, then taking this and letting it dry out a little bit with some salt and then frying it would get very, very crispy and delicious. Wow, you know what? There's this great restaurant in Ottawa. Our friend Chris Lawrence, really good buds with the chef there at a place called Supply and Demand. And I always remember this one dish that we had. It was one of those things with 3 ingredients, and when the 3 of them got together, they were bigger than the sum of their parts. And it was a slice of raw scallop, a Hokkaido scallop, which the waters around Hokkaido are very cold and make incredibly sweet tasting scallops because of the cold water. Then he put the slice of raw scallop with a little dab of creme fraiche, right? It's like fancy sour cream. And then on top of the creme fraiche, a little wing, a little sail, a little triangle of crispy chicken skin. That was it. There was salt in there. I went back. He's now got it with blood oranges or something, but that doesn't do you any favors. It's just so good. Just those three things together: crispy chicken skin, creme fraiche, and a raw scallop. Try it. It's so good. Here we go. That's my chicken thing. What else do we want to talk about?
Big discussion about the Kasuka Manaka, but we're looking at the 210s, not the 240s. So I'm not sure if those are around there somewhere.
You want to grab a 210?
Yes.
Manaka 210. And 210? Oh yeah. Is this guy still here? Is the Mizaki WPS?
Let me look.
Watetsu? There we go. Yeah, we go. Okay, because this is a beautiful knife too. It's just we're not really talking about it the same way. Okay, so I got a Manaka and 210. The 240's been sold. The 240's been sold.
Yeah, so we've been talking a lot with, let me find it.
What's the handle?
That one is ebony.
There's two handles. There's one custom handle and one that's the ebony with the red color. I believe they're still both available. I was looking them up on Shopify and it looks okay. They were wondering how to pick, if they're both still available. Just kind of wanted to see them, look at both of them if they're both here.
One is here for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, you watched? You just heard? I just heard. Thanks.
And it's just really the different handle.
We lost it.
It's somewhere.
Stole it.
This is 240.
Okay, let's talk about them. So Algami number 1. Usually you don't see the number 1s, either white or blue. They have a higher carbon content, which makes them sharper, longer, better, faster, more. Lovely. Now, what can we talk about Manaka? Oh, perfect. Manaka is a unique blacksmith in that, my understanding now, so correct me if I'm wrong, is there's not a lot of knife making going on where he's located. Therefore, that makes him have to do a lot of the work himself. So, for example, he's buying steel, he's buying a coarse steel, he's laminating it together using the Warakomi method, right? Well, I feel like I'm in a test right now. What else do I need to know about this gentleman as far as the blacksmith?
I mean, like again, he's living in this area called Saitama.
Yeah.
You know where Saitama is?
And it's like because you go towards the mountains from Tokyo, right?
No, it's just going right there.
Oh yeah.
There's the Tokyo, like Kanto plain. That's where Tokyo is. There's Yokohama, and Chiba's National Peninsula, but it's still a plain. And Saitama is still a city.
Mm.
It's not like the countryside. It's not rural. It's like
It's a city.
yeah, it's a city.
Right.
It's pretty decent. And Saitama is actually a big city for the prefecture.
Okay.
And the population.
Right.
So it's like so you don't really see many blacksmithing actually in those cities, right?
Mm.
He decided to started his started his workshop, but he started his knife making after he got the he basically
I was just trying to take a closer look at it, and you just also got a real close look at my dome.
Just love the back of Mike's.
There's nothing in there.
started his career out of the workshop that his father-in-law was working on, right? But because in the area there are also not many other blacksmiths around, he had to learn a lot of it by himself, and he kind of dedicated himself doing that as well. Instead of buying whole pre-laminated steel, he decided to do all lamination by hand in his workshop, including like those N series with the blue number 2 and white number 2 layer on the outside, and blue number 1 and 4.
Is blue number 2 on the outside?
2 and 1, no white 1.
Oh,
white
okay.
2, maybe.
Okay, so let me get this straight. This guy lives in an area with not a lot of blacksmithing, so he did the only thing, which was to teach himself how to do it, and then he taught himself how to do every step of it. So instead of buying his own, like instead of buying blanks that were like steel that's already been clad or something, he learns how to clad it. And then instead of buying Damascus steel, he just makes his own Damascus steel. That's
So,
amazing.
And also, like, he really tries hard because the carbon steel is like blue carbon steel, white carbon steel is hard.
Mm-hmm.
You don't usually want to use the hard steel in the outers.
Yeah,
outer
that's
layer
unique, yeah.
because it's the the idea of having the steel outside, having the outside steel is really to help sharpen a little bit the inside, so that the softer steel grinds.
Sure.
So what he does is that those steel has about 1% of carbon in it, and as he actually laminates and folds it, he does 2 different things. One, when he's making the Damascus, he purposely, deliberately force them to reduce the carbon content to really, really low.
Oh, like decarburization?
Yeah.
Oh.
And when they
Fancy knifewear I don't know where they go.
after he puts the warikomi, he puts the core steel, then he tries to reserve all the carbon in the core steel.
Wow.
Right, so different as the massage sound, when massage sound was here in the summer, we talked about it, and he said this very interesting thing, like a lot of knife companies, like a lot of blacksmithing shops, kitchen knife makers, they say, yeah, we use the same method as the sword making, but it's not really the same thing because the sword makers they try to reduce the carbon content in the steel so that it doesn't break in
Sure,
fabric,
yeah.
right? Whereas the kitchen knife makers they try to preserve the hardness as much as possible.
Interesting.
But so Manakazan the 2 things.
Traditional knife steel.
Right, decarbonizing the outer layer steel and also trying to squeeze up the carbon from the core steel. So it's incredible work, workmanship, skills, knowledge, everything kind of comes.
Okay, how old is this guy?
83. I'm like I'm the same age as him.
He's young. Wow. Okay, so we've got a real lot of genius on our hands here.
Yeah. So
these look amazing, and I really like how this Damascus. It looks like a storm cloud rolling, right? Like this is a piece of art, right? I really want to know what it feels like to grind that hard steel.
I think it will be pretty. I can use it to
Yep.
Oh. Uh-oh. I learned that if you want to make the camera focus. Oh. You say
Let's see it.
focus.
Different thickness of layers of stuff, right?
What about the grinding? What do you have to say about how they sharpen?
He forges and he grinds by himself, but he does so that like on some blacksmith knife makers or sword makers, the highest or the thickest spot of this knife. Where do you think the thickest?
The shinobi.
But, the thickest part is right here.
Oh,
Shinobi and Suya.
Yeah.
Right? But yeah, if you cut in the cross section, he forges so that this shinogi line, the line in between the approach and the block finish to the bevel, this becomes really high. Right? So then what happens is that there is a tiny bit of air pockets when you're cutting into the root vegetables and stuff that it pulls off from the knife. Although, you can't really that you can't stop from
Should we talk about what we're doing here? Because this is kind of a funny thing. You always see us wiping down our fingers down the knife or pulling our fingers back from the spine, right? We should probably describe what it is we're doing. If you've got a knife at home, grab a knife, give this a go. So if you run your fingers along the knife without squeezing too hard, you can feel if there's any high or low spots. Sometimes there's low spots from the hammering, and that gives you an indication of what it's going to be like when you need to resharpen it. It doesn't really impact how the knife works. how it cuts, right? And then I always like to pull back and feel this ridge here. We call this the shinobi, where the grinding stops, where that bevel stops and it becomes the face of the blade, the kira, right? And you feel that line, and you feel how hard it is. Sometimes it's really like it feels very triangular, right? And then also when you move your fingers towards the edge, you can feel sometimes that it will be a long, smooth, gradual taper. Other times it feels like it's going on a long, smooth taper, and then it just drops off, right? And that sort of indicates the techniques they've used in their sharpening process, right? Have I said that right?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
How thin they want to make it and stuff. Also, you can just like look at the if you find the right reflectional spot, you can see if there's any low spots, high spots, how it's tapering and stuff.
Yeah, what else? So I've seen you looking at knives, you spin around. What do you look at when you're looking at it?
At first I look, like the straightness, also the straightness.
So generally you're looking at straightness when you're kind of sighting the blade.
Yes, and also when I'm looking this way, I'm looking at profile.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
If there's any low spots. Also, I try to find a light, reflect them, and see how
So
the
just
bevels.
return to Shopify.
So that'll tell you if it's got a really planar kind of straight flat bevel versus that sort of curved edge.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of knife makers, like sharpeners, they use straight fluorescent light. So when they reflect them, they will see if the fluorescent image change the forms or round.
I'll be honest, I actually like a computer screen. I find pointing your knife at a computer screen gives you really just contrast. Especially if we just send it to us set. Yeah. There you go. That is called us nerding out on knives. And let us know if you like that little section. It's kind of impromptu. We've never really talked about what it is we're looking at or feeling, and it's kind of the dark arts of being knife guys.
Fukta in the comments just tried to buy the silver handle one. Accidentally got the other one, but we're switching it around for him. But congratulations on the buy. That is a crazy, crazy cool knife.
You notice we didn't even talk about the handles?
Yeah, right?
Either one of those knives is absolutely exceptional. I'm glad we got you the one with the handle you wanted.
Yeah, no kidding.
But, wow, I really would love to see pictures of your knife once you've built a patina on it, if you don't mind. To me, Damascus steel, especially this type of Damascus, the patina it gets is so unique. And even just in between the layers of steel, they'll get their own kind of shade to them. It's a living piece of art. So once you get it patina, send us a photo. We would love to see that if you don't mind. And I don't know what you do about putting a patina on a knife. I do what I was taught originally by Kevin. He sold me in the Curie once. And he said, go cut a bag of onions. So I went and cut a bag of onions. And it was perfect because I got a bunch of julienne onions, which means now I get to make caramelized onions, which is one of my favorite things to make because it's one of my favorite things to eat. But it also developed a really nice patina on the blade.
I like just use them.
Yeah.
Keep them dry.
Right.
And let the air
do
the job.
Yeah.
I like that. I particularly don't necessarily like the forced patina because as long as you take care of them, it will rust, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's the idea of wasabi in Japan. Let it be, and you let it grow, let it be, and find the beauty in that nature. So I don't particularly do the forced patina or anything. It's just like I use them, wipe them.
Well, and it tells the story of the food you've eaten, right?
Start to change. I like that, little change. Say, for example, sometimes you forget to wipe it off as quickly as you want it. You see a little bit of the brown patina. That's the beauty of the whole idea.
Well, that's where I like to think that you earn your patina because at first you do need to pay a little bit more attention. You need to be ready and wipe your knife off a little bit faster. But over time, once you develop that patina, it's a little bit more forgiving. So
I think I don't know,
we haven't really talked much about this knife. This is from Mazaki, who's a really interesting young blacksmith as well. I think he probably pays more for gas than anyone in Japan. Remember that? He was driving, I think, a 1997 Chevy Suburban. That thing would pass anything but a gas station. Like crazy. Cool guy.
So this knife here is one of the two pieces that he made with the carbon steel, the carbon steel he buys, the white carbon steel number 2. But the outer layer he uses, it actually says on the rating here, kotetsu, meaning a old steel. So this is made with the watetsu or the kotetsu, the traditional Japanese steel.
Yeah, get that out of there.
So he actually got the very old hinge on the door from one of those 200, 300-year-old buildings. Whoa. And he, not melts them, but he pound them. He puts so if you see close.
Do we still have that guy in stock?
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, I checked.
So look
Last time I checked.
You see a little bit layer right here, right? So what he does is that you know how the hinge looks like. Gets hinged and stack them up, and with the flux and some clay, put in the forge and hammers it into little rivets. And he folds it a few times to get. That's why you see that layer here.
Oh, that's so neat. I love that. I love that he's using these old things.
Yeah.
So, tell us more about how he sharpens, because I remember there was a really long discussion about how he sharpens. And I remember one of the things is that he uses a big grinding machine at the very beginning, but the rest he's basically done it all on stones by hand, which is kind of rare.
It's so rare.
So why is he doing that, and what is he achieving by doing that?
So basically what he does is that he is, for those of you who's watching, may have seen those knife makers sharpen their knives with a big wheel of stone, right? Like they grind them really fast. But the thing about those wheels is that you are trying to sharpen the knife to the shape that is opposite of the wheel. You want to make the bevel more of the convex, not the concave.
Yes, the wheel could cut a cavity.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
As much as you like to do this rolling motion on your wrist, it will happen, right? So what he did is that he starts from, so he does the first heavy lifting, the super first heavy lifting of grinding a knife into the rough shape by using a really coarse wheel. Then he goes to just basically the piece of stone and do everything by hand from there.
That's incredible.
Yeah, it's insane. Yeah. So that there's no low spots, because it's drawing there is always this wheel. There's always a surface area that has a bit of a concavity, right?
And so what can happen is, as you run your fingers along, you can feel that your fingers will go like this because you stop a little too long in one spot, you grind out a bit of a low spot along the blade, right? And so what happens when you go to resharpen that low spot shows up again, and you need to actually thin the blade out all the way around it and lower it down so you can make it nice and even all the way along, right?
Where he basically does from the very first coarse wheel, he goes on this diamond plate. It's like the one, the Naniwa diamond stone.
Yeah.
He goes on that and make sure there's no low spots whatsoever. Then goes all the way to finishing with the stones. So
that's amazing. That is such a really nice thing to do. And I think I remember him saying this, that one of the reasons why he likes doing is that so it's for the person who buys the knife, so that when they go to sharpen it, or their sharpener, whoever they've got sharpens it, has an easier time to sharpen the knife because he's sending it out as perfect as possible.
Exactly, right?
Yeah. No, that's a very cool way of thinking. I really appreciate someone who puts that kind of work into it. So I have a Mizaki Santoku, and I love it. And this is a very unique piece here from him. I mean, it's $1,500, but work is free.
It is super, super unique. Definitely one of a kind.
And neither is gas is suburban. So.
All
He's
right.
also from Hokkaido, right? Like a Shindo-san.
Oh yeah.
He ended up being the Sanjo, and Shindo-san ended up being.
Well, I remember his story of like he just decided to go wander the earth or Japan, and then he did all sorts of different things, and then he landed in Niigata, right, and then became a blacksmith. And that's something that's really cool about Niigata is they have a really strong culture there right now, where including the government and everybody, they're really trying to encourage the young craftsmen into working there, and they're trying to rebuild that generation. And I think that's something that's really exciting that I felt from our last trip was that there's a new generation that's coming up, and they're not just the guys who took over their dad's workshop. They're not just doing it because it's being, it's the family and that's what you do. They're doing it because they're into it. They're learning stuff. Like remember we were at Doy's place and we're talking about why he lets the knife sit for a year before he grinds it. And he kind of said, well, because if I bend it and straighten it in that first year, it'll bend itself back. So I wait after a year, and then when I bend it back and straighten it, it stays that way. And you said, why? He said, because. But it turns out his apprentice that was standing right there had all of the answers and like the molecular scientific answers. So I don't know. That was really encouraging to see.
Yeah, like it's happening in so many places, right? Like I get to go to Japan pretty soon as well, but the Shindo-san, basically young blacksmith out of Kochi, he was kind of he's involved in that kind of project in the Kochi area as well. They actually have that the government-funded project to entice those younger guys who want to become blacksmiths come to Kochi and teach them how to do that.
That's super cool.
So it's happening all over Japan. That's like really, really encouraging. Where for the longest time, this kitchen knife for the blacksmithing industry in Japan was struggling really, really, really hard for the last 40, 50 years. So.
Well, I think it's, folks like Kevin who started bringing these knives in for us to buy as cooks and then from cooks to people's homes and for, everyone here who's probably fast asleep at this point. But for those of you who are watching, I mean, this is part of how things change and grow. So it's really cool to see. Yeah.
All right. Well, we got a couple of questions here. Maybe we can answer a few before our top of the hour usual stuff.
Top of the hour too.
Top of the hour. All right. So Chef's Knives Enthusiast, aptly named, was wondering if Ikeda is going to make any more mega long Nikiris, asking for a friend.
Oh. They are because you need two of them. Is what you're saying? It's not. It's you're the friend.
You got two hands.
But you need two mega long Nikiris.
They are in a constantly on order and see when it arrives.
Yeah, I suspect probably has a never-ending amount of work to do, and probably one of those projects that they do when they feel like taking a break and catching up and doing something neat. But hopefully, we'll see more soon.
All right. Not even going to try to pronounce this, but this person
That's a weird YouTube name.
was wondering if the Itsuo Doi Guren Gyuto was coming back into stock. I know Kevin was kind of foaming at the mouth for that one too.
Yeah,
Hey,
they're on this way. They may be coming back on Thursday or Friday. We're trying our best to get them out during this.
We'll do our best.
so they're coming like sometime this week
Lots of
ish,
thoughts and
maybe.
prayers.
That's my hope.
Yeah.
That's impressive. Phoebe Sola.
Thoughts and prayers
We're
for
doing
the
real hard
Guren.
to get Canada both balloons, didn't we?
Yeah, well, there's a little bit of white stuff on the ground today that was on top of the white stuff that has been falling for a week now. So that does slow things down.
Yeah.
But I mean, as scattered posts, they should know how to do it.
Yeah, they also come on.
They should.
They fly in, so white stuff should.
They're super talented. They can cut and fly.
Maybe they can just skip a step and they can just like airdrop it.
That's a good idea, Nathan.
Oh,
We should
John.
bring that up. Maybe they should just parachute it over top of us.
Yeah, like a loot crate in a video game.
What could go wrong?
We love unsolicited advice for the postal service. Okay. All right. We had one a little bit while back here from Drop D Tune. Please tell me on why I need a Hanyaki Gyuto 240 preferably, but I would say that everybody needs a Hanyaki Gyuto.
It's, you know, to be quite honest, I'm here at the this place. If you were to get the Honyaki, I'll get the 240 made by either Nakagawa-san. That is a Jihada. That was beautiful.
Yeah.
Right? We actually have some in at the shops right now. It has been sharpened in a way that you can see that it is not Damascus, but you can see that the grain,
Like the flow.
yeah, the metal flow
Yeah.
on the blade. That is beautiful thing. And plus that the little hammer, right?
Yeah.
So you're getting more of the skill. We are planning on getting something Nakagawa-san's new hammer, which is the it's more like he calls it wild. You know,
Oh, really?
Yeah. So that's something that you're buying into. I'm like too honest. Like functionally, it's,
Listen, Drop D, I can't tell you why you need one.
Yeah.
But you know what? You deserve one.
it's cool. You know?
You deserve one.
Here you go.
You deserve to have nice things, right? Nice things that feed you. Why not? Right? You'll own the thing for the rest of your life. So what? It's $1,500. Enjoy it. Love it. Take care of it. You'll have it forever.
This is
Right.
the Knifewear self-care channel.
Well, go home and take care of it, right? We can have nice things if we learn how to take care of them. If we take the pride in owning them, that we maintain them properly and use them the way they were designed, right? If you use it like a screwdriver and it breaks in half, I mean,
Maybe don't.
maybe don't. Maybe get a suit, he said. Also, don't use those as screwdrivers. Not saying that you should.
But like you could probably get away with it maybe. I don't know.
I'm guessing by Drop D Tune as the username. He probably is into guitars and probably understands taking care of stuff and spending lots of money on it. So.
All right, we have one more vintage
go.
question.
You need to get one because you can't justify buying any more guitars. You can because you never had a Honyaki before.
There you have it. Spoon Monkey, Mr. Monkey, was asking for Naoto, is there any difference between factory-made R2 and blacksmith R2? And does the heat treatment differ? Or is it the same steel, different grinds? Because we have both in the sale.
Probably the biggest difference you'll find, say, the Kosaki Shizuku.
We can't hear you if you walk away.
What's that?
We can't hear you very well if you walk away.
He's going to get a Kurosaki Shizuku. What else you doing? Well, they're buying the same stuff and it comes from the same factory. However, what goes on along the road can change.
Again, the big difference that you'll find by the hand forged R2 and the machine forged R2, like this, is that the hand forged one, especially this Shizuku, it has been forged in 3D shape, nice even taper down here, and also like really nice thickness and goes down here. Its sharpening could be the same, and the heat treatment won't change as much. Some bigger workshops has the better equipment when it comes to the sub-zero heat treatment and stuff, but they may have slightly different. So overall, it's not that much of a difference.
So what you're saying in general when you're getting a knife that's hand forged by somebody is that they can basically beat some of the geometry into the knife. So some of that stuff we're dragging our fingers along and feeling, you really can only get with someone who is hammering it into the blade. And it can go well and it can go poorly. Now when we've got more of the sort of factory-made ones, is they're likely doing what's called roller forging. So they're doing the same forging type of thing, but it's being done using different tools. So it always draws out a very even piece of metal, and then they grind away to accomplish that shape. Now, I'm sure there's people who can do roller forging and have all sorts of techniques to not have to do that. But from what my understanding is of what we're getting is this blade would have come out as an even thickness at the spine and the edge, and then they would have ground away to create that edge. Whereas with the more the hand forged ones, is that they can reduce the amount of grinding they have to do by actually hammering some of that taper into the knife. They can hammer a bit more on the thing and just vary how thick it is.
Especially the R2, it won't change from how he cold forge or the hot forge to make a bit of a difference. The carbon steel and some type of stainless steel, they do have so-called the forging effect that the will change the little bit of formation inside the steel, not so much in the R2. That's probably why it's still more people specifically asking if there's any big difference between the R2 hand forge versus a say roll forge.
So say that again. With R2, they're not going to see much of a forging effect. No. Okay. How would you describe the forging effect?
It's just really like think about it this way: the how they break like. When they're forging it, especially in the cold forge, what happens is that the inner structure will break it down into the smaller pieces. And by hand forge, they can control how much, and depends on what type of edge that they are aiming for. They can control it. Where the machine roll forged ones, they do have the cold forging effect, but not so as substantial.
Right.
But the R2, because of the particles are already been very small and even,
Gotcha.
it does not need the.
So that cold forging process can help break down the crystal particle in the steel to make it smaller and smaller, resulting in a finer and finer sort of edge. But that's sort of superseded by the fact that R2 is already that powder.
Yes.
I understand. Thank you.
Right on. Well,
That was fun.
you know what time it is.
What time is it?
Bam, 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 bam. It is.
You're supposed to do the other part of the song. This guy's like doing his job and stuff.
It is time
Focused and stuff.
to draw the final
Hangman.
the final knife.
Oh, we're playing Hangman?
You're working. Get back to work. Okay, Hangman. No, wait. What'd you say? The final knife.
The final knife.
It's 2:00. We're going since 7:30. All right. All right. Give me some forecast here.
So we have this raffle. Do we have a tank there? Oh, it's right there. It's right here. Right here.
Woo, we have another tank, and it's a full-size tank, the 180 Shibata Tinker tank. Da-da-da.
So we got a few of these. we got a few of these. And so we've hosted a raffle to give everybody a fair shot at getting one. This is the last one that we have to draw. So this is our last raffle draw for the day. John, I don't think the mini tank person has paid yet, but I'll have to check. That's not a super up-to-date bit of info there. But if your name is drawn, you have 24 hours to buy the knife. Otherwise, somebody else gets a shot at it. So we have one last Shibata Tinker tank to draw for.
This one made the 27th of September, 2022, 1 of 4.
Oh, it's fresh.
So that day, he made 4 knives. This was one of them, the first one. Look at that. That angle on the front, man. It's so cool. And it's like, oh man, it's got some heft to it. Can I enter this draw?
It's entries are closed and also not open to staff.
What a kick-ass knife.
Yeah.
All right, let's generate.
Okay. Here you go.
Generate a random number through the random number generator on Nathan's phone.
The Google RNG.
I hope at home some nights you just like pull it up and you try to make your partner guess a number between 1 and 430.
You know it. 20.
Ooh, 20. Early.
All right. All right. So an early entry. Let's see. Maybe this means that some of you diehards have a chance.
Yeah.
So entry number 20.
Goes from 20 to 200%.
Right?
It's almost like it's random. Okay. Entry number 20. I just got to confirm. I think I've got their name here.
Maybe I'll start using a random number generator to get my tickets for the lottery. Whatever I've been doing so far hasn't worked.
Yeah, same here.
As witnessed by the fact that I'm still standing here.
The American lottery for the thing.
Okay, well, the winner of this round, the last round, is Gary Leong.
Gary.
So congratulations, Gary.
I hope you pick up this Tinker Tank. It's a pretty sweet knife.
We will send you an invoice, and you have 24 hours from the time you get that invoice to pay for it. And yeah, that's it. if you don't buy it, then somebody else can. But thank you to everybody that participated. We hope this was a fair and equitable way for people to get a shot at one of these knives. And stay tuned. Maybe we'll do this again.
Okay, it's 2 o'clock on the hour.
2 o'clock on the hour, which means in
Past 2.
15 minutes, we have a demo from our man Naoto, traditional Japanese knife skills. He's going to teach us how to use an usuba and a santoku and a nikiri. We got a few different vegetables for him to cut there. And then in an hour after that, we're going to cook it all up in a donabe, make some Japanese hot pot. Thank you, everybody that's been tuning into the Knifewear Garage Sale Kickoff live stream Extravaganza Bonanza Telethon.
Extravaganza Bonanza. Definitely the new name for this.
Yeah. And we really appreciate all of you. Even if you're not shopping the sale this year, just tuning in and hanging out with us. And for everybody that did shop the sale, thank you so much for your support. If you haven't snagged a knife yet, the Knifewear Garage Sale happens every year. Twice a year, and it's the best time to buy a knife for yourself or start gift shopping, especially in November, because the holidays are coming up and there are some smoking deals, so you can get some really beautiful knives and not totally break the bank. I know budgets are tight for some folks these days, so this is a good time to buy some gifts and save money, especially with the 20% off Tsunehisa knives. But before we get to our Japanese knife skills in 10 minutes, I guess we got a couple more questions, eh, Naoto?
Yeah, I just saw the bunch of Sujihikis kicking around.
Yeah, this is from Crystal's Kitchen, who has tuned into all of our live streams, I think, this week and last, and has had lots of great questions. So thank you for.
Your name is Crystal, because I'm going to call you Crystal.
I think that's a safe bet.
Here. So, looking for the Sujihiki, you can actually put a few Sujihikis in your collection this time around.
We don't still have any of those, do we?
I have no idea.
What about the Katsuo knife? Do we have that in stock, Nathan?
Give me a second. I'm just sending Gary his tank invoice, and then I will confirm inventory.
Well, we'll talk about them. I think this is such a cool knife.
Yeah, it's like 240 millimeters.
I'd say so.
Yeah, 240 millimeter length. And yeah, just really traditional in the Tulsa area. This was the their. Yeah, we call it Katsuo. Mojo, the shape. Katsuo is the bonito too, right?
It's a fish.
Yeah, it's a fish. That's the sliced fish or the fillet fish. Usually it comes in a much bigger, longer size than this one, but this is really the.
And this is the katsuo that you use to make katsuo bushi for the dashi.
Yeah.
For the bonito fries.
Yeah.
And it's the same, absolutely super delicious, lovely texture one that you have when you're eating sashimi. Oh, it's so good.
You sear it on
the head.
Straw.
I can see why they have a knife just for it. It's just so good.
But this can be used as a regular slicer, right? Just got the Sakimaru thick. Right?
How thick is the spine? Is it the same as a normal slicer? Because slicers are often great because they're thin, right? You're not splitting stuff apart that much as you're slicing through it. It's long. So you got a nice long slice, you don't have to saw back and forth, right?
Pretty normal size, like this is like 3.3, and it tapers to somewhere around 2.3.
Yeah, okay.
It's like millimeter taper here. And the bevel is actually not. It is a little bit more thicker in comparison to say.
I like how it's got almost that butcher knife kind of style. As the tip gets taller than the yeah. Cool looking knife.
It is definitely thicker than we've been talking about Yoshimikato's.
Could you make it thinner? Right? Could you make this blade thinner?
Yeah. This is really.
And this is like what Nathan was talking about, shaving somebody with.
Yeah.
Instead it felt as close to a straight razor as you found.
Look at that.
Yeah, this is a real stunner, this one. So it's really light. Sometimes, depending on what you're cutting, like if you're portioning steaks or cutting fillets of salmon or something bigger, it's nice to have a little bit of a heavier knife. Like a Yanagi knife, which is designed for slicing fish, is not a light knife because you just draw the knife backwards and the weight of the knife is all the pressure you need. But you do need a bit of weight.
1.6.
Oh my goodness.
Half the-
All right, well, that's a really good.
If you're looking for something a little bit
Okay,
more,
so real quick, the Katsukiri is sold out online, but we have some in Calgary, Ottawa, and Vancouver. So
you may have
yeah, check back around 7 p.m. Mountain Time tonight. We will be adding inventory from the stores to the website, so things that aren't sold out will be available.
If you're looking for some great deals for Sujihikis, we have some Sunehisa Sujihikis. Something like this one here, Aogami Super with the Migaki finish. It's $240, but the 23% off, which is yeah, it becomes like So,
These are great little. This is Algami Super. Stainless cladding. Yep. That's everything you really need in a knife.
Yeah.
It's I mean, it's a simple look, but for $200,
yeah,
that's crazy. That's a crazy nice one. Beautiful handle too. I like that red with the dark rose.
Yeah.
Yeah. You skipped over the half 40.
Yeah. If you want the crazy long range retention, especially the Sujihikis like these guys, you'll be having long, like super long range retention. Boom. Like this.
Yeah, see, I told you. You just gotta tell it to focus. Boom, and then it focuses.
Great thing about the having half 44 Sujihiki, one, because you're not banging on the cutting board as much, this will keep it like.
I would say the better part of a decade.
Yeah.
If you're just slicing meat and you're not hammering it on a cutting board, and you polish it with your honing rod and a leather strop on a regular basis, like
now this will keep it really so long.
Yeah.
So like that's really the big advantage.
Selling me knives, too.
But it's got his new shape, the called A. Like all of his knives these days have this drop, the spine, and it's a tip like this. He calls it the A series. So his new Stenko has this A shape to it.
I think it's the way to do it. It's so smart.
So, but we do have a lot more slicers, Sujihiki selection. So that's like just a small part of it, right?
What else do you have? What are you guys doing?
Nathan, what's next?
So, did we talk about this already? It's still marked as.
Yeah, we did.
Okay, awesome. Well, somebody didn't unmark it. This person, I can't pronounce that. What do you think about Miyabi? And if you know who do they compare to knives from? What blacksmith makes knives similar to Miyabi, if any?
Miyabi's this little bigger factory knives made in Seki. They are great knives. But it's really hard to compare to handmade blacksmith, small makers particularly, because of the production they do, right? Something that's
Miyabi knives are made to be pretty tough.
yeah.
And dressed up really nicely. They're very well made. That's why we sell them. And I think one of the greatest things about them is if someone doesn't want to change how they use a knife from how they typically use their good old ankles, Miyabi's a great choice.
Something like a Seki Kanetsugu Zuyun series.
Yeah.
It's like a little bit up from the not so much of the price,
No.
but up from performance in terms of how it's going to retain, not retain the edge, but how it's going to cut.
Sure.
And how sharp you feel with the knife. This is just really, they took the sharpening a little bit to the next level compared to the end. It's definitely tough. And
Well, and they do a lot of work on making the handles look really fancy,
Yeah.
right? And that's a real sort of European, Western thing where it's like, if you don't spend 6 hours making the handle, I mean, you haven't done the whole job. Where in Japan, it's like, let's just make really excellent blades. I mean, we definitely have really beautiful handles, but I like the simplicity of the handle. I buy the knife, not the handle, I guess. But that's my personal.
But yeah, nothing wrong with Miyabis. Like we do carry several different lines of Miyabis.
Yeah.
I particularly like the Hibana series with the Swedish stainless steel core and the Spark.
That's right. I particularly like the Miyabi Birchwood steak knives because they are gorgeous, and they're I think more than everything you ever want out of a steak knife. Yeah.
Okay, we got one more question before we go on to your demo now. To any petty recommendations?
What are you doing with that penny? That's
Yeah. What kind of stuff are you doing with your petty? If you want a petty, you can just do like all-purpose chopping, cutting, slicing, dicing kind of stuff.
Well, we can
Or
talk
do you
about
have
that
some specific tasks that you're trying to accomplish with your petty? Because like this is a 135. This is pretty standard middle of the road petty where we can get most things done. You want to swap camera,
Yep.
right? Boom. Petty 135. This is everything you really need. Actually, in fact, this is a Takamura BS1. This is a great little blade. It's hard without being too hard and delicate. I actually personally, I like having a Western handle on a petty knife. I feel like it makes the knife a little bit slender. Feeling?
Boom.
Look at that. Right? Nice little taper. Takamura is a really exceptional knife maker. Then there's something like this little Moritaka. Sometimes you want just that little tiny knife. So maybe you like cutting, carrots and potatoes in your hand and dropping them into the pot, as opposed to cutting things on a cutting board. This size of knife is great for that. It's, I believe this is a 90 millimeter tip to heel here. Algo Super carbon steel, really beautiful little knife. You don't want to cut into your thumb. When you ever watch your grandma where they cut and they the edge actually thumps into their thumb through the carrot. Don't do that. You could do that one time, and then after you got stitches, you probably start cutting on a cutting board. A couple other things we've got here. Getting a little bit longer into the 150 mil length of edge. That definitely makes it a little bit more of a functional knife and small all-purpose is what I would call something like this. When you got the nice fine tip, it's nice you can poke in and underneath stuff so you can, clean sinew off a piece of bean or something. Same with a slender knife like this, you can go around in a more circular motion. So if you're trying to do like tunnel boning, or say you're trying to scoop out the core of a pepper or some kind of vegetable because you want to stuff it, a little slender knife like this would be great for that. I do like when you've got just enough height at the heel that you can get after stuff on a cutting board without wrapping your knuckles. And especially this guy. So this is the Kurosaki Gecko, Gekko, the Hat 40 steel, which we were just talking about that slicer. So that's upside down. Super, super good edge retention on this knife. Really nice and thin. It'll just slide right through stuff. The short little guy I was holding here was the Moritaka Algami Super, or Moritaka AS Kurochi Petty. And the first one was the Takamura Chromax. That's the type of steel is Chromax. Now this one I think is one of my favorites. We've kind of gotten these on and off for garage sale over the last couple seasons. And this is, boom. See, I told you, I worked every time. This is the Sakai Kikumori stainless steel cladding, blue carbon steel core, which is a great way to make a knife. I just love the look of it. I love how it's this really tall petty. It's got this really slender handle, so it still feels light and slender. It feels like I'm holding a more precise kind of a tool, but it's still tall. This is just like a little baby chef's knife. And so I find something like that gives you a lot of versatility, whereas something, going back to this Takamura, which gives you that narrow, pointy little tiny little knife. Right? So it all depends on how you're cutting, what you're cutting on. La France, I hope we answered your questions. If not, ask me here.
Hey, well, it's demonstration time.
It's demo.
Let's get the demonstration station. So we are going to learn some traditional knife skills with Naoto. Yeah, we got 3 knives there. We got a nice Hasegawa cutting board, and we got a bag full of vegetables for your donabe cooking later, Naoto. So you can take your pick as to what you want to cut. We have a Japanese cabbage. We have a daikon. Oh, we have a wet cloth to go under that as well. Oh, no, my cutting board doesn't slip thing.
How would I ever know?
So if anybody has questions about traditional Japanese knife skills, Naoto's going to be using a new Suba, and as well as just a Santoku and an Akiri. But if you want to learn about Japanese cooking and Japanese food a little bit, I don't know what else should I ask about Naoto.
That's good.
I think that's a good start.
That's a good start.
If there's anything you want to see him cut, we have a limited variety of groceries.
I only have like 15 minutes to cut, so
No, you can take your time. You can take your time. You can.
quick.
You can go slow.
Give it a little bit of
Are you gonna? Is
advice.
it gonna kill you if I push this forward a bit?
It's gonna kill me.
It's gonna kill you. Oh no. Okay.
It's fine here.
Here we go. So we got a nice Hazagawa board.
I'll take on board. Me cutting. I guess like we're having a chicken mizutaki, which is actually the Japanese hot pot later on. That's probably good. So it's just really, I'm not a professional chef or anything, so I'm gonna show you a few different techniques and tricks to do prepare for this thing.
John thinks he should be using that other Manaka end to prep all this stuff.
Oh no, pay for it. Or making like a second hand.
Yeah.
So here, it's a daikon. When you choose a daikon, now I think it's in Canada where I live, Calgary. It's really accessible vegetable. When I was living in the States, 2001, I hadn't seen any daikon in there. So I think it's changed quite a bit in the last probably 20 years. When you choose the daikon, go to the Asian grocery stores and find the one that's that has really nice tension on the skin. If you touch it and it feels it's a little bit soft, it's old, like this.
Did I pick an old one?
Yes, you did.
Oh no. That was the best looking daikon they had in the giant box full of daikons.
Yes. And so get the one that is a little bit more firm. It's got a little softness to it. It's like, carrots, right? If the carrot becomes soft, it's like this. You don't want to get the carrots like
Nobody likes a flaccid carrot.
Although this is the carrots that we're eating today. Anyways, so I'm going to show you a few tricks and techniques. I'm going to start from this santoku here. Santoku, and I'm going to actually show you how to use this Usuba, which is actually one of the good friend of ours. I have to like call him to it. Say, hey, you're a knife expert. Anyways, biggest difference between the Usuba or the single bevel knife like this to the double bevel knife like this is that double bevel knife like these ones are great when you're cutting into something really thick. Like when you're cutting into something thick like this, it cuts pretty right in the middle. Where if you're using the Usuba to try to cut the thicker piece, what happens is that it will pull to the right. So Usuba is actually really good to cut things like at the end, like this. So I'm gonna use this to do a little bit of peeling job. When you're using daikon or whatever, we use so a lot of people do use the Usuba to peel the vegetables with. I'm not the greatest, so I'm trying to just like not cut myself. That's my goal for today. What happens is to move my right finger, and basically this is doing this back and forth. See? Then I just rotate the daikon around so that it heals. And especially when you're actually using the daikon radish, you want to actually peel the first layer a little bit thicker because they are a little bit more fibrous and sometimes leaves that the little weird fibrous texture in your mouth. So, and from here, a lot of Japanese chefs try to start to it's called tatsuramuki. rotational daikon peeling. That is like they can do them as translucent as paper, but I'm not that good. So I'm just gonna not do this. But basically the idea is to have them set like this, then move the knife back and forth. Then you rotate the daikon slowly so that. Okay, so I'm gonna do that. So today I'm going to actually cut it into the shape that before the what we call it, the nabe or the hot pot dish. So few ways that we cut this daikon into. One is the rangiri. Rangiri is called random cut. So you half them or you make a quarter. Then it's like I think we have them in North America.
Oh, the roll cut.
Yeah, roll cut. So cut it in the diagonal and roll. Do this. This will give you really nice random kind of size cut like this, and that will give you really nice texture. And
Yeah, I did this with some carrots the other night because they just sit nicer.
yeah,
Rather than just cutting them into like round bits or whatever, they just kind of like sit on the plate in like a little mound and
yeah.
they get caramelized nicely.
So this is really good cut. Another one is called hangetsu. Hangetsu means a half moon, basically, right? So you cut in half and quarter, then you start to cut it into the. For the nade purpose, I usually cut them into like probably what's this thickness? 5 mil thickness. So that's the daikon. Okay. Then I think it's really nice to cut the some shiitake mushrooms. So if you go to fancy nabe spot, what you will see is the this fancy technique with the you cut the flower shape on it, which is pretty easy to do, right? You can grab whatever knife you have and just cut the little incision, turn 60 degrees. Then stop. Like that. I try to actually cut the little bottom off as well. Just a little bit of hard. So that's pretty, standard cut for the shiitake mushrooms for nabe. You can again do that with the this here.
Can we see that?
Yep.
Let's see what it looks like. Oh, very pretty.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
It's small stars type of stuff.
Now, sometimes in Western cooking, I know people like to thinly slice mushrooms. Do you do that in Japanese cooking at all?
Yes, but not so much on the nabe, right? The hot pot.
Yeah, because it's more like a soup than a stew, but you want things to cook a little more slowly, right? Like it simmers for a while.
When I'm making you could definitely cut in really small, like regular mushrooms.
Yeah.
Yeah, like if you want to saute them or something like that, that's definitely the way. But yeah, you can prepare something like this, or just take the take the bottom off, little hard part, and that's and you can just cut in half and use them as well. So it still really depends on how you like to do that.
Cool.
Another thing we have this here.
Oh,
Konyaku. We need to drain the water.
yeah, we need a place for you to put that, huh?
Here. So if you
This
have
guy
here-
empty? Let's put it in Kevin's water cup.
Hopefully he won't drink.
Maybe Kevin will drink some konjac water. So what is konyaku?
Konyaku is made out of this starchy vegetable. Often we say it as the konyaku imo, so it's the konyaku like a potato type of starchy vegetable. And if you eat them raw, if you eat them as it is poisonous. So you have to be a little bit more careful. If you find them in your backyard, don't just eat them.
Good to know.
They have this very distinct flavor and the smell to them. In order to properly prepare, you want to either boil it or put that on the strainer and pour hot water on top of it to get the little smell off. Okay, konyaku is really good. For the nabe or the hot pot, we usually use the noodle type rather than this type here. But I will show you several ways of making this konyaku pretty nice. This is like really jelly kind of texture. Some people don't really like them. I thoroughly enjoy. I put in like miso soups and stuff like that. There are several ways that you can prepare. If you're gonna simmer with soy, mirin, sugar, sake, and stuff like and dashi, you could cut into the about 5mm thick. Cut incision in the middle. Make it like this. Then you can just roll. Kind of have the other side and roll it out like this. This is a very traditional kind of way to do that. Or if you want to have them as a block, you could make these small incisions on the konyaku. So that the konyaku itself does not. It's so dense, right? So it doesn't actually absorb that much of flavor. So this kind of cut will help for the flavor to stick on the. So this is called kakushi docho. We do it for a lot of. You've probably seen, in the fancy sushi shops and stuff. You see that's here. Then you can portion out. Fancy sushi shops do this kind of techniques to. Or I know it's not the knife skills, but because it's the same idea as this, like making an incision. Japanese people actually, when we're making this miso soups and stuff like that, we actually do this. So it has more surface area.
Oh.
Yeah. So you can just
You just rip it up?
rip it into the portions that you want.
Where we're going, we don't need knives.
So there are several ways to prepare. It's really versatile ingredients, I think. I don't know. I use them since I'm Japanese. I think my colleague, Sky, you use this a little bit, right? Mom?
Yeah.
No,
I
how do you prepare?
Um,
Are you incorporating into the more traditional Europe, like
yeah, I usually put it in a salad, and I do the kind of twist method.
Yeah.
But my husband doesn't like it very much, so we don't have a whole lot of dough. It's really good in a stir fry too.
Make sure you boil them so that the flavor.
Oh yeah, no, it's a texture thing for him. I don't really mind it at all. Like I'm like a eat tofu raw kind of person. So.
Yeah.
So fucking weird.
It's not weird.
It's pretty weird.
It's just bean blocks. That's all it is.
It's flavorless.
Alrighty.
Cool. Speaking of bean block.
Bean block. Yeah. Again, another.
Making this beautiful concoction for Kevin. Some
Yeah,
tofu.
so next time you have a
probably
cocktail
konjac water.
party, just like make sure you save all
Yeah.
your
So
tofu
what
and
would you
beef
mix
for more.
with tofu and konjac water? What spirit? Tequila?
Kevin's favorite.
Oh yeah. Oh, he would love that.
What's that like licorice booze?
Oh, Uzo. Oh, there's a bunch. Uzo, sambuca.
Sambuca.
Yeah.
So
I'd
here,
put sambuca in it.
Might be
tofu.
okay.
You can get the tofu in different textures, different hardness. I personally like very soft, silken tofu for my likings. This, if you look at close, you can see little pores and stuff, which is like not my favorite type. That's all I have. In Japan, traditionally,
I'm just terrible at buying groceries, eh, Nato? Did I get the wrong kind of konjac too?
No, cognac is good.
Okay, because they had a couple of different colors and I didn't know which one was right.
It's perfect. And the so what happens traditionally in Japan, people cut the tofu on the palm, like on hand. Did you know? People cut the tofu.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, you did. I think you showed us this garage sale in the spring.
Why?
Because it's usually really soft. If you actually leave them on the, so just be careful.
You like living on the edge.
Because I think what it is that the Japanese tofu is much more softer. So if you put them on the cutting board and try to cut them, it just like
Can you cut it with the butter cutter?
yes. We don't want to make it that small though.
No, it'd fall apart.
So just be careful not to cut into. But that's how traditionally Japanese people cut. That's what my mom how she was cutting that tofu.
Very cool. Thank you, Nato. Is there any other knife skills you got for us, or is that
Not
everything?
so much knife skills. I mean,
Life skills?
life skills. I mean, like when I watch any food shows and saying you cut the green onions as thin as possible, and you see that those chunks being like 2 millimeters thick, and like, oh, that's not.
Yeah, when somebody on TV says cut it as small as possible, it usually means like a nice medium dice.
Yeah. So when I cut those green onions as thin as possible, that is being basically the flavor. Right? And you could do that in both two different ways. A little bit of the confidence and knife skill, as well as super sharp knife. A sharp knife is the key. And don't watch the camera while you're doing this.
How to turn them into red onions.
Well, Nato, Trevor Pinicky says this has been one of the most fun days I've had in a while. So at least one person's enjoying what we're doing today. So I'm thrilled to hear that. And thank you everybody that's hanging out. Later on, Nato is going to cook all this stuff in about an hour or 45 minutes into donabe. In a donabe, he's gonna make us mizutake, right?
Mitsutake, yeah.
Yeah, just like a hot pot thing.
So that's kind of how.
Awesome.
You're gonna see more, but there's more, but that's pretty much.
Oh, let's see everything you cut for a sec there. Very nice. Well, thank you very much, Nato. If anybody else has questions for Nato, pop them in the comments. Otherwise, we will move on to knife questions and keep talking about knives. It's 2:36 Mountain Time, so we're going to be live for another hour and a half or so. We're going to have some hot pot just after 3 and drink a beer and then go home probably. But if you need help finding a knife, if you need maybe you want to see the knife that you bought up close before it ships off to you, we'd be happy to do that for you. If you need maybe to find a gift for somebody for the holidays, we can help you gift shop. So pop your questions in the comments and we'll get to them shortly.
That's a sure.
Don't drink this. Oh, you got juice? With the tofu liquid?
Gross. I don't want to.
Yeah.
We're gonna put
We're
sambuca
saving it
in
for
there.
Kevin. We're going to add some tequila to it.
Okay.
Okay,
We're back.
we're back. I'm gonna actually.
Wow, it's like you cut right through the table. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks, Trevor. We really appreciate when people say nice things like that. I am in the back of a warehouse that's right next to a bay door, so it's not really warm. I'll put this back up. Now, what can we do for you now? Please let us know. What do you want to know about knives? What do you want to know about cutting? What do you want to know about?
John May wants to know an ingredient list. We will go through that when we do the cooking in the donabe, but it's actually a recipe that comes with the donabe. So if you ever buy one of the clay Japanese pots from us, it includes a care letter on how to take care of it, and in that care letter is a recipe for mizutake. But if you are interested in a written version of that recipe, just shoot me an email to nathan@knifewear.com, and I'd be happy to share that recipe with you.
You know what I like about donabe, and we're going to get into it when Naoto does his demo, is it makes me think of the fondue, where you're sitting around a pot, you're kind of scooping food out, you're adding food into it, right? And you've got this like hot heat source in front of you. So it's so nice in the winter when it's cold. You put this on the table. It's a really nice way to eat with a group of people, kind of convivial and enjoyable and warm. But it's, it's a broth. You're not deep frying food or just like eating an ungodly amount of cheese. So it's actually kind of like a healthier version of a fondue style of meal.
Yeah, it's a really pleasant experience. It's like communal cooking and eating experience is quite a lovely time. Very warms the belly and the soul. We've got a few more folks enjoying the live stream today. Annie Ritter said, "I've been here since the start, except for when I was in the Calgary store. Thanks for coming down, Annie, and thanks for a fun day." Well, thank you for a fun day. And GB says, "This has been an enjoyable stream. Thank you all for doing it." It's we did this originally to help people shop during the garage sale back when stores were closed and stuff, and we've just enjoyed it so much that we've kept it going. So you'll catch us again in May. We've got another live stream Thursday at 2 p.m. Mountain Time. We're going to show you some of the late arrivals for the sale. We're going to be launching the Barracuda from Tinker Knives, and just doing some other fun shenanigans. We'll see. Maybe we'll do some more cooking if people enjoyed that.
Hey, look at this. So I'm really happy that people are enjoying the demos and stuff that we've done. Because for us, we stand here and talk about it, but it's nice to show people stuff. Pop down to this camera. Remember at the beginning, about 9:15, I did this thing where I took this knife, which we'd let get kind of rusty over the weekend, right? That's sort of cleaned up because I've wiped it off a bit. This is a stainless steel knife with a carbon steel core, so you can see the little rust on the cladding. I scrubbed it down, used a little bit of Barkeeper's Friend that usually takes care of it. But then I just cut up an apple, and I've been putting some water on it. It's dried out for a couple hours now. That's all that's really happened to it, right? So for those of you who are ever on the fence about getting a knife with carbon steel, it's really easy to maintain. If you see something like that, having this Barkeeper's Friend, which is this mild abrasive, it's a really good thing to have around in your kitchen. I find it's great for cleaning pots. It's good for cleaning out your sink. Also good for cleaning anything oxidized, whether it's a knife or a frying pan or something. So don't be intimidated by carbon steel.
Well, Trevor Rickards says, heading down to the Calgary store at 3 when I'm done work. Awesome stream, guys. We look forward to seeing you, Trevor. And Coco Fiasco, you'll like this one. Mike called me sick. My favorite videos were what not to do with your knives. You remember that one, Mike?
Yeah, the one where I was smashing it on a brick in front of my house, making sparks fly.
The video got kind of out of hand.
I cut myself, yeah.
And it ended up being really goofy. But our goal from the beginning was to show people in as, I guess, literal a way as possible what you simply cannot do with a Japanese knife, from, cutting on something that's not a cutting board to using it as a screwdriver and an ice chipper and all sorts of other terrible things. Because all of the things in that video were things that people have done with their knives. Because, I think we're used to knives that are bulletproof, don't stay sharp very long, but you can use them for pretty much anything, digging in the garden and stuff. And so sometimes it's important to show people what they shouldn't do with their fancy new knives.
Well, I like to think of some of those knives that we've all had in the past, be it a Victorinox or a Wusthof or something, where they're you can use them on a broad spectrum of jobs. I can take a Victorinox and chop a lobster in half with it, and that's not something I'd ever do with a Japanese knife. But the Japanese knife is it's designed for the food you're going to the food you're going to eat. So my guiding principle, it's been so good so far, is to try and only cut the things that I would chew with my own teeth. So, for example, I will eat olives. I will not try and eat the pits of olives.
Pretty simple.
If you accidentally stick your knife into something, like sometimes you got a piece of a pork shoulder and, there's a little bit of a bone stuck in it. You didn't notice it. You got to slice it up after you've cooked it, and you kind of go, oh, I hit a bone. Don't take your meat mallet and drive your knife through at that point. And don't twist it in the bone either. Just carefully back everybody out. Right? As soon as you get it stuck in something hard and twist it, that's a surefire way. Also, using some good cutting techniques like Kevin was showing you. Don't scrape the knife on your cutting board and don't twist the knife around in food. That, especially with a force on the if you're forcing the edge of the knife down into something hard like your cutting board and you twist it, you're not doing yourself any favor. It's not going to chip your knife right away, but it might just dull it and break it down until it makes it easier. These spoons are gold.
I just went shopping for me, Mike.
Okay, I love these Gesturo spoons.
I just went shopping for me.
And the packaging is very intricate and beyond my brain level. You know what I like about the Gesturo spoon is it's got this flat rim around the top. Boom.
Oh yeah.
This flat rim around the top is very cool because when you scrape that off and level it, you've got exactly a tablespoon. Plus, this nice little tip here that's really fine. That's real nice when you're trying to drizzle some sauce around on a plate.
It's really good for scooping the brown butter out of the corner of your cast iron pan when you're basting a ribeye, like I was doing last night.
Oh.
You're basting a ribeye last night?
Well, Kevin,
Sorry,
you didn't even
Saturday.
call me?
Saturday.
You didn't
Did
even
you
call
get
me?
an invite? I didn't get an invite.
He didn't even call me.
Because I wanted to eat the entire thing.
You suck.
Yeah,
I know.
that makes sense. I do the same thing. Well, it's in the Gister's. They've come out with another spoon that's the little slotted fella for your poached eggs or your.
I'll tell you what.
things you're plopping out of water.
I used up my non-gold one for poached eggs, but now I've got a gold one.
Okay,
And I'm going to use poached eggs, but better poached eggs now.
I was going to say maybe use the gold one for your pickled eggs. that you have on the bar.
I've upped my poached egg game. Poached leg game.
These are very cool too. These little ladle skimmer guys here, right? Or a leaky ladle, as one might call it, right? But
A leaky ladle?
leaky ladle.
That sounds like a British pub, the leaky ladle.
The leaky ladle. That's for your cock-a-leaky soup.
That's when you're drinking shooting temp.
Shooting temp coffee. I like this little guy. It's kind of like it's a great little serving spoon. And these Tojiro shears that Kevin got out there, they are the solid. Are these the Enox ones? I think they are. Tojiro is this great company. They make these awesome scissors. You can separate them so you can wash them nicely. And you know what? If you don't have a good pair of shears in your kitchen, sometimes you get down to something like you realize you've bought really expensive Japanese knives and you think that maybe you don't want to use them to open packages all the time. Sometimes cutting things apart like shells and bones, using a pair of shears is actually quite, oh my goodness. What is going on back here?
We're trying some shears, so I brought some shears.
What are you cutting?
This is a fantastic
Holy Edward Scissorhands.
I was thinking Vikadavia Johnson Lebowski.
Let's face it, keeping wild animals within city limits is totally against the law.
It may be too cold right now, or too late to do a little bit of branching, cutting the branches off.
Pruning?
But
It's like those. I got a pair of these pruning shears, like those little hand flat shears. They're Japanese. Dude, they are so sharp. You could, it's amazing.
this is an actually this.
How is it that Japan just makes stuff sharper than any other nation? Don't answer. It'll be a really long and passionate answer. You'll be very, very proud.
Okay, Naoto. John May asks, is the Barracuda teeth single bevel? Sorry, I was on mute there. Is the Barracuda teeth single bevel? Is it basically a shorter saber teeth?
No, it is double bevel, like a Honesuki.
No.
Oh, no, sorry, not Honesuki. It's the boning knife shape.
No.
Yeah.
How thick is it?
I haven't seen them yet.
Oh.
But folding knife shape. It is thicker, so it doesn't have any flex to it, but it is more like a bowling.
So it's like a barracuda tooth.
Yeah. I don't know. I've never seen the barracuda tooth, but yeah.
John says you could use those to open packages.
Those,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Totally.
Asai was asking what time the garage sale is going online, like the stores inventory. I'll have to double check with our website manager, but I believe it'll be 7 p.m. Mountain Time because that's when our last store closes in Vancouver.
I think that's right. The Vancouver store. Probably a few minutes after that. Give her a few minutes to let everything roll through. But yeah.
Crystal's Kitchen was asking if we could see the Masakage Shimo Nikiri. I think we've got one right there.
We are all sold out. That's a Koishi though.
Okay, we got a Koishi Nikiri. Yeah, we're all sold out of them, unfortunately. I think we had a custom handle one, but that one sold really quick. So I don't think we have that either. Mike, can you show us that Shimo that's right, or that Koishi? Maybe just to give an idea of it's same shape.
Yeah, the nice thing with Masakages is their shapes are always a consistent thing. They cut them out with the same kind of cutter. So they're always a little taller than your standard Nikiri from the heel to the edge, which is such a nice feature when you're chopping with them. Right? Nice amount of space here for your finger when you're holding it. Right? Koishi is like Shimo, but it's got the stainless steel cladding and the super blue carbon core. Same octagonal handle though. Yeah, beautiful. Nice that they put a little curve on the tip of their Nikiris as well. Sometimes a Nikiri can have a really like a right angle at the tip, and that digs into your cutting board if you get into a bit of a rocking motion. But you know what? Koishi Nikiris, I would say probably still the most purchased knife by Knifewear staff. So if that's going to tell you something about it, that's a good quote for it.
Kevin, you read my mind.
Michael, I've arrived. Cold beverage for you, your favorite card. Thank you. Your favorite secret recipe. Alpha.
Okay, one more question, and then we have a word from our sponsors coming up soon.
Yeah, don't give any.
Well, you need one for each hand, just like kitchen knives.
And you Ritter?
I have a question regarding my carbon steel Nikiri, and I make loads of onion soup. Thank you, Kevin. And a person seemed alarmed that I cut something as acidic as tons of onions so often. Will it damage the knife?
Nope.
No, it'll make it awesome though.
Sometimes if you let all the acidity hang out on that edge of the knife, sometimes it might tarnish the knife to a point where it breaks the edge down a little bit. But what I would say is wipe your knife dry after you've used it, and then clean it when you're done and hone it. And that will likely take care of everything you need. It's, the one way I found to keep a knife sharp and perfect for as long as possible is to never use it. So that's a little counterproductive. So you just keep on doing what you're doing. If you feel like it's a problem, then we should talk about it. But if you don't think it's a problem, I'm going to feel it.
I just got my fortune cookie. Look what it says.
Others look up to you. Oh, it's because
Just check it. It's happening now.
Yeah.
Okay.
What does mine
Are
say?
they really this different in size?
Ne vous laissez pas m'aider par le bout de nez. I don't leave my hands alone apart from my nose.
Nice.
Or I don't leave something from the end of my nose. Let's see what it really says. It says, do not let others take advantage of you. That's
And your nose.
and my translation.
I mean, your French is better than most Canadians.
Yeah, like 7 p.m. Did you just text that, or did you text that?
I did, yeah. So our web manager, Ellie, is here for Asaya. Was just asking what time are the stores going online. I just confirmed it'll be about 7 p.m. Mountain Time. Stay
Does
tuned.
anybody know what that means?
It's not exact. It's like when I feel like it.
About 7 p.m. Mountain Time. Products that are in the stores
Give or take.
Like that troll killer Mucho.
will go back online on the website, like available on the website.
Yeah.
Because we've kept some stuff exclusive to the stores.
But like give or take some time, Like
You gotta make it fair, so you got a reason.
Not to the second.
Oh yeah, those
No.
people, they deserve
because
on
we
sale
turn a
too.
store off and back on. You have to like.
the store people.
Yeah, we like counted 10 and then 20.
Okay.
No, it deletes all the shipping
Uh,
and everything, so you have to set everything
Oh,
up.
that was that. You're super
Mr. Penny was asking, finally able to get back to live stream. Did I miss the Donabe? You did not, Don. We are going to start that in about 10 minutes or so.
Oh, Don, I noticed you weren't around. I hope you're doing okay. I hope they weren't making you work or something today.
Oh, can you imagine on a Monday?
You know Don Penny.
Am I right?
I feel like I should tell a Don Penny story. I know a lot about Don Penny.
No,
That time that he got bit by a shark.
He didn't get bit. He bit the shark.
That's one way to.
The shark still shows people the human bite does. Here's the human bite says.
Okay, folks. Well, we have a quick word from our sponsors. Yeah, that you heard that right. We are big enough to have sponsors now. So please enjoy this short promotional video, and we'll see you on the other side.
Hey, it's Nate with Whack Chop. You're going to be in a great mood all day because you're going to be whacking your troubles away. Now look, here's a potato. One whack, you got big chunks for stews. 2 whacks, home fries in a second. And look at this. You add a mushroom. The more you do it, the finer it gets. You don't have to switch any blades. You love salad, you hate making it. Take the stringy celery, take the carrots. Salad! I love pizza too, but once in a while, get the veggies in. At least put them on top of the pizza. This tuna looks boring. Stop having a boring tuna. Stop having a boring life. Here's a hard-boiled egg. One chop, you add the pickle, you add the green onion. And then what you can do is you can mix things together. You add the ham, you don't have time to make breakfast. You can live an exciting life now. Breakfast to go. You're gonna love my nuts. Watch this. One finger. It's so easy, kids can do it. They're gonna charge you $1 for toppings at the ice cream store. What about fruit? Put a mango. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? Put that on your ice cream. Here's the garlic. With the skin, there you go. De-skins the garlic. The onions. With the skin, this is making you cry, it's making me cry. Life's hard enough as it is. You don't want to cry anymore. The skin's at the bottom. Hey, look at this. You want a little bit of onion? You don't want to drag out the food processor? The skin comes right off. We're going to make America skinny again, one whack at a time. The Whack Chop sells for $199.95. But if you call now, we can't do this all day, we'll throw in the ceramic honing rod for 50% off.
Knifewear is not liable for any damage done to your knife as a result of using it as a whack chop. Side effects of using your Japanese knife as a whack chop might include chipping, twisting, scraping, folding, premature dulling of the edge, and more. Please consult your local knife expert before using your knife as a whack chop.
I shouldn't laugh at that because that was my idea, but
I can watch all of it. Like that is
Oh, that's so funny.
that's so good.
No, cheers. Cheers. You've been on air for 7 hours.
well, it's 3 p.m., folks. I just want to show the schedule one more time because I love it so much. Thank you, Mason, for being a great graphic designer.
At 3:15, we're ahead of schedule.
We're flying today.
Sorry, guys. I guess for 20
Also, we felt like drinking a beer and there were no more questions, so we're doing it now.
Oh, and I'm drinking a beer.
So Naoto, teach us about Donabe. Be our Donabe sensei.
So donabe is this. Do means clay, nabe means pot. So it's a clay pot, Japanese traditional clay pot. That's traditionally we cook the whole bunch of stuff in and cook inside. You can cook the rice as well. It is like it's like hot pot, right? Like hot pot is kind of trendy right now. Every city you go, there's like small Chinese hot pot places. This is more traditional Japanese version of it. So I'm cooking on this kono and little dashi here. Like this is fantastic meal, especially in a cold day like this. What's the minus 17?
Oh God, it's minus a lot.
Yeah, minus a lot in the outside, so it's really great. It warms you up and everything, right? So what I have here, it's really easy. Like if you actually
Minus 17 feels like 27 with the wind chill. That's Celsius, not Fahrenheit.
Minus 27.
Feels like minus 27.
Ew.
With the wind. Yeah.
So that's the perfect dish for this. So when I'm cooking the this whatchamacallit, the nabe, you start from something like chicken, which I know there is some chicken kicking around.
Oh, chicken! I got the chicken.
Yes, thank you. And I will continue cutting some of the vegetables here too. All right. So what you want to do is this water. It's not just the water. I use this. So you buy dried kelp from the any Asian grocery store. I just kept it in the water for like about 2 hours now. It's like pretty good. This will add the flavor, and also it adds the body. This is the natural MSG. It's like a lot of people talk about MSG being really bad for you. If it's like done this way, you're not consuming that much. So if you're just pouring the powder in, that's great.
Mike didn't break this up a ton. Do you want me to cut the breast in half? Or do you just want the legs?
Just the legs.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Good. Got some King Tongs?
yeah, King Tongs
Ultimate
the best.
cooking
Yeah. So like I think it's the same for a lot of Western cooking as well. If you are trying to get the flavor out in broth, you want to cook it from the cold, right? And also these guys here, root vegetables. When you're cooking daikon radish and stuff like that, you want to cook it from cold, right? I don't know.
Why is that?
Huh?
Why is that?
If you actually put this daikons in hot water, it will actually dissolve a little bit easy because it cooks outside really fast, right? It cooks outside and softens them, and so
Cool.
you want to cook that. And
Are
also,
you man enough to use these tweezers?
we didn't put the and also some chickens for the flavor. Just gonna use all dark meats right here. Then turn the heat on. While this is cooking, I'm going to cut up the other vegetables. So as you saw, I cut some of the mushrooms, some konnyaku, konjac, and tofu here. What I'm going to cut is some of the mushrooms. Pretty simple. It just takes that and enoki mushrooms. Enoki mushrooms. These are kind of mushrooms that you do not want to eat raw. You may get sick. I have seen people get in the saunas and stuff like that with these guys. And traditionally in Japan and the Asian countries, people do not eat the raw mushrooms.
I don't really eat mushrooms.
Oh. No? Do you eat mushrooms raw?
Yeah.
Which mushrooms?
Usually like
Indian?
no, not anymore.
Okay, good.
Usually just like
Mutton?
yeah, but mushrooms. Very generic.
Yeah.
Nothing weird.
I think those butter mushrooms are just fine eating them raw, where the like those guys are not that great. You can get sick pretty easy.
What are you looking at?
I'm just talking about how look like we Japanese people find it funny people eating the mushrooms raw.
Oh, don't eat mushrooms raw. Gross.
Yeah, but
I'm with you now. Too.
some people do.
No, gross.
Butter mushrooms.
Gross. Except mushrooms.
Let me try and take this.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
No.
No, raw mushrooms are weird.
Oh yeah, good.
That's not good. Raw mushrooms in that.
But a lot of people eat this enoki mushroom raw, and they get sick.
Naoto and the cabbage wrap battle. Who will win? Will Naoto ever get to the cabbage? Dun-dun-dun. Naoto reigns supreme.
Napa cabbage is really great, great source. It's relatively inexpensive. It's good for you, right? So
I like Napa cabbage. You told me never to eat it raw, though. You said it's not the raw cabbage. It's always a cooking cabbage.
that is how I been brought up, right? So that's why I don't eat them raw. But
I come to agree with you. I find it's much better cooked. There's the big green cabbage that we're all used to here.
Right.
There's that Savoy cabbage.
Yeah,
I find the Napa cabbage is a little bit more like that one, that Savoy cabbage.
Right.
But it's got that lighter skin. It's not as sort of meaty as the regular cabbage. Not as sweet.
Exactly, right?
Yeah.
So these are best food. Best cooked. So while it's cooking to get all the flavor out from the chicken, and
Did you put salt on the chicken first? I've learned, I come to believe, that if you want to cook chicken or meat, and you want the flavor to go into the liquid, like for example making a stock, don't put salt on the meat.
that's what
It pulls the flavor out. And then if you put salt on first, you're going to retain the flavor in the meat.
That's what I'm doing.
Right?
Get the flavor out of the water.
This guy, hey? This guy knows all the tricks.
You
This guy.
know the
This
flavor.
Naoto guy. He knows a lot.
So,
Now is a stretch.
it's very simple. Like all I do basically is the chicken and the kombu dashi kombu broth, and it's gonna get really rich.
You know what? When we were last in Japan, I made Naoto take me through hapabashi and help me get a bunch of different ingredients for making dashi. And that dashi with those little tiny dried sardines.
Yeah.
Using that instead of the katsuobushi. Oh man.
It's different.
Oh, it's different.
Yeah.
It's so good though.
Yeah.
And I wish there was more of that stuff we could get here more readily, like getting the bonito. Like I've been shaving the bonito
Right.
on my little box there.
Right.
Wow, you get so much more flavor. But it's all about getting that umami or those like what are the three? The isonate, guanylate, and glutamate, right? Like that glutamic acid. That's MSG, right? That's that umami flavor.
So that's what is
so
happening
good.
right here. Is the glutamate or the MSG is from kombu, and the other umami flavor is coming up from the chicken.
Mm-hmm.
And when there's more than two different like the chemical composition goes in, it enhances the flavor, right? So it's going to be really, really rich.
Yeah, it's that amino acid flavor that gives you. I think one of the reasons it's actually a flavor or a taste is because that's something your body needs and craves, right? And getting that taste also gets you that nutrient.
What happens like when there's like a lot of people who has their own orders of what goes in when.
Oh, sure.
So right now I'm cooking the daikon and the chicken right now. Daikon, you want to cook it from the room temperature water so that it doesn't like break into mushes.
Oh, so you start cold and bring the temperature up.
Yeah.
Like root vegetables typically with a potato.
Exactly, right?
Yeah.
So that's the chicken because I want to get the flavor.
I want to pull the flavors out. Yeah. Okay. Yep.
And after this, I'm going to add the things that's like not like these little bit of tougher part of the napa cabbage, and adds the moisture because it's not as the level of water is not as high. Right?
Sure. Yeah. So the cabbage is going to release a bunch of moisture. Yeah.
Then adds some like mushrooms too. So those things that won't have the the flavor absorbs in, it goes later. Right? Like,
Would you ever use dried shiitakes? Is that something that Japanese people use?
We do, but we don't use them for
Right.
right?
Would you use it more for like flavoring a stock,
Yeah,
like
exactly.
making a dashi? Yeah.
Oh, the washcloth does boil, hey?
Silence. I love it. It was just pure silence there. That was so good.
I'm just waiting to see if the camera up top fogs up. So far, so good. It's just cold enough in here.
Scum. Impurities?
Kevin just got back from the store. He said he got a couple of knives, Kevin's book, and his favorite, which is the microplane box grater.
Oh.
That is like the greatest one, right?
Thing.
Oh my god. I can't believe I waited so long to buy that.
So good at being a box grader. And you will be grading all kinds of stuff. Like, do yourself a favor, grate a whole bunch of potatoes and load them into a cast iron pan that has a lot of butter in it, and slowly cook the potato, grated potato, in your cast iron frying pan with butter. I mean, you can put other stuff in there too, but those two things for sure, and you'll make this beautiful like potato pancake.
Pretty great.
Sounds so
And if
good.
you haven't eaten potato pancakes with sour cream and applesauce, like, you don't know what you're missing.
True.
I'm skimming those things. If you have the better, very fine mesh colander or whatever,
Or a skimmer, like the little wire mesh.
yeah, wire mesh.
Do you want it rolling like that, Hot?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, we're rolling. We've got a rolling boy.
Rolling.
No.
If you're allowed bad dad jokes, he's allowed to do whatever that was.
I can still say no. This is great. Do you ever make seafood nabe?
Yeah.
What kind of stuff do you put in a seafood nabe?
Cod,
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay.
crabs,
Yep. Now we're talking. Okay.
yeah, shrimp, and sometimes like you get the big clams.
Mm-hmm.
Those are great to have in there.
And what kind of vegetables do you put with the seafood?
It's regular, the like
Like the cabbage, would you put mushrooms and stuff too?
yes, not so much.
Fish and mushroom seems like a combination.
One of those like cheese and fish, right?
It's got to be pretty particular to make it right. Yeah. For example, cream cheese and smoked salmon. That's an excellent combination.
I think you're talking more about like clam sauce, clams and cheese.
Clams and Parmesan cheese.
Yeah.
Like in like a linguine vongole.
I'll do vongole with just the either vongole bianco, white,
Yeah.
or the rosso, the red.
Oh, are you Italian?
Yeah, rosso. But the yeah, so you put this lid back on, pretty high heat, like medium high-ish, and until I usually wait until the steam comes out, like it plumes out, and that's kind of the side. That's good.
Well, sometimes you can just smell it, right? Sometimes when you're just like, oh, that smells good.
Yeah.
That's the food saying, hey, I'm done.
Do you want to get those noodles ready too for later?
What noodles? Udon, yeah, that's like usually later.
Okay.
We don't usually cook the udon together.
Yeah, right. They're for like kind of use as a broth.
Yeah.
These guys need to be rinsed through here.
I know.
How
Sorry, my groceries are too shitty for you.
How do you season your nabe? Like you putting in soy sauce, salt?
This one here, Nishitaki, is very plain, kind of a nabe. So we don't actually season. Well, there's actually the one kind that we season. These we don't season the pot. We actually make dipping sauce.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Then you dip it in and eat it. So the ponzu is very typical dipping sauce for these guys.
Oh, okay. And so if you couldn't find, ponzu, you can make a cheap facsimile by kind of mixing like a bit of soy sauce and lime and lemon juice together, right?
And with a little bit of dashi. If you have a lot of dashi,
okay. We can buy ponzu, right?
Oh yeah, like, most like grocery stores now in Calgary, like you can buy them. And if we can have, if we're accessible in Calgary, that nothing is growing really. That's what most like big cities, right? But rural, like I'm not sure about rural areas, but Canada, like I found it's like from compare it to the United States of 20 years ago, where I was living there. It was a little bit more difficult to find Egypt.
Yeah, it's so much
I think
easier to
here
order
too.
stuff online.
I think it's here too, right? Because like right now, if you go to this regular Safeway, you find a whole ton of the regular soy sauce, the consoles, the beers, like, right?
Kewpie mayo.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Japanese sesame salad dressing, which is one of the greatest inventions ever. Okay, pop something in the chat. What if those of you are home cooks, if you ever cook Japanese food, what are your favorite Japanese ingredients? Like, I love that sesame dressing. I love cooking with mirin.
Good rice.
Yeah, good rice.
Like, what are your favorite Japanese things? Or alternatively, what kind of things do you want to know about Japanese food cooking? Because as you might have figured out, we also like cooking, not just knives.
You're actually getting a lot of love for your potato pancake recipe.
Oh yeah, it's so simple.
Yeah.
There's two ways of doing it. One, you take your potatoes and you cook them whole and cool them down, and then you peel the skin off and you grate them cold, and then you cook them in the frying pan. But I actually kind of like doing it straight from raw. I take the potatoes, grate them, salt them, squeeze out a bit of the liquid, and then just slide them into a pan. It takes longer, but I don't know. I just like it. Maybe it's because I find grating cooked potato really obnoxious. And
Oh yeah, I usually grate the raw. Yeah.
the raw potato, yeah.
That's why I make sometimes like the potato pancakes.
Because they're delicious.
That's one of the things I learned from potato pancake.
Finally grated carrots. Oh, Jaggery is so good.
You and I discovered
I
Jaggery together.
know, just the other day.
That was a day.
All right, Kevin, I like this idea. So carrot pudding, grated carrots, cardamom, ghee, Jaggery. So we got butter, sugar, carrots. You put in a bit of raisins, and then what? Do we just stew it down and then get it into like kind of a creamy consistency? I'm guessing there's a fair bit of butter going on here. The ghee, of course, being the clarified butter.
That sounds so good.
Hey, I got a phone.
Hey, Kevin's getting hungry. That Kevin guy.
Kevin needs to come over, eat some donabe with us.
I'm cooking this way, but I'm not sure if there's actually a dipping sauce to
Yeah.
go with it.
All right, I've Googled it. I'll check it out later.
Yeah, that sounds super delicious.
While we were talking about potato pancakes, it's pretty much all cooked. I decided to add the last bit of nata cabbage.
Okay, and so what are we gonna eat this with? Like, you've got a dipping sauce. Do you serve it with togarashi? Do you serve it with a bowl of rice?
Oh,
Like,
you did that. Yeah. So like usually what happens is so dipping sauce is like the ponzu or some other dipping sauce, and there's some things called yakumi. Yakumi is like finely sliced green onions or grated daikon with the togarashi mixed in it.
oh yeah, I've had that.
Yeah, or something like like the shishimi togarashi and stuff like that. So that's a yakumi. People can actually add to their.
You sort of choose your own final seasonings,
Yeah, exactly.
right? Yeah.
Like then it's salt, pepper, type of stuff. Right?
Yeah.
Has their own flavor and stuff. Yeah. That's really fun. Right?
And so, do you just have like a bowl of rice on the side with it? You obviously
You could,
Yeah.
but lots of people do when they're having nabe is that they just eat nabe and the soup that you have left over, you either put the udon like the Nathan prepared, or something like you put the rice in it and make a instant risotto type of stuff.
Congee-ish?
Congee.
Somewhere between congee and risotto?
Yeah. And you often people mix the egg in so that it gets like the egg congee.
Yeah.
All the flavor from the vegetables.
So when you eat this, you just focus on eating the vegetables and the stuff that you've been putting in. And during the process, you're basically making another stock.
Yeah.
You then take that stock and use it for another dish.
Yeah.
And would you just like have that dish at that meal, or is it like you eat that udon
At
tomorrow?
the end. No.
At the end. God, I love Japanese food. Oh, you're gonna steam the camera.
It looks kind of cool though.
That is here.
Oh, dang.
I wish I could share with the chat like how good this smells. Like,
2023 smell-o-vision.
you'll just have to live vicariously through us.
I feel like that would ruin a lot of gamer success if you could actually smell
Yikes.
that 37-hour gamer basement room.
You've heard of gamer girl bathwater. Now get ready for
Kids these days.
So yeah, that's ready to eat.
Now, so will you move it a little bit more directly under the main cam? So we get like a really good donabe shot?
Okay, I'm gonna move the legs over.
If you're all done cutting up.
It's cut hot.
Yeah, it's not.
It's like it's been on stove.
Oh, that's so weird.
We can move the
Wasn't cooked in the fridge.
While we're admiring this beautiful pot of food, we've got a couple of questions.
yeah.
So first of all, from Annie Ritter, we have she's got a question regarding her carbon steel nikiri. She makes loads of onion soup, and a person seemed alarmed that she
Oh, we
cut
did that
something.
one.
Oh, you did
I
it.
forgot to unstar it.
Never mind. Nathan didn't unstart it because he was probably on his phone.
I was just getting back at you for the other ones.
That's mean. Okay, well, we've got this one instead. Is there any time frame on when the natural Nagura stones will be back in stock? Do you have any idea?
Natural Nagura stone's been a little bit more hard because there's a micro. I didn't know there's another microphone.
Yeah.
Some of the natural Nagura stones been like mine's been decommissioned, and Tsushima Nagura is harder to get, and so is Kuronagura. So I'm trying to find some similar source.
So are you saying they're actually not digging them out of the ground anymore?
No, a lot of places they stopped,
They stopped mining them.
mining them. Yeah.
So we need to find the existing ones. So they're now like a limit. It's like Bitcoin. It's like they've mined all the Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Now we just have to separate the Bitcoin. We got to separate the Nagura stones into smaller pieces.
Yeah.
Yeah, gotcha.
All right. Stay tuned for Bitcoin Nat stones.
Almost the exact same as Bitcoin.
It's basically the same thing.
Can we start a new one called Nagura coin?
Oh, yikes.
We already have a cryptocurrency. Did you see when we started on April 1st this year?
No,
April 1st, yeah.
I forgot to buy all of them.
Yeah, you screwed up. Should have got it at the ground floor.
All right. Any more Donabe action, or are you ready for
I
another
don't know,
question?
I feel like we could just have like a little ASMR moment here.
You probably need some bowls and spoons and chopsticks.
The
There are some
simmering
bowls
sounds
underneath.
of the nabe. Right, the squeaking sound of the tape gun in the background.
So Coco Fiasco is asking if the synthetic ones still work on natural water stones.
It's different. It's different function. The synthetic one is technically it's speaking. It's a cleaning stone, where the natural Nagura is breathing at the Nagura.
Yeah, you want the natural one breaking down into the water, and that's creating a slurry, this abrasive paste on top of the stone. Whereas the synthetic one is just like a stone. You use it, and it cleans out the stone that you're working on. It's not about building up that slurry. Because with the natural stone, the abrasive particles break down as you use them, and they become finer and give you a different look on the edge of the knife, or a different feel or different purpose. Whereas the abrasive particles in synthetic stone, usually like corundum or something, that doesn't break down the same way. I'm sure it breaks down a little bit, but they generally, if it's a 1,000 grit particle, it generally stays a 1,000 grit particle through the whole process. So it's not going to change over time. So while you can build up the slurry, and it will do something, it's not doing the same thing that you would be aiming for with your natural stone.
All right. Got time for another one?
Yes.
All right. From GB, got a question about the white and black honing rods. They've got a couple different types of steel and was wondering whether they should get black or white or
So I
both.
think technically the difference between the white one and the black one is the white one is harder, slightly harder by one Mo, M-O-H.
I thought it was the other way around.
The white one's
The white one is harder.
So the white one is higher grit?
it's a hardness.
It's a hardness, right? So like when you think about a sharpening stone, they actually make an abrasive particle that's really hard. Like corundum is, like a diamond is a 10, corundum is a 9. So that particle cuts away, where the ceramic rod is only the hardness of the feather rod, but it doesn't have that additional abrasive particle. But it is definitely a rougher surface, it feels like. So it does feel like it grabs the edge of the knife a little bit more and removes some of that bit, that particle. It's harder, and it seems to work better on knives that get a lot of exercise. And I would say something like SG2, that would be a little bit harder to sharpen, that maybe the white rod might get you where you're going. However, I think two things. One, the frequency at which you use the honing rod, and if you ever clean your honing rod. Now, Barkeeper's Friend, the same stuff I use to clean off the knife. We sell Barkeeper's Friend. You can get all kinds of places, but it's abrasive powder, and it will clean out your honing rod. Just mix up a paste of the Barkeeper's Friend of water, get a sponge, and wipe it down. It'll clean it out, and it will reopen sort of the texture and allow you to feel like it's new. And the same for the black one, because it does feel like it glazes over a little bit. So I find with the black honing rod, if you're going to use it a lot, very, very frequently, then go with the black one. If you're going to do it now and again, then I would get the white one.
I found the Mr. Eraser also works in things.
The rust eraser?
No, the Mr.
Mr. Clean.
Oh, a Mr. Clean.
The magic eraser?
Magic
Yeah.
Yeah.
What doesn't that do?
Right?
And you know what, GB, if you've got a bunch of knives, I would say you likely could use both. Because I do know a chef that will use a white rod, a black rod, and a leather strop, and hardly ever touches a stone with their knife.
That's the way. All right.
I like it.
Last question. Our friend Mr. Kevin was wondering about good stones for sharpening HAP 40. Just kind of looking at the Naniwa diamond stones.
I'm going to let Naoto take that one.
If it's like really dull, the Chosera series is fantastic. Also, something like if it gets really, really, really dull, then needs some like re-edging, consider getting something like a Naniwa diamond.
So the Chosera stone is what would be called the Naniwa professional stone. They've always been called the Chosera, and we still sort of call them Chosera. That's kind of just the lingo. They changed their packaging a while ago to call them professional for export, but it's an identical stone.
Oh, yeah, Chosera.
The nice thing about that professional stone is there is more abrasive mixed into it, so it cuts faster, and it's a ceramic stone. So that ceramic stone feels harder, and it doesn't wear down quite as quickly, so it stays flat for a longer time. And a softer stone, like the traditional ones, are more of they're made like with a chemical bond of magnesium. And those ones give you a little bit better feedback as you're using them. They do wear out a little faster, and they have a little bit less abrasive. So that HAP 40 steel is tough to grind. That is how that steel is designed. If you think about all of the other uses for steel, something like, say, a drill bit for drilling a hole in the ground, like if you're mining, you can't have a steel that wears away very quickly, and you really, really, really need your edge to stay sharp for a long time in that sort of environment. So, hey, why not do something crazy like put that into a kitchen knife? So, having a stone with a lot of abrasive that's really hard allows you to do the work you need to do faster. Basically, you need to sharpen it, I would say 1.5 times as much or 2 times as much as a regular steel knife. So, yeah, having a Naniwa diamond stone would definitely start you off faster. That Naniwa diamond stone is a really nice stone. If anyone hasn't seen it, it's sort of a new design. Most diamond stones are diamonds that have been sprayed and stuck to an aluminum plate, where the Naniwa diamond stone, they've constructed a stone very similar to how they do their traditional ones, where they've basically stirred the diamond into a substrate like a normal sharpening stone, and then they've put that on top of an aluminum base. So you get a more normal feel. It feels weird when you're just rubbing a knife on the diamonds right on top of the hard aluminum surface. What am I trying to say? I'm trying to say those diamond stones are awesome. And the hardest part of sharpening is always the first stone. You always need to do the most work on that first stone. You need to be able to get an edge off of your first stone. That first stone, your edge, like your knife should cut through a piece of paper. albeit quite rough. If you don't establish, excuse me, if you don't establish that new edge off your first stone, you're never going to reach that excellent sharpness that your knife could obtain. Was that the long answer? It wasn't the short answer. It wasn't the short one.
It certainly was. Last question from him. He was wondering if they were splash and go stones or soaking stones.
Great question. I believe that's splash and go.
Hey, you don't have to soak it.
All right.
They're
Splash
like
and go.
millimeters thick, so if you did soak, it wouldn't be very long.
Yeah.
I wouldn't leave them in water though.
No, definitely not. Beautiful. All right. Well, while we're serving up, if you've got any other questions that you wanted to ask about knives, donabe, the sale, sharpening nerdery, pop them in the comments and we'll get to
Shirts.
them whenever. Shirts,
Ideas
yeah.
for cool new designs.
Ideas for stupid new commercials.
Oh, we would love ideas for stupid new commercials. They're our favorite thing to do. It's the thing that we get to do at work, and we get to say at the end of it, you're like, I can't believe I got paid to do that.
Yeah.
Which is even fun because then sometimes Kevin looks at me and goes, I can't believe I paid you to do that.
Oh man.
All right. Any other questions in there, Sky?
Well, how long does the garage sale? How long does the garage sale go for?
Well, you should know this.
No, I forgot. My brain's fried. I had half a beer.
The garage sale goes all day today, all day tomorrow, all day the day after that, all day the day after that. It goes right until the 13th. At the end of the day on the 13th, the garage sale will be over. And you'll have to wait again until we do the garage sale in the spring around May long weekend. However, the stuff usually pops back on the website, the stuff that didn't go. But the fun and excitement only lasts the week. And today, the stuff that's online is exclusive online, and the stuff that's in the store is exclusive in the store. But at 7 o'clock, once we shut down the Vancouver store, all of the in-store inventory will go back online, which means there will be a new crop of things for you to choose from this evening. If you're one of our online shoppers and haven't had a chance to make it in store. So it's worth checking back this evening. Maybe give us till 7:30 or 8 o'clock to get that job done. But again, rare, one-of-a-kind knives, new line, smoking deals, great gifts, and more.
Bon appetit.
Bon appetit. I'm full. I went back and ate more fried rice.
Oh, good for you. I couldn't eat that fried rice.
Oh, okay.
Alrighty. Well, any questions? We're going to be sticking around for a little while.
We got another half hour. I think we're going to go here.
Okay, here's a good one. Yeah, we're almost done for the day, but what can you not believe is not sold yet?
I can't believe it's not butter. Oh, that's a good question.
This still good.
The troll killer. Is that 240 Manaka Gyuto not sold yet?
This guy. My favorite. Oh, this baby.
This guy's favorite.
Look, I know it's nothing special. The Sakai Kikamori Aogami machine.
Oh, well, I borrowed yours. It's really nice.
It's really nice and tall.
It's super tall. It's basically a gigantic Sentoku, which is why I bought it in the first place. And I was still working in the stores when I saw this come through.
Yeah.
And I was like telling everybody, I was like, nah, you don't want that one. That's not mine. I was like hiding it under things because I wasn't allowed to buy it yet.
You know, this and this is very similar, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're not the same person, but they're actually made in this place like next to list themselves.
We call it a Sentoku. I was gonna play a game. My game is gonna be called Which 240 Should I Buy?
Manaka and 240.
Okay. I still have rent to pay, you know?
You have a mortgage, which is worse.
Yeah, right? They'll actually make me pay it.
That's like rent that only gets more and more expensive.
Okay. I have 3 Gyutos here. I really want a new carbon steel Gyuto. I've got the Hatsukokoro Kurosagi, Aogami Super 240, the Adikataya white number 2 from Hinora Jr., and the Kisuke Manaka white 2 as well, right? Yeah, right. Why did you point at the? You're supposed to point at this one.
Yeah, look.
Because it's $275.
You want the Manaka because then I can't buy that one.
Yeah, the Manaka is really where it's at, hey? Yeah, he's so cool. I love the stories. I love how tall it is. Like, look how tall that blade is. Yeah, plus the tip, it just looks so badass.
It looks like it's much longer than 240.
You know what? This knife is going to go on the wall, and it's just going to look so big. Like, next to all the other knives. Like, it's already a big knife. Oof. Does he make a 270? Could you imagine a 270 in that? Oh, dude. Cutting steaks. Like, cutting rib steaks out of a big ribeye with a 270 like that? Oh, you would do it all day long. It would feel so good. I really like this one though. I mean, it's an interesting feel. Like I feel like there's a couple of like imperfections along the way, like a little low spot here and there, right? But a 275 for Aogami Super.
Yeah, exactly. Right. That's the.
I can handle those imperfections, but there's no imperfections on this, right?
I think he is a perfectionist as well. And once he told me that he hates, what the process, like the process that he hates the most is a sharpening. The problem is because he's a perfectionist that wants to make the bevel so even, and hence it takes a long time.
Sure, yeah.
That's probably why he hates it.
Yeah, I suspect, right? But the payoff is that it makes all the future sharpening so much easier, right? I like these guys. And I think it's amazing when you think about this knife, you think, wow, $430 for a knife, that's kind of expensive, right? I bet you couldn't find another knife maker producing this quality at this, even though he's not producing a lot, comparatively the volume that he's producing.
The amount of work that goes into it, and compared to I'm not saying other people are charging more or anything like that, but Manaka-san, the sheer work that went into the knife, everything. This price is really good.
Well, if you think of all of it, like all of the skill that he's got to have to be able to do all this, B, all of the time that he's spent doing it, all of the resources and machinery that you would need to be able to do all of this, almost like how? How is it only $400?
He doesn't have
pretty crazy.
He doesn't have those like sandblast. He doesn't have the beveling, like the look has to be done by hand.
That's true.
Yeah.
Where something like this, right? Like you can't really see those imperfections because it's been sandblasted, right? Sandblasting is really great. It's kind of like makeup, right? And so when we put the knife on a stone, the first couple of passes when we sharpen a knife on a stone and redo the bevel, we look at it and go, oh, okay, you got some work to do here, some work to do there. With something like this, there is no imperfection, so it would be so nice. Oh, now I'm really talking into that one.
Okay, well, bread with ham, which is something I want to eat now, said I purchased it earlier, but is it possible to see the Yu Kurosaki Fujin Damascus 180 Gyuto? Is that the turquoise one now, To? Because I think that's the one they purchased.
No, I think it was just the custom handle one. I think it's been.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I think it's been packed already.
Okay.
Oh, no, wait.
Our team is back there, quickly packaging knives and gathering and checking and all that stuff. So, okay. Oh, we still have it. Hasn't been grabbed quite yet.
I wonder if bread with ham ever met cheese with butter. You know, if they would just be the match.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I think. Yeah.
Oh, that is so gorgeous. Is this the one
Beauty.
you expected bread with ham?
That's such a nice knife. I don't have one of those handles yet, and I really want one.
Yeah, they kind of have that like tiger's eye look.
Yeah. Speaking of Kevin, Kurosaki's Kevin got to hold the Yu Kurosaki R2 Senko Western Kiritsuke Gyuto. Almost bought it. It's so ergonomic and pretty. It is.
Yeah, you get it, right? When you feel that knife in your hand, it just, it feels great. It's amazing. It's amazing.
Yeah.
And it's amazing how some blacksmiths make knives that just feel so good when you hold them. And Kurosaki's definitely up there with that.
John is asking what store Kevin was in. I believe that would be Vancouver. And John May is also asking, says that's pretty cool. Does you make Fujin knives with Damascus frequently? Looks like rain going into the ocean. Sure does.
With the BG10, yeah, he does it with the Damascus. He has one with the Awagami Super with stainless cladding, which doesn't have any Damascus on the inside. And also he does with the R2, which more shinier finish. But if you look at a BG10-4, he makes it with the Damascus.
It does look like rain going into the ocean.
Yeah.
Totally a good call.
That's incredibly well summed up.
What does Fujin mean again? God of wind. God of wind.
That's pretty cool. All right, well, there you go. GB was asking, do the whale knives not count towards the 50% off of the honing rods?
I think it's just regular kitchen knives.
Yeah, usually it's the knives that are like over $100. Kind of fall into that free honing rod.
It's like I think it's just regular kitchen knives. It's like egos are enough qualified for that.
Right.
I'm sure Nathan can sort you out for that. Though.
Yeah, no, I don't believe they would, just because they're smaller knives. But for any of the regular kitchen knives, those do get you 50% off. Well, if anybody else has questions, pop them in the chat. Otherwise, we'll log off for the day. That was a super fun day. Thank you so much, everybody that tuned in and watched all this stuff and hung out for so long.
I can't believe we've been doing this since 7:30.
I'm like looking at
it's almost 8 hours.
Yeah, it'll be 8 hours and 10 minutes.
8 hours and 10 minutes?
In 10 minutes.
Oh, 7 hours.
8 hours in 10 minutes.
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah. I don't know about you guys, but I'm ready for another beer and a round 2 of Chinese food.
Pretty much the whole time.
Yep. I feel like it.
Well, thank you so much, everyone. You all are awesome. Really appreciate the support, both on the live stream and spending money in our stores. That means a lot to us, and means we get to keep doing this kind of stuff and keep going to Japan and bringing back cool knives for everybody. So it's a good time. If you know somebody that's doing some Christmas shopping and they're looking for some good deals, the garage sale is a pretty good time to buy gifts for the holidays. So let them know.
Awesome.
You guys got anything else to say?
No.
Thanks so much, everybody.
We'll see you guys
It's
on
been fun
Thursday.
for us. So
Yeah, we'll see you Thursday. We're gonna show any like late arrivals and that kind of stuff. But maybe we'll figure out some other fun things to do too.
Well, and we'd love to see pictures of your knives in action.
Yeah, if once your knife arrives, tag us in a photo on social media somewhere, or post it and tag us, because we'd love to repost that and just see everybody using their new knives. New Knife Day is like the best day ever.
Yeah. Sick. Okay,
Awesome.
Thanks, everybody.
Okay, thanks everybody. See you Thursday.